Yeah, I ain't got it all worked out, and I don't think I'm supposed to. This is just me. Used to bend myself to keep things smooth. Say let's stay small, just make it through. Play the version people could really see, and lost some parts of what was really me. Wore a face that helped me get along. Held it together, called it being strong. And every year it got a little harder to tell you what was peace and what was armor. Thought by now I'd be a little further, little less tired, little more certain. But maybe growing ain't a clean straight line. Maybe it's true showing up over time. I am not every wrong turn, not every season that burn. I'm still learning, I'm still deep, still becoming who I can be. Yeah, yeah, yeah. This is authentically me, not perfect, just honestly trying to hold on to my peace without pretending it comes easy. I'm still facing the truth, still shedding what I outgrew. And if all I do is stay real through the pressure, that's enough. That's enough for me. Had to stop expecting people to see the way behind the calm. Some folks only know the version and never says when something's wrong. And I've been working through it slowly. One hard day, one breath, one choice. Trying not to lose myself between survival and a voice. I don't need to be the loudest, I don't need to prove I changed. I just want to look at who I am, and I feel like I turned away. Getting older to make it clearer. Time don't pause, so I can't hide. Some things heal and some things stay, and you just learn to carry right. I am not what got broken, not every silence I swallowed. Every lesson, every hit taught me what I won't fake again. This is authentically me, not polished, just finally seen. Trying to stand where my feet are without performing strength for people. Still making it through, still becoming something true. And if all I do is keep showing up real, that's enough. That's enough for me. I forgive who I had to be when I ain't know another way. The one who kept it all inside and smiled just to get through days. I don't need to love every scar to admit that it's mine. I don't need to have all the answers to stop leaving myself behind. Now I see it's not glory, it's honesty. It's not right, it's choosing not to disappear in me. This is authentically me, a little worn, a little more clear now. Where I thought I would be, still I made it here. Head up, hard learning, some days strong, some days hurting. If I can keep growing without losing myself, yeah, that's enough.
What's good, people? What is good? How are you guys doing today? You said good songs. I appreciate that. It's actually one of my most recent songs that I made. Um, the name of the song, if you pay attention to the lyrics of the song, this is my first time actually playing it for you guys. I think, but the name of the song is "Authentically Me." Um, I like to do songs according to what's currently going through my life or things that I just find to be silly. That's how you guys got like songs like Booty Tickle or whatever. But like this was a song that just how I feel about myself. And quite frankly, it's one of the ones, it's No Chaser. No Chaser actually put this in my mind. Because I do have a couple of songs, things I've been working on throughout times, but like that's one of the songs I think I'm gonna add to that playlist. And I just don't know how many songs or what is gonna be on the playlist. But when it does, for sure, Booty Tickle is gonna end up on it because you guys are gonna want to hear that. But I think I'm gonna add also that song, Authentically Me, and a couple of other Resla originals, if you want to put it that way, onto the actual playlist itself. And then, of course, you guys will have access to it if you should want to listen to it. Anyway, What's up? We're here for the show. I have not been on for a couple of days for numerous amount of reasons. For one, I haven't really had time to really think about what I wanted to talk about. And I'm also at this point in my mind right now where I'm like, I kind of just have conversations and then I go back to review what we were talking about. And then I decide maybe it's something I need to dive a little bit more into, to be honest with you. And then I got busy with some other work stuff going on. And then I really could have gone live yesterday, but I could not because I was stuck in a personal project that I have, and I was in my creative writing mode. So I just said, I am not going live because I don't want to break the flow of what I got going on. So yeah, there is that. Oh, you said it's frozen. Oh yeah, you're right. It is frozen. Why are you frozen? Oh, peace. Thank you for calling that out. It is frozen. Why are you frozen? Let's see if we can fix that real. Let's see if we can fix that real quick. So what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna hit the lobby real quick. Oh, I realize it's not. Huh. Okay, so it's not. It's an OBS thing. All right. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna put myself this way. It's an OBS thing. So I gotta figure out what the hell went wrong with OBS. Thank you for calling that out because I was not looking at my OBS at all. I wasn't looking at my screen at all. I was just kind of doing my own thing. So as we sort that out, feeling weird about this. I am normally not on my lives showing a logo. And actually, let me go to this. What the hell? Why aren't you gone? Oh, what stopped it? That's what I'm not wondering. Yes, we want to make sure we close this out. I think it's very important. We're gonna restart this up. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh, I was doing a lot of things, a lot of projects in between. So I never really thought about what I really want to talk about. But as I realized I haven't spoken to you guys in a couple of days, I was like, let's go about starting up a stream and then we're gonna figure out what we're doing from here. Now, normally, and I've been really busy this week, so even when I started like reviewing things for like potential, like not just potential topics or potential, what the hell is this? Okay, or potential live streams or even particular videos that I had in mind, or some things I'm just like to look at over time. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna take a break, and that's exactly what took place. Okay, now I think I'm understanding what the delay is. I'm having a let me do this real quick. I'm having a socket issue. That's what's taking place. Oh my goodness. OBS be on some ish. So I gotta eliminate a couple of things. I'm having a socket layer issue. I know this. I know this because I've gone through this before. All right, give me a quick moment, y'all, because I'm gonna launch it anyway. And I gotta do something else as well. Hold up. Jesus Christ. All right, let's take a look to see if this works, if this is good. No, my OBS is really screwed up. What the hell happened? I swear, this is what happens all the time. Things are good and then they just fall apart out of nowhere. So I may have to change up some things for the stream, guys. Hold up, give me a moment as I try to get everything together. Everything was working great, and then all of a sudden yeah, patience. But here's the thing: everything was working fine, and then all of a sudden everything wanted to like not work. And I've done nothing different since our last stream as well. So I'm trying to eliminate some of the sub stuff that could be a problem. It says it's still running, which is crazy. So I'm eliminating probably some of the back pages and servers. You should not be up for whatever reason. Yeah, there's a lot of weird. Now I'm looking at, there's a lot of weird things happening in the background that should not be there, and I don't know what got that started. Hmm. This is crazy. Hold up. What is going on here? All right. The issue that I'm having is that it's saying that OBS is running, but it's not running. So here's what I gotta do. Let me go here. Take that out. Just give us a couple of seconds. Anyway, how are you guys doing today? We'll go from that in the meantime. You said Peace Dynamo is an AI. For all we know, Peace could be an AI, but I gotta be honest with you then. If Peace Dynamo is an AI and an AI that's also a member, I gotta be honest with you, Gatsby. One of the best AIs I've seen. That is a very interactive AI, very authentic sounding AI. So, gotta say, I'm a little impressed. I am impressed. What's good, so? Happening? Okay. Listen, I'm just calling it how I see it, Gatsby. If it really is that, then it's really really convincing, and I'm just like, damn, we are far behind. All of us are far behind. Whatever we think AI is, we already lost. The Peace Dynamo is already laying it down like that. We're already doomed. All right. For some reason, why are you still saying that though? I just literally eliminated everything. Did I? Yeah, the one with Tyrone. Oh yeah, I saw that. Yo, I thought that shit was hilarious. I was like, wait, yeah, man, that was kind of how I felt in the moment. Like, what the hell was going on here? Like, you need to relax, my guy. What the hell? All right, I'm gonna have to do something I normally would not do, but I feel, oops, feel the need to have to do it. All right, hold up. Oh, this is really, really pissing me off right now. My system is fighting me. There's something going on with a page, and it's fighting me. Yep. Uh, do I don't know if you guys want to take off or do whatever, but I need to do a quick restart. It'll take me about a minute, maybe three, and then I'll be right back, and that should fix everything. So I'm going to I'm gonna have no choice but to do that. That's just really, really what it is. Because whatever it is, it's sitting in back processing, and I don't want to go through my registry to knock it out. All right, so we got to go from there. I actually had to do a quick reboot because something really crazy. No, don't. Oh no, I had to really reboot everything. So I'm actually on my phone. I'm realizing something got locked up. I think it's part of an update that took place. So I'm gonna have to take care of it. Unfortunately, that is what it is. That is what it is. I really don't like it. I really don't like it. And I think it might have something to do with the fact that I was reviewing a few things. You can't see no belly buttons. What are you talking about, KM? I got no trouble with the handle business. Everything was already going really good, and then all of a sudden, there was this weird update thing that was taking place, and then boop, everything froze. You guys saw it in real time. So I just got to get back in action. That's all. But let you know, folks, it's real time. This is real time. This is what people have to go through. This is also part of the aches and pains when you go live streaming. So much easier life when you actually do just recordings. So much of it easier life when you could just edit everything or just do a quick short. It is very, very different when you are live in living color. And while not often, there are days where this is going to happen. And there are going to be people who will be like, we understand, we're with you. And the people are going to say, man, I'm bored. I got a limp dick already. I'm leaving. And I'm like, good, because I don't really want to see you hard or flaccid. You can go. See, here's the part that matters, KM. You said shit happens, you're human. People don't treat you like you're human. So this is why I say things like, so if I ever just drop like a premiere, it's live, folks, it's live, but this is strictly a recording, how would you feel about it? Because then you're gonna be like, oh, we get to see everything, there are no screw ups, we get to watch whatever we want from him, but then why is he ignoring me? Why am I asking questions and he's not saying anything? Why do I feel does Resla not like me? No, it's a pre-recorded video. That's why. And then you feel a way about it. But then when things happen and you're going live, things that are outside of your control take place, people start feeling away. So which one is it? Either you're with the program or you're at the whim of whatever makes your asshole twitch. Because God, Lord knows, if you're like this when it comes to people who are actually live and doing streaming, then I know you guys definitely feel away when you're trying to get your nut off because you're watching your favorite prawn and there's a thunderstorm and the shit starts buffering. I know you feel away then. No, I definitely don't act like y'all. Not at all. Maybe that's the part that kind of gets to people now that I'm thinking about it. Yeah, asshole twitching. I sat down and then all of a sudden he's gone. I'm going to give him 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. Nope, I'm gone. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. My butthole can't take it. Let me go find the next thing. That's what it be like. You know? And what can we say about it? Yeah, what can we say about it? Nothing, because we know that people's patience and attention spans are extremely short. Look at it this way. I think we got 3 people in here right now, and just before this shit happened, we had 7. What happened to those other people? What happened to them? I can tell you what happened. Asshole twitching. That's what happened. They felt a little something in the rectum. They said, oh, no. I'm not surprised.
I'm not surprised, Gatsby, at all. The point is, and the point remains to be, is that it's a sad thing. It's a very, very sad thing. Because the thing that helped get us to this far in civilization and help us get this far is the thing that has fallen short. Patience, understanding, all these things have failed. All of these things have failed. Oh, something really happened here because all of my docs are gone. What the hell happened? What the hell happened here? Okay, let's get some things back in the program because apparently things have really screwed up. What the hell happened here? It's like my OBS is something brand new, but I see all my stuff. This is crazy. What the hell happened here? Oh, this is a shit show. What happened here? Oh, well, that's not fun. What are you? What are you? You go away. Oh, wow. When I say like everything I collapsed, I don't know whatever happened was a StreamYard issue. Not a StreamYard issue. It was a OBS issue specifically, and everything just went bad. Everything went bad. So now I gotta try to pull up everything again. I wonder what did that. I didn't. There was an update for OBS that happened earlier this week. Hmm. Now I wonder. I wonder if that might have been part of it. All right. Well, this is a mess now. Wait, you said what? You can't believe Resla just what? Hold up, because I lost my chat real quick. Hold up. You can't believe Resla just told me to go away. Oh, I mean, I can't stop anybody from doing what they want to do, Game. If people want to leave, they want to leave. If I tell people, hey, listen, feel free to take off because shit ain't really going well, you do whatever you're gonna do. But there are people who just disappear at the mere hint that something could be bad. I don't know what that's a you know what, Gatsby, great, great question. That's a really good question. Huh? When are you gonna go live, KM? You know I promote anyone who thinks that they have a point of view. Come on, don't be a pussy. Don't be a pussy. Come on, you can go live, KM. This is a great question. It's a great question. Thank you for asking that, Gatsby. Don't say never. Don't be like that. So even if you block him, that doesn't stop the fact that you're still being looked at as a person who should be possibly going online. Just something to think about. And but you see her right now, right? You see her right now. Never gonna get it. 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 Can't be stingy. She's like, never gonna get it. Gonna get it. Sad. So sad. I don't know what happened with stream or with OBS that interacted with my StreamYard, but that was not nice. That was not nice at all. So give me a second here. Give me a second. We're gonna do this. And
Okay, so it looks like we are It looks like at the very least we are back here on camera. But when I tell you everything is messed up, I mean that. I mean everything is messed up. My entire OBS is jacked up. And now I see I have a project now that I have to work on. Things just can't be doing what they need to be doing. Okay, let's get a couple of programs back up, folks. I need to be able to see my chat. I did see something is already working. One of my programs is working because I saw the chat pop up on the screen when I first came back here. So we did have that. All right, so we are semi back. Real semi back. Semi back. I don't know why that sounds really weird to me. Semi back. Not all the way back. We were a semi back. We're a semi back. Oh, I am really annoyed with OBS right now. Anyway, let's start a little bit over. How are you guys doing? Like I said, I've been gone for a little bit. We're not back. I'm back. I don't know what happened with the program, but we gotta work with it in real time, and now we got where we're going. I have been working on specific projects. I don't even know how I sound because I just literally started my whole system. Guys, let me know if I'm too loud, if it's too what. You know what? Hold up. Let me just go. Let me go into YouTube. The YouTubes. Oh wow. I'm gonna have to check out that stream at some point. Damn. I don't know what that's about, but I need to see that. I just saw a video that said ISO speed almost died on the stream in real time. So I might have to see that at some point. At least let's see how I sound. Oh, okay. So we're sounding good. We are sounding good. So good so far. Oh, due diligence walking to the building. What's going on, man? Grab yourself a seat. Don't know what I'm really getting into right now. Since you weren't here, kind of just dropped everything. Everything had to get rebooted. So we're starting fresh. We are on the Bill O'Reilly. We are doing it live. We don't know what the hell's going on, but we are doing it live. And then that's kind of where it is right now. I'm trying to remember last week's episode and what we were doing and what we were talking about, because I got so caught up in other side projects and work stuff that was going on. I had a contract I had to do earlier this week. And now my mind is like on other things outside of content. And like I said, I started getting into the flow of a bit of writing. The writing was not content based. It's some other things that I was working on, and therefore I kind of got sidetracked. So when I finally noticed, actually, this funny part is like when I got up this morning, I was like, you know what? It's Tuesday. We're gonna do whatever. And then I sat down and I was like, oh, let me mute that. But I was like, hey, PC, tell me about the itinerary for today. And they were like, it is Wednesday, Resla. And I was like, what do you mean Wednesday? What happened to Tuesday? And then I realized I spent a lot of time taking care of other things on Tuesday. So some people need you smaller. Thank you. You know what? Thank you for that. You're right. There is something I wanna there. Thank you for letting me know that, because that is true. That was the last live. And I think that was was it a Friday or a Saturday? I don't know. I've had a couple of days in between because I was working on different stuff. Part of it for me, but most of it being for other people. That was my last live. And I know we were talking about a few things on it. Damn. Because this is why I say, like, some of you guys, the way how you guys behave, and you're like, oh, I can't really do. But if I drop the video, and let's just be honest, we're gonna put this out there on Front Street, because I've called this behavior out before last year, and I don't think we've ever revised it for this year, right? But there are so many people within the community, and I can't even really fault you. I can, but I won't fault you. I can, and I should fault you, but I'm not going to. because there are you guys who you will be there for many lives, many live stream takes of what happens. And I don't mean just my show, but many people's shows. Oh, John Parker, yo, appreciate you joining the actual team, people. So there are many people who are going to be the type of person who love to watch live streams like that. They're like, that is my jam. I like watching live streams. Nothing else makes me feel better. Nothing else makes me feel more alive. Nothing else gets me wetter than watching a live stream. Some of you guys, some of you guys are gonna be like that. Which is why I always said it was funny even earlier at the beginning of my streaming of YouTube, because I said and I said this, KM, maybe KM, you might remember this, but I said this, like, I could literally go live, do a bunch of stuff, and then if I really want to talk shit about a creator, I just had to do one thing: drop a video. Because people are less likely to watch the video. They only want to see live streams. In fact, I've even seen creators that lurk in your stream to see if you're going to talk shit so that they can clip, capture in real time, maybe right after your stream, go fire up a live stream so they can talk shit about the shit that you said and all kind of whatever else. But if you drop it in an actual video, that requires time, effort, and patience. They're like, if he's not live, I'm not gonna watch it. I want to see him talk shit in real time. That's what typically happens. So I could be dog walking you, by the way, in a video. See, I've learned in this mindset of people, because we're stuck between two demographics. There's really more demographics, but I'm saying within my community and the people that I've watched who has a particular type of or similar type of community. If it's not live happening, if it is not in a short, they're not watching it. Let me say that again for you. If it's not live so they can see it right then and there, if it is not on a short, something that's like 2 to 3 minutes, maybe less than a minute, they're not watching it. So if Resla, let's just say, if Resla decided he wanted to do a whole roast on whoever the fuck he felt like doing a roast on, right? And he said, this, that, this, and this, whatever. And he dropped it in a 15-minute video, they will never know. Because they can't spend that kind of time. They believe it's not interesting to me to sit there and watch that kind of time. Unless I literally said, ooh, this video's dedicated to you. Unless I literally put that as in the caption that it belongs to you, they will never watch that video. And I just think to myself, I could get away. Anyone who particularly has gripes, issues, whatever, with other creators who just strictly do online lives, right? I didn't even say panels, by the way. I just said what I said. Just strictly doing live streams, which means if you go to their catalog, you go to their channel, you will see live streams. You might see a short or two, but you will not see any videos. And that tells you the behavior, not just the creator, but also their community. Do not expect these things. So that means even if they got bad news, even if they got, Resla was talking shit about you, you know what they're gonna say? No, he didn't. He doesn't do that with me. It's people like Gatsby. It's people like KM. It's people like The Winch. It's people like Due Diligence who will actually see a video and be like, damn, why did he do that? The actual creators themselves won't get it. So that means they're relying now on people like those who I mentioned, the people who actually sit there and watch a video to say, let me give this to the creator because I don't think that they know that this person just fucking dog walked them. And then that turns into a response, that turns into a critique, that now turns into a live stream. Well, let me tell you what Resla was saying about me. Well, you wouldn't have known if it wasn't for the watchers that was watching me. Tell me if I am wrong. I know I'm not. Let me tell you how I know I'm not. Because I've already done it in the past. I've done it in the past. I've done videos, let it rock for a good week, took it off. Nobody knew anything. Nobody knew anything. And this, by the way, this was a test that I did. I did this 4 times in the past. This was a test. This was a test of your local broadcast system. This was a test. And the majority did not notice what happened. And this is when I was more known in the spaces, right? This is not after I took a huge break. We're talking about this is like 2024 Resla. This is like 2024 Resla. Most people knew me in all the other areas of the spaces. I would bounce in, say whatever, bounce in, be here, bounce, say what's up in the chat, bounce here, deal with people, bounce in, people will come to my panels, all kind of shit like that. So this is pre segregation of Resla. So we're talking about pre 2025. We're talking about a little bit of time after Vegas Resla. What does this say about not the community? You guys might get it fucked up. What does it say about people? What does it say about a particular person who watches a particular thing, but most of all, for a particular reason? What does this say? You said you got mini clips that you sent? Listen. It would be you, Cam. Because I've definitely dropped videos and taken them away. I've definitely had shorts and taken them away. Because I was just like, I'm doing an experiment, but I'm also seeing that if you are not live, they don't care. Because let's be honest, if they don't get a notification that shows so they can show up and either watch, hey, because KM or got me in a video doing this too. They're not sitting in your chat lurking and doing this, waiting for something, or if they're not catching a snippet that somebody else gave them or a short, they'll never see it. I have had lurkers, whether fans, let's just be honest, some of you guys, the way how you worship some of these other content creators, you're fucking fans. You will hold on to some of these people's nut sacks or vagina hairs if they gave you an opportunity in real life. Some of you guys are just really big fans. You don't look at them as, I appreciate their work. Like, not for nothing, as much as you, like some of you guys watch me, whatever, like, I look at you guys as people who support, as people who are community, as people who are even friends or acquaintances. I don't see you guys as fans. If I wanted fans, I know what platform to go to. If I wanted fans, and if I really wanted to start like a whole big thing, you know what I would do? I would go stack up my bread. This is what I would do. I would go stack up my bread. And I would say, what would make things very interesting for the panel sector. You know what? I'm gonna start an OF. I'm gonna stack my bread, and I'm gonna go on a tour. I'm gonna go on a tour. I'm gonna go on a panelverse pussy knocking down tour, and you would only be able to get it is if you subscribe to my OnlyFans, and it would always be on Sunday for Sunday Suds Days, and I would be making more money because then people would be sitting in the chat like, "Who's he gonna go see next? He's on a tour. Who's he gonna see next? Who's he gonna see next? Is he going to the West Coast next? Huh? Is he going south? Ooh, can he can, they would start DM. Can you let us know when you about to be in the Nashville area? Nashville? Well, I can't announce where I'm going because some of you motherfuckers is crazy. I can't have a whole this is not like a singing tour, a rap tour. I can't say in Dallas this day, in San Antonio this day. I can't because some of y'all are just too crazy. But if I was really to it just for this panel, you know what? Hey, I couldn't have a in this day we are gonna be flying over like from this day to this day we're gonna be flying over to Korea for the resto chesto. In this day we're gonna be flying over to go meet with so and so, and you have now a whole itinerary, and you're like, I can't wait. And then for some of your favorite ladies, in fact, some of you guys, you wouldn't. Let's be honest, you wouldn't even be caring. You wouldn't even care whether I found some of the ladies attractive. You would say, I just need you to go there and bust them down for me, and I will go watch it on Sunday for Sunday Suds Days. Can you dick them down, Resla, for me? I have a thing for her. It doesn't matter if you have a thing for her. I have a thing for her. And I will watch you bust her down for $24.99 a month. Because some of you people are weird. And by the way, the person who probably asked me that is not a guy. It's most likely to be a woman. It's likely to be a woman. Can we just keep it real? I know probably you guys were just thinking, yo, guys are weird. Yeah, the guys would. It's likely to be a woman. It is likely to be the woman that's gonna ask that. Not even gonna lie. Not even a little bit. It's likely the woman is gonna say, I just want to see. You know, they're gonna write the small DM. They might not even put it in the DM. They might just slip it in the email. And it's just be like, you know what? I'm not even gonna lie, wrestler. I just don't like the hoe. I just want to see you disrespect her. And I'm like, what makes you think I would disrespect her? Well, because you long stroke. They're kind of right. I do. But damn, that's crazy. And you're willing to go put up the $24.99 or whatever the hell is a month just to see it? I never liked that hoe. So I want to see you yank her by her fucking hair. I want to see you trying to pull strands out of her fucking head. I want to see you smack her and disrespect her and keep her cheeks red. All her cheeks red, left, right, on both sides and the back sides. And I just spit in her face and spit in her mouth, run her mascara, make her choke on your BBC. And I will gladly pay $24.99. And I will make sure that I keep watching because I know you're going to be on a tour. And I'm like, and by the way, that's just for the women. The women would ask for that. God forbid what you guys are thinking. The women would ask for that. The guys argue and go back and forth or whatever, and they just get very disrespectful. The women get very hateful. I've been watching you guys for years now. I've been watching you guys for years. The guys might get rowdy, but the women get vicious. Can we not lie for a moment? Can we just be honest? Can we tell the truth and shame the devil? Can we do that? My monitor's acting crazy over here. I don't know what's going on with it. Can we tell the truth and shame the devil for a moment? Come on. Not Resla. Not me. I would never. I would never. You have never seen me. What's my rule number 1? Be mindful about what you say, right? Because there's going to be someone in someone's chat, may not be on my streams, but someone's chat that's going to catch you being highly aggressive. Being absolutely appalling. Someone's going to catch you. Someone's going to be willing to break as little as $20. I know $20 is a lot for people, but for some people it's not, because they just really want the tea. Someone's going to be willing to drop as little as $20 for a back private conversation DM out you. We're talking about not a whole big paragraph, just this much of catching you being the most hateful, the most denigrating, the most swearing sailor that you've ever been. And that's strictly for the ladies. Guys are like, we kind of expect it. Unless they start talking about brutality when it comes to people. I think I'm going to go there, and when I see you, I'm going to take this whole Foster's can and shove it up his ass. I don't care how gay it seems. He's going to respect me next time he's on panel. And that's the sad part about the psychosis and about the feeling of wanting to be superior when you're online, especially when you can hide behind avatars. When you can hide behind your distance, when you can hide behind, you know what, just in case someone gets really crazy, you know what I'm going to do? Not because you just want to protect yourself from the internet, not because you just want to protect yourself because people are stealing your data. I'm going to get me a freaking VPN because I'm worried about these panel whores, these panel jizz ninjas, these simps, these dumb people. I'm going to get me a VPN strictly because of that. Not because you actually care about your safety or because maybe you like to watch the little type of wrong little people when you're surfing the internet, but because you're afraid of being outed on the internet for shit that you know you really shouldn't be doing because you're really not about that life in the first place. Can we just can we keep it a stack? Can we be honest just a little bit? Can we be honest just a little bit? I know. Y'all getting real quiet. Real quiet. For the numbers versus what I'm seeing in the chat, you're real quiet. You're like, I don't want to type anything, you know. Someone's going to say I was participating in this. I'm not going to type it. I'm not even going to type alphabets. I'm not even going to type E-I-E-I-O. Because I don't want them looking for me because Resla's getting a little too personal on the internet right now. What happened? No talking shit. No lurking. No. What? No, and a click here, and a click there. Here it click, there it click, everywhere it click. Nothing. No talking shit on panel burst. E-I-E-I-O. None of that now? Now we silent? Now we church mice? Nothing? Now there's nothing to say? You're afraid that someone else might clip you, might capture your little comment inside the freaking chat and send it to somebody? You worried now? This is the difference. Because a lot of people move in a way that is not being authentic. Hey, Resla, I saw you in the chat and you were saying such and such and such and blah, 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 blah. You know what I'm going to say? Okay, I said it. Doesn't make me a liar because I don't need to say things to be I don't need to say things to exaggerate what I'm thinking. I said it. No, don't say what you think you heard. Quote me on what I said. Because if you're the type of person that says, Resla, I heard you was talking shit. Because this happened. This is why I can tell you guys. Like, most of you guys don't get it. Because so many people turn around on the internet, right? And even in real life, turn around. I heard you was talking shit about me. First thing that I normally am like, then what did I say? Not to defend myself. Tell me what I said. I might just agree. Yeah, I said that. Or I don't know what that is. I don't even know what you're talking about. Who said that? Don't worry about where I heard it. No, I worry about where you heard it because who you heard it from and where you heard it is a key determination of what the intention is. Well, I heard it from someone that you don't know. I have no reason to care for them. I have no reason to care about what they're saying is actually true or not because you still haven't told me what the hell I said. So tell me what I said, and I may agree with it, or I may say I didn't say it. Because I'm hoping that if you're going to come to me and say that I said it, you have proof. You have proof. I'm hoping you have proof. Don't tell me you just ran off of what they said and you didn't bother fact checking them. So that means you must have proof. If a person, listen, if KM, who has the most clips of me, she's going to have a whole terabyte drive of me soon. She's got the most clips of me. If she said, this is what Resla said to somebody and they came to me trying to call me the fuck out, I'm still going to say, prove it. Well, I heard it from KM. That's cool. I still need you to prove it. Because if you do not, I have no reason to believe otherwise. And as much shit that she got, she should have provided you with something. If you're telling me that she just came to you and said, he talked shit, you came to me, and you knowing, when she said what she said, you didn't bother asking for any evidence, that's a failure on your part. That's a failure on your part. And you look so stupid when you decide to go to somebody else and say, I just want to let you know that I know. And you're telling me you just want to let me know that you know that you're a fucking idiot because you have no proof. That's not intimidating if you have no proof. This is why the system is set up to say you are innocent until proven guilty. Your accusations mean hot dog dirty water to me. Means little. I need proof. And I know this is something that, well, I'm out now. Can't be dealing with this. He's talking too much shit. He's talking about picking up facts because you know why? A lot of people don't want facts. They just want accusations. They want accusations. And by the way, this is the thing that this is the major part. This is one of the major. I have like 5. I'm about 7, but I got 5 major key things that I have a problem with the idea of people in the quote debate space. And this is one of the problems that I have is that people will make a claim and then they expect you to give them the evidence. This is what I heard. I need for you to prove me otherwise. And I'm going, you made the claim. Show me what evidence you got. I'm not going to make your case for you. I'm not going to make your case for you. Show me what you got. Why am I going to sit here and give you free information? But some of you guys, because you get so bullheaded, or you get so in your fifis, or you want to so prove that you are so righteous and so right, you walk right into traps. And I've seen it for years. And I don't even mean it just in this space. I see it everywhere online. I've seen it in one-on-one debates. I've seen it in conversations. I've seen it in people in the news cycle. And I'm going, you didn't see what was happening there? And I get it. Maybe some places they just want to play along. You know, you never know what happens behind the scenes. It's scripted out. Some people want to play particular parts, whatever. But that's not generally what I get when it comes to online spaces. Because the reason why you find online spaces to be so fruitful, to be so engaging, to be so stimulating, right, is because everything is live in living color. The same way how you see, I can even have a stream that goes down and malfunctions in real time, right? So if everything is taking place in real time, it is what it is, the way that things are turning out, then quite frankly, why is it that you can't come up with all the information that you need? If everybody's out there clipping and everybody's out there looking for all the drama in the world, then how is it with all these different people, you can't find someone who could provide you with drama? You got a claim, you have an accusation, you got no evidence. That doesn't make sense to me. I mean, look at it this way. Look at it this way. This is real interesting. I think about one of the times I was on Kev and Resto's show. I can't remember when it was. And it might have been most likely it had to have been a drunk streaming, right? And I don't know what it was or how it turned out to be, but I was approached. I think I was trying to leave, actually. I think I was done for the night. And someone came, I think it was either Resto or Kev. It might have been Resto. But the initial point was like they were telling me about another creator, someone I still don't know, who said that this person is doing a markup of one of my shows, one of my shows I used to do. And I was just in fact, now I'm thinking about it, it was Resto. Oh, there's this guy, he's doing your show opinionated. And I'm like, is he though? And the idea that I got, oh, yo, Locksmith, what's good, man? You said binary. There you go. Thank you. That's the guy, binary. A guy I really don't know. But he was like, oh, the guy's taking your title, the title of your show. Keep in mind, there's something very important, by the way. How do you know? How does anyone know I didn't take the title from someone else? How do we know? Well, he's stealing your shit. What is he stealing from me? A word? What is he stealing? So my questions, I remember I was thinking to myself, if he took the word, oh no, because I think he was also saying he took your fonts and your formats. I'm like, honestly, I don't own the fonts. I don't own the format. I don't own the word. It's not trademarked. Anyone can use it. The word has been used throughout history in so many different ways. There are definitely a lot of shows with the name opinionated in it. The thing that made it more salient for me was to ask, Does he do what I do? And the reason why I had to come down to really ask that question to Resto at that time was like, I know the type, I at least know based on you and what your interests are, the type of characters that you hang around, that you watch, that you interact with, that you find to be interesting, which means he must do drama back and forth, reacting to other people and just talking shit type of content. There's no disrespect in that. There's a lane for that. But if this is what his content is about, there's no way in hell that you can say that his content is my content. But do you see what I just did, folks? I get some information that comes to me, and I ask for clarifying questions. I ask for clarifying questions. What does he do? How is it mine? Let me break down my own shit to make sure what's being utilized is actually what it's being utilized to do. It's a word. I can't do shit about a word. Again, not in trademark, not that it really matters anyway. So the most important part is, does he do what I do? If the answer is no, the name doesn't matter. The people he brings up doesn't matter. The people he talks about doesn't matter. The way that he comes onto the show doesn't matter. None of that shit matters. In fact, if he's not a person who's consistently, by the way, on screen, nothing matters. This is not, by the way, this is not a shot at binary. This is a shot at when people come to you with accusations, claims, or whatever. It is your job to get as much information as possible. Because if I wasn't who I was, what would have been the inverse? What would have been the other results of this conversation, folks? Oh, he's taking my shit? Yeah. And he got your same font. And he named the same with you. Yeah. Man, fuck that nigga. Yo, I'ma do this. I'ma prove that I'm the... And that would have been an absolute L. That would have been an L. Cake Mix is in the building. You said it was a drunk stream. Resto and Kev was only trolling you because we was drinking and it's yeah. No, I got that. But this is the point that I have. Like, and this is the point that I've told to Kev and Resto multiple times. Like, I can drink with you guys. But the aspect of getting me drunk? Really? I mean, no one really catches me drunk. I can drink. And I've been drinking for so long, it really doesn't mean that much to me. Think about it. And here's the funny part. When you guys see me drink even on stream, you know, like if you really want to talk about a drunk stream, then everybody can say, we see Resla drink all the time. But you don't catch me drunk. I know what will put me over and what wouldn't. And since I don't even like the feeling of being like that, I'm not really in that state. Which means that even when someone wants to BYON, you're not going to catch me so inebriated that I can't think. So this is why I say, like, the aspect of drunk streams don't work for me. The aspect of people being like, well, I need you lit. I need you lit on your birthday so we can drop dollars to you to get lit. I'm like, that's just, it's not my thing. I've been doing this for a little while now. You've never seen me do a drunk stream even for my birthday. Because my content is about what the content is about. It's not a grift. I'm not here to try to steal as much money as I can from you. I know. I just said something that was sacrilegious to a lot of different streamers and creators. You said not on purpose? Fine, if you want to say not on purpose. Like, I don't threaten. I don't be like, we not gonna be on unless I see some Unless I see some money, I don't do it. Because here's the truth of the matter. I keep a time frame of the things that I want to do and the things I want to talk about and how long it needs to be. And if I feel like it, we go over. If I don't, then I'm gone. Like this idea when I have like random people or random creators come up and then tell me how I should do my platform. I'm just like, based on whose vision? Whose vision? Well, if you want to learn how to do YouTube, show me your numbers then. Show me your numbers. Show me your numbers. Because you must be sitting at least, I don't know, 20, 30, 50, 90, 100K subscribers, right? Show me your numbers. And then if you're telling me what I used to do, stop right there. Don't tell me what you used to do. Please don't do that. Don't tell me what you used to do. That you are dead in the water right then and there when it comes to me. Because telling me what you used to have, I'm already asking, did you abandon the channel? Did you get the channel taken down? Because if your channel was taken from you, that already tells me that you're a big negligent. If you lost access to your channel, it tells me you're a big negligent. That's what it tells me. So I don't want any advice from you. If you're telling me that you haven't gone past what you've been doing and you can't get past that and you're telling me how to do something, stop. Don't tell me the reason why my numbers are not like that anymore is because I got into a whole big controversy and now my numbers drank because a lot of people left. I don't care. I really don't care. Don't tell me what you used to do. Used to bees don't make no honey. Don't tell me shit, especially shit that you can't prove to me. Show me your back catalog of all this shit that you did, because most likely they can't. You say, don't you find it weird? Weird as fuck is how much the people could talk about their social life, Matt. But it doesn't, though. It doesn't. It's not real. Here's the thing that bothers me about what you're saying in there, Gatsby. There's so many people that be hate, and I've said this before. I've said this before online. Too many people, to be honest with you, I'm just gonna be honest. I'm saying straight up. Let's do this. Real touch point with you guys. There are too many of you who watch panels, who maybe even get on panels. Let's just be honest with you. You don't have a real life. You don't really have a real life. You don't have any family. You really don't have any close friends. You obviously don't have children with all the time that you spend online. So the ideal that you want to talk about how well off you're doing or how things should be based on very little metrics that you can actually prove yourself. I'm just going to be honest with you. With all the time and the hours that you spend online, you're actually proving the opposite, that you really don't have things going on because you have too much time spending online. And if you're talking about how much you need to do this and do that to be online, well, as much time as I see you online, why is it you don't have a channel yourself? How come you don't have tens of thousands of subscribers yourself? Because obviously you've shown that you have the time, right? So no, I don't need information, and no, I don't need time from you. And I'm not gonna lie, with all the time that you spend online debating, referencing, talking shit about, trolling, stalking, one thing it tells me is that you don't have much going on in your real life, and you have traded the real world for the online one. I'm calling it as I see it. It is what it is. And by the way, and if I'm wrong about that, prove it to me. I've said this before. People are in real life going to jobs, doing shit that they don't want to do to supplement their online lives as if their online lives is the real fucking world. They only expect to find the woman of their dreams online because they're too afraid to do so in the real world. They go to work to get a check, spend hours in the plant or in the cubicle or whatever, so they can go online and drop all that money in a chat so people could turn around and say, look at him. He must be good. Look at her. She must be balling because she drops money every week. He drops money. Look at it. They must be rich. When the truth of the matter is, like, they had to do overtime just to make sure that they had the extra money to drop in the fucking chat. Can we just be a bit realistic? Can we? And there are so many people who get caught up. They drop money every week. They must have a really good job. Not really. How do you know they're not doing doubles almost every fucking week? How do you know? It's not like they ever told you what they do and how much they make. How do you know? If they, case in point, if they had all this money that they claim that they have, right? How are they online so much? Why is it they don't have nothing else to spend their money on? How come they don't have anything else to spend their money on? And I'm gonna land this last point because I already know it feels like I'm already stomping a mud hole in it. With all the money that they claim that they got and all the money that they claim that they're spending, right? I want to ask you a question. I don't give two fucks, but I want to ask you a question. When have you ever seen their face? I'll let you sit with that for a moment. When have you ever seen them? Not heard their voice, not see how frequently they come up. When have you ever seen their face? As much, because you have to ask yourself a very specific thing. If a person can be up consistently online on people's platforms, then that means they consistently have enough time to create their own content. You can't say, if you don't have 10 minutes, you don't have a life. And I've seen some of these people be on for several hours. So what's the excuse? Not an accusation. It's a question. And it's a question for you to answer. Because I think some of y'all don't really think about asking that question. How? How is it they're not? And then they'll say this, I don't need this YouTube shit. Evidently you do, because you need to be looked at. You need the attention. You need someone to feel like they acknowledge you. You need to be seen. You need to get pulled up on platforms. You need to make sure your name is highlighted in the chat. You could just be sending super chats. You need it. You need it. You're not getting enough recognition. You need it. You may not like it, but you do need it. Let me move this around. I want to make sure I get some, because I'm not really looking at the StreamYard side. As I said, Gatsby, because you say immersion, you could be sending a Cash App. Most people have Cash Apps. Most streams that we look at have Cash Apps. Because why do they even offer the Cash App, Gatsby? Why do they offer it? Because they don't want the majority or a good chunk of their money going to the platform, right? The only reason why it's looked at as immersion is because the person gets highlighted. Because here's the thing, you could just drop it in the chat. By the way, this is the reason why StreamYard is so popular. It's not because, oh, look, we can do all these different things and I can bring up banners or whatever. No. It's specifically so that I can bring up chat notifications on screen, which there are plenty of other programs that can actually have you do that. But as much as I can bring up other particular chats and everyday chats or whatever, the most important chat to be brought up, the most important one that should be acknowledged, is the one that has a $sign behind it. I don't know why we're pretending otherwise. When you say immersion, the chat, you being able to see it, you being able to pull up stuff, is immersion already. In fact, your biggest immersion is not the fact that you're able to do this. That's not your biggest immersion. Your biggest immersion as the creator, as the host, is to be able to look at the chat and engage. That's your biggest immersion. I've had plenty of streams and I'm seeing plenty of people who have streams that never have to put a chat on the fucking screen and gain so much immersion and engagement through interaction. So your sense of immersion is really about self-aggrandizing people, people who really want to be acknowledged. Aren't I good? Look at me. I have a different color. I have a wrench. I've dropped money. Is that really all immersion? We don't see how advertisement and how color themes and how all this stuff works. We're just not gonna pay attention to all the little psychoanalytic things that take place. Of course not. I know you're smart enough to know that. It's dopamine. You want to ignore it? You want to ignore that one? You want to just say that's wrong? What would be the reason for the colors? What would be the reason for the notification of a special wrench? What would be the reason for the symbol to specifically put that you are a member? What's the reason for it? Why the specific colors that they choose? Why? And by the way, why is it's so important for creators to highlight people who mainly, they could highlight anyone, but why is it like when I do my whole thing over here where you type and the shit comes up on my screen, because obviously that's not given throughout StreamYard. So that means it's a concerted effort to make sure that you highlight things. And since you're not going to highlight everybody, who do you want to highlight? Those that are considered to be the most important. These are strategies, but these are also strategies that are not put up from the creator. These are strategies that are put up also from the platforms. They condition the creators. The platforms, the people who develop platforms, condition creators to move a specific way. Because if a creator becomes busy by having more people in there, they have to be very choosy as to who they want to have up there. Because if I could just say, I don't really want to do a whole lot of work. I want super chat and I want members only to only show up on my screen. I can do that. But then so many people who are not members, who are not people who drop stuff, are gonna feel excluded. So then it's my job as the host, as the creator, so that when I see shit, regardless of whether they are a member, a donator, or a regular chat, I can talk to them. And if no one else knows who the fuck I'm talking to or what I'm saying, I can highlight them. And guess what? There are plenty of people who feel very good because I mistreat them. Because why? Engagement says, he's treating me bad, but at least he noticed me. There are people in here who don't get noticed at all. I feel special even if he told me to kick rocks. I feel special even though he told me to get kicked by a horse and die. All I felt was he saw me. He saw me. And I'm special now because he saw me and he didn't see you. Am I wrong to point that out? Am I wrong to not see the writing on the wall? Am I wrong to understand that the biggest thing that we all have to fall subject to is marketing? Again, nothing wrong with marketing, nothing wrong with advertising. But there are people who actually think about these things because they think on a deeper level compared to those that just say, well, it is what it is. Because there are too many people in the world that do not care about what. Thank you, Cake Mix. Because why do you think I do this? I had to do this. This is not a feature of the platform. I had to do that. I had to do this. This is not a feature of the platform. It's an intentional thing. And I say if I didn't do the big banner that ran across, by the way, not to just notify everybody who's watching that Cake Mix dropped, but to notify me because I get into my whole thing. I can get very busy to the point where I don't pay attention. So there's a little chime that happens to notify me. There is the banner that happens to notify me. And then if not, on the stream side, if I was on StreamYard, which let's be honest, is a good time where I'm not, then I can see the different color coding where I can say, oh, look, Cake Mix, $1.99. She's obviously got KM as her tax strategist because she's taking the penny away. But decided to say that immersion is overrated. And it's also nerd stuff. But by the way, the idea that we're all talking to each other right now, Cake Mix, is nerd stuff. And you should learn to appreciate nerds. Nerds are the shit. Nerds are the reason why we're here. Love them or hate them. Nerds are the reason why we're here. I've never been classified as a nerd. I've always been a geek. I've never been a nerd. I've always been classified as a geek. I've never been classified as a nerd. I know there's a lot of people that just don't understand the difference, especially with the rise of anime. You can do that. You can do that all you want, KM. It is what it is. And don't you forget about it. It is what it is. We've been here and we'll continue to be here. Some of the girls that I had the most fun with were nerdy girls. Nerdy girls can also be kind of nasty girls. Just need a little bit of someone that they can give a little bit of trust to. Fucking nerd. That's right, fucking jock. That's right, you fucking jock. What you say? I'm not saying don't consume Panaverse. I think the consuming is fine. The problem comes when immersion is part. This whole thing is is a parasocial experiment. We've been doing parasocial experiments ever since we were been able to use the telephone. Parasocial experiments were taking place when people were pen paling. Parasocial experiments when people gave unlimited texting because you had to be very specific with who you want to text way back then. But what's the problem with that now? We've gotten so far into the space of parasocial relationships, right? That the real world suffers now. There are more people. Here's a great example. Tell me how you guys feel about this. More people today meet people on online dating sites than in real life. The average way that people normally met their partner, if they didn't try to meet them in real life at a party, at an event, at a venue, you know, then you typically met your partner at the workplace, the place where you spent more hours than you care to admit. You met the person that you would with at the job. Now that's not the case. In fact, the average, especially for Z's coming up, and even some millennials, some later millennials, think it's very awkward to meet someone in the streets. And by the way, ladies, it's kind of your fault as well. And when I say kind of your fault, not all of you, but those who wanted to participate so hard in Me Too. Because guys were still walking up to women and still asking out, doing this and doing that. But when guys started to pull themselves back and say, we're not going to do that because it's just too much of a risk, because people are being nasty now than ever before, to some extent, I kind of get where you ladies are coming from. Because I think guys have now gone the other side of the pendulum as well. Women used to be like, I'm sorry, no, I'm sorry, they even lie, I got a boyfriend, whatever. Maybe they give a phone number because they're trying to be polite, but they gave it to a Chinese restaurant, whatever. But then turned into the era of, ew, no, you broke, you dusty, you this, you that. It was tearing down someone in real time. And now the extreme for guys, because it's a case that already happened right now, being charged an adult for pretty much, you can say almost manslaughter, are guys who, when they get rejection for trying to talk to a girl, they beat the girl up. This is one case that's happening right now. The guy who slammed the girl on the floor and then kicked her in the head. But let's just go into where we think that this was a thing that became normalized. Because it wasn't a thing that became normalized due to reality. These became situations that became normalized due to social media. The aspect of being able to be so nasty and be too harsh to people in real life comes from people who go online to watch people do very degrading things to other people online. And now they drag that feeling, they drag that information, they drag those strategies into real life and then practice them. And then they're not ready for the repercussions. And guys who have not been around enough guys to learn about the shit that needs to be learned about self-control and such, because all they ever really learned about is to be said that, man, shut up, bitch, smack a bitch, whatever. And then therefore they do this. Can we not just call out what we see? Oh my, if I tell you like some of the shit that pops up in my timeline, shit that's sitting in my tabs that I just want to go over because I haven't seen it, but I saw like the shorts and the clips that I saw that made me do my research, but I haven't looked at the videos themselves yet. Because the reason why I could literally just do what a lot of people do, that which is just already wrong, which is look at the short, see what was being said, and then react to it. But that's not me. I'll see the short and say, what the fuck made this person say that? And then I go into a rabbit hole, and then I start deep diving, and I start picking, and I gotta find the original video, and I gotta see what the comments were in that original video to see what the fuck the context is. I'm not gonna just run on the short, because I've also seen what happens when people run on shorts, run on information, and then you get to the actual real substance of the context, and you're like, the short is absolutely wrong. And they didn't do enough research. And when we do enough research, because we didn't look at the conversation, what do we say about communication, right? How would I turn around and do that, right? When I talk to you guys, whenever I'm on stream and I say, honestly, conversation rules a nation. I would rather be effective rather than be right, because we should be trying to garner some understanding. What's the point in what will be the point in me being right? What would be the point in me being right? If me being right means that you all drink the Kool-Aid and you pass away. I'm pretty sure that wasn't your intention, but that's what you fell into because we got to be right. So what are you doing with yourself? This is why my whole content is about, this is what we see. This is what we see takes place. This is what we notice. But at the end of everything, what are you doing? Are you following along? Even when you say it's just entertainment. Is it just entertainment when I can catch you talking about those same talking points? Is it just entertainment? Or are you slowly being indoctrinated? Is it simply entertainment when you start expounding to those same talking points? Is it really just entertainment when you don't do enough research, when you don't do enough of your own due diligence to ensure that what you're saying is going to be correct? Because here's the thing, funny part about it. It's not you're doing your due diligence so that you can not only be correct when you're, quote, debating someone, but also when they say, I don't believe where you got that from, you can then provide it to them. You can provide it to them. You can tell them where you got your findings. And most people that we run across, most debates, and this is the problem that I see when you were talking about your content, your comment, not saying don't consume panel verse content. I'm not saying that, and I haven't been saying that for years. But I also have done things like logical fallacies. I've done like 2 or 3 different streams about logical fallacies, about making sure that when we look at things that we are observing what is actually being said. That when we hear things, we don't just let it fly by and then we let them move on, that we do our own research, that we make sure that what we're listening to is correct. Because what happens is that because you like someone enough, because they are on camera, then you go to debate somebody, and because you like them, and why would they ever steer you wrong? Because they were owning and cooking that person, right? Then your dumbass turns around and repeat what the fuck they said, and then someone who actually does do their due diligence, someone who actually does research, someone who actually is smart enough, catch your ass in a trap, in a snare that you walked your ass into because you didn't do your work. That is your fault at the end of the day. What is good, denizen? That's your fault. You thought I could repeat what the hell they said because they won't steer me wrong. I'm going to win, right? And then the person who's being a little bit more effective than you are, regardless of all your yelling, regardless of how much you want to call them an idiot or a pussy or whatever a derogatory shit that you want to do, but at the end of the day, they got you. They got you. And now you're standing there holding the bag. And by the way, you're holding the bag that you took from somebody else. Because I know you're not going to go to that fucking content creator. You're not going to write them a DM. You're not going to go to their email. And you're not going to say, well, I listened to what you said and I tried using it and I was wrong. How could you be wrong? How could you make me look wrong? You're not going to do that. In fact, during that conversation, when you find out that you're wrong and you can't properly defend yourself, here's your last resort for you to get out of it. You're going to crash out. Last resort, nuclear option. Nuclear option, you got to crash out. Go big or go home. Now you got to hope that by you got to say all the nasty things to them. You got to try to move them off their square. You got to make them look crazy for catching you in the corner. Now you're a rabbit dog in the corner. You got to do whatever you got to do to get them to look the other way so that you can escape. Rather than you should have been playing the fucking game fair. Not even fair. You should have been playing the game correctly. You were unprepared to have a conversation because you were unequipped for it. You were ill-equipped for it because you did no research. You were a mouthpiece for someone else. I said this. In fact, KM, thank you for reminding me what the stream was. You are the baby bird. You're thinking that you were getting some substance, a fucking worm in your mouth, but really, it was a cock. You were sucking on the tip. You were catching the whole throat. You were getting throated. And you were sitting there. And you didn't do your fucking due diligence when you got into an argument with somebody using this person's strategies that you didn't try to fucking correct yourself. You are the problem. Not that creator. You are the problem. Because that person's not responsible for you. They're not, more than likely, they are not your brother, and they're damn for sure not your keeper. So who do you have to blame? Who do you think you are? And most of all, just because this person's on camera, who do you think they are? And the funny part, I say this to so many people, but the first thing I always say is, hey, do yourself a favor. Check me as well. Don't think because I'm sitting here on a camera like you can't check me. That doesn't mean I'm an authority. It does mean that I'm going to go do something that you're not. But that doesn't make me the professional or the authority or that I can't be checked. The problem that I get with people is that when they come up to try to check me, they go everywhere around the bush. But you know what they seldomly ever do? Answer the question honestly. They'll give me questions. In fact, they won't answer the questions. They'll ask me a bunch of questions for qualifiers for their claims that has nothing to do about the actual conversation itself. They will ask new shit, introducing new conversations, new topics, but they don't want to focus on the things that were actually there because why? They're ill-equipped. Conversation rules the nations. If you think that a W is going to help you get by, let me just ask you this as well, because I say this all the time. So I'm asking you a question I've always asked you guys a lot. At the end of the W that you're getting, right? Who did it benefit? Who's going to look at you better? That's only one stream. It's one stream. Who's going to remember it? Like, who's going to remember it? What if this stream was 4-5 hours? Do you think somebody else, some random person is now going to look at a 4 to 5 hour stream and just go, look at that one little point that somebody made. They're awesome. They're not. They're not going to remember you. It's a fleeting familiar. They're not going to think about you. They're not. Well, remember that one time? Here you are. Remember that one time 3 years ago when I was talking with Denizen and after he was cooking me for about an hour, I had 5 minutes where I was winning? No one's going to remember that. No one's gonna count you on that. No one's gonna even, first of all, no one's gonna remember it was months ago. Only you remember it. no one else is gonna fucking remember it. No one else is gonna fucking care. And this is why I say, if you really think that you're as smart as you think you are, start a fucking channel. Start a channel. Because if you really are who you claim to be and you really are that person, then that means you should have a catalog history of you doing that thing. If you don't, no one cares about what you're talking about. No one cares what somebody else came to your chat and talked about what you did one time. Because if you are not consistently doing something, you are not that thing. If you tell me I used to practice law and I'm no longer a lawyer, you're not a lawyer. If you tell me I used to be the accountant of Fortune 500 companies and I haven't practiced it in over 2 years and I've been retired or whatever, you are no longer an accountant. If you tell me I was on Resla's platform and while he had me in the corner, I did my most desperate fucking attempt and I talked shit about him, I said, fuck your bandana, fuck your glasses, fuck your background, fuck your chat, fuck your hair, fuck your beard, and the chat was laughing and I felt like I was winning and I left triumphant, and you have no other history to show that you can actually repeat that, no one cares. Well, I used to be the shit. Well, used to be's, say it in the chat, folks. Used to be's don't make no honey. No one cares about what you used to do or the one time you did something. If you are not consistent, you are not that. If you are not consistent, you are not known to be that thing. It is what it is. What happened? You say what? I would, but I don't like to shame my brilliance to strangers. Like, well, here's my thing. Here's my thing to that, mama. Here's my thing. It doesn't matter. And this is the point. I'm gonna go back to Gatsby's point. It doesn't matter when it comes to the idea of the panel verse. Because even if you showed your IQ, if you literally, let's just say you had a channel, mama. On the channel, you took an IQ test score and you scored high. Only thing you just proved is that there are other people on the internet who are now going to pick you out as a target so they can show that they are better than you. They're gonna go out their way to say that I am smarter than this old woman. That's what they're gonna do. That's what they're gonna do. I'm not only smarter, I'm better than you. And then they're gonna add on to it. I'm better than you. I'm prettier, or I'm more handsome than you. I got more money than you. I think I'm more successful than you. I got more cars than you. I get more hoes than you. Everything about my life, even when I go to the supermarket I go to is better than your supermarket. My daddy is better than your daddy. It won't matter. You proving that you are the thing that you are, which is why I think, even though I think it's important that you do show that you are the thing that you are. What I'm telling you is that with the mindset of someone that is always combative, it never matters. Because what they are fighting is an invisible enemy. And I don't mean you. They're fighting they're fighting the long road of trying to look like perfection. Their battle is not your battle. Their fight is not your fight. They are fighting the idea that they are a top dog to people who most likely don't even give a shit. If you are the best crackhead among crackheads, you're still a crackhead. You're still a fucking crackhead. There's still someone ahead of you. The lowliest person who could be doing bad is still not a crackhead. That person is still doing better than you. There are more men today in competition with each other, all because of social media. Strictly because of social media. Not because of their jobs, not because of how steep the market is now, not because how technology's been. Social media, because of social media now, there are more men who are in competition with each other than ever before. There are more women competing with each other than ever before. Not every woman is on makeup. How many women are plastic surgery has always been a thing, but how many more women are on the rise doing BBLs? How many? Lip fillers, extensions. The only thing I haven't really heard is heifers going to Turkey for fucking transplants. That's the only thing I haven't really heard. You're gonna have to prove that, Ghost, because you haven't said anything, and I don't even know what troll you're talking about. I don't know what troll you're talking about, but I know you're trying to troll me. But if you don't know the rules for my trolling shit, then you would understand why it doesn't mean anything to me. Because the same thing I say to everybody is like, you can come in and talk about whatever you want to talk about, but who does it help? Because it doesn't help you, and it doesn't help the other people around you, and it's damn for sure not people watching, helping the other people that are here watching the stream. So you're just here meat stroking yourself. You're wasting your time. The only collateral that you really have that's transferable throughout things in the life. You go to work because why? You're trading time for resources. See, I'm not wasting my time. I'm talking to the people who are actually going to get this and it's beneficial. If you're sitting up here and you're thinking that, well, I'm just going to sit there and think that I'm just going to try to get as much attention as possible because I ain't got nothing else going on in my life, then honestly, you're still adding to my time and you're wasting yours. That's why I don't worry about people. There's nothing that you're saying on the internet that actually affects my dollars in my real life. What's going to affect your YouTube check? I don't get paid by YouTube. I ain't a big creator. And yet you're here watching me. What does that say? What does that say? Let's keep it a buck. What does that say? You could be watching the top people and hating on them, but you chose little old me. Okay. The people who are here, they'll get the benefits. If you don't, it doesn't hurt them and it doesn't hurt me. Why do I care? It does nothing for me. Here's the sad part about it. You're the only person who's losing out. Because instead of actually understanding and something that could be beneficial to you, you chose to be ignorant. And I'm not here to help ignorant people. We don't stop. We keep moving. But there are plenty of people thinking that they're making a difference. I'm going to come here and talk as much as the pay. It's going to make a difference. Okay. You're making as much of a difference the same way how you made as much of a difference when your daddy and mommy laid down with each other. None. You made no difference. You made no difference. It was all on them. That's my point. What the fuck? Like, they think they're doing something. The fuck out of here. And they think this is bad now. For those who have been here long enough, Gatsby, you've been here long enough, the Winch, KM, like, fuck yeah, Locksmith, like, y'all been here long. Y'all used to see when my chat used to be big. Well, we had like over 100 people watching. Chat be fucking just flowing. Y'all were here for that. Y'all see how crazy shit was. And I feel bad because some of y'all was my mods. Y'all were overwhelmed. You were overwhelmed. You were like, I never saw this on Resla side. I don't even know how to really react to it. And I said, like, I don't know what to do either. We just gonna try to let it rock. You know what? Time yourself out. Time yourself out for that, KM. You're gonna time yourself out. Like, and you get these little weird stragglers that come in and they think that they're doing something. You know nothing about what we've already been through. And you have no idea what we're gonna get in the future. The fuck out of here. This person think they're making a difference. You hear them? We are the world. Thinking they're gonna do something. Fuck out of here. In fact, mama, time out, crazy mama. And then after that, I need someone else. I need locksmith to time out the winch, mama, for timing out KM. That's how we gonna do shit. That's how that happens. Like, what are we doing here? Wrong. Because here's the thing. What's useful now will change. The problem with preaching philosophy is that just like technology, philosophy is ever changing. Mathematics change. Coding changes. So I wouldn't suggest preaching things. I would just say learn it. You can learn it and you can have a discussion, but don't preach it. Because you will never have a full grasp of it. Just like human civilizations and how human beings have been able to move around history, you'll never get a full grasp of it. You're always just picking up bits and pieces. The problem with people, especially for those who want to be philosophers, is that they believe they have the cheat code to people and to life. And they're absolutely wrong, because life is always ever changing. Life is always ever expanding. This is why I say you should rather be thinking about being effective rather than being right. Because some of the most biggest people that I wind up having conversations with who end up fucking falling through the cracks are philosophers. They're all looking for the circle of life. They're looking for the philosopher's stone. They're looking for all the shit that makes life tie together and will be the apex or whatever. And they never found it. They never will, because until life ends, there won't be a point of stagnation where they can be able to fix it. That's just the way it is. And once you can accept that, life gets easier. It becomes easier to understand. It becomes simpler to understand. The idea when you say like things are out of your control and you are not gonna be the thing that fix it. Can we just get there out there? You are not God's gift. You are not gonna be the thing that fix it. All you psychology, all you sociology, all you philosophy majors, you're not gonna be the thing that fix it. I know somebody told you you're God's greatest gift, but you're not. You're just another twinkle in someone else's nut that made the race unconsciously to get to where you got to get to. You're not the gift. You're not the thing. You're not the thing. There were many before you. There are many beside you, and there will be many after you. And if you can't accept that, that's your cross to bear. But it is what it is. You won't. The only way it will actually mean something is if you are the last psychology major, the last philosopher, the last sociologist on Earth. And last I remember, the human race is not on the verge of extinction. You're not it. You're not it. I had to explain this to a nice little young woman. Nice, pretty, talking in a freaking distillery. Pretty. But you're not it. The world's not going to end with you. Everybody wants to believe that the next Tesla, the next Edison. That takes time. And even those people needed other people know to be able to get what they got. People like, oh, well, the light bulb was yeah, he might have done that, but you know there's other people that had to invest in that in order to make that happen. Do we not remember that? Even though when it's well, Edison created the light bulb, do you also know that he got fucking dropped out of basic school? He was so slow he couldn't keep up in school. The one thing that he did was the one thing that made him fit. Do you believe that you're that special? Do you believe that you are? Under today's constraints, he will be looked at as slow. And you think that you're gonna be that person? Well, almost every year, hundreds of thousands of businesses are being created, and you think you're the top? Talk about people who need a humbling experience. And I run into you guys more than you think, because you know where I can easily find you guys. Besides the graveyard, I can find you in bars. I can find you in clubs. You know where I don't find you? I don't find you in bookstores. Different conversation. We're not moving from it. I know this is your major, so you think that is something that you think that I need to compare with you on. Here's the thing. I don't even care. You're already starting what we already said earlier, Gatsby. You're asking me questions to qualify to you. You want me to qualify myself to you. But you're asking me questions so I can qualify myself to you. You're not someone I need to qualify myself to. Because that would mean that I would acknowledge you as being bigger and better than me, and you're not. You're not my superior. You don't even pay me. I don't have to take any rules from anyone, never mind you. So why would I need to qualify myself to you? And this is the part where I talk to so many people, from the chat to people in their lives, to their parents, to being online. You need to question people by first questioning yourself. Because a lot of you guys keep following a lot of these other creators. What's good, Stackbot? Follow these other creators and follow these other things being said. You know what? Here's what I should do. Here's really what I should do. I should start a segment or something, right? But I know there's plenty of people who's going to think that they're so big and so popular that they need money, right? The grift. I think there are so many people that I need to have a conversation with, and I just do a deep dive on asking them who they are, why are they doing what they're doing when it comes to being on online spaces, why should people listen to them, and why do they believe that they got the cheat code? I should really be like interviewing people to do that, because I think when it comes down to it, a lot of the viewers are gonna understand this, that they are no different than you are. They're normal people. They are normal fucking people. End of the day. Whether you think that they've done something exceptional, whatever, you're gonna find out they're normal people. Because a lot of opportunities, a lot of things that happen are all about luck. And I know a lot of you guys like to think they just made it happen. The truth of the matter is, like, people are not born the same. People are not born equal. People not always have the same opportunity, and some people get lucky. Hence, the lottery. Not everybody can win the lottery. Not everybody can go to an Ivy League school. Like, what are we doing? Well, he's making my point, KM. Just the way that you're describing philosophy, it doesn't sound accurate. Sound accurate, which means I need you to prove to me that what you're saying is actually right. Even though, by the way, plenty of people who said what I said will look at philosophy as being that way as well. But you have a specific tie, a specific bond to philosophy because you didn't say anything about psychology and sociology, also things that I have minors in, by the way. You didn't judge those. You jumped to something that was personally for you. This is what I'm saying. I'm not going to qualify myself to you. This is not hard to see, to recognize. I have a minor in psychology and sociology. But you felt like I needed to qualify myself to you because you are in philosophy. This is not difficult. It's not difficult because it's like being personally attacked. Not listening to the actual message, but I feel personally attacked now. I gotta go defend it now. I have to defend it. Because if I don't defend it, that means I feel like I'm letting my minor down. You don't have to feel that way. You don't have to feel that way. You can just listen to understand. But you wanted to make sure that you could what? Debate me on it. This is so disgusting. It's so disgusting that we had the way that we have set up communication. This is so disgusting. It's so bad the way we set up communication now. It's really, really bad. Look. I'll spare you on this one. You can't spare me on my show. You can sit there, shut the fuck up, or exercise your right to use that X button. You can't spare me. You can sit down, shut the fuck up, or leave. That's what it is. You don't like it? Kick rocks. Like, that's just it. That's the way it is. Yeah, laugh about it. It's all you can do is laugh about it because it's the truth. Because even if you try to make your point, I can sit there and just look at you and be like, I don't care. I really don't care. That's just really what it is. It really is what it is. The fuck? Like we have to not accept other people's point of view based on how they feel about their shit. When you got to be able to actually just prove that. And as I said even earlier, most people are not prepared to prove that. They're just ready to combat what they think that they know. No. Don't say chill like them. Because the same way how I'm just looking at what your shit, you said tell you spare. You can't spare me. You're not in my kingdom. You can't spare me. You can't spare me. Don't confuse me for how you think that you can run up and talk shit with blind. I'm not the same. Not saying I'm better. I'm not the same. We are not the same. Like, I don't think you're the only person who has a university education. Like, you can chill. Like, what the fuck are we doing here? Like, we can stop right there. Ignorance is not bliss, but ignoring you kind of feels good. I'm not gonna lie. Kind of feels good. I'm not gonna lie. Depending on, because until you start making sense, then I really don't. Ignoring you is kind of like, it's kind of okay. Now, this is how you troll, by the way. I shouldn't pick, but this is how we grew up. I'm an early millennial, KM. This is what we did. I know in the world now we got a problem with bullying. In fact, KM, what you just said right now, you used the R word. Time yourself out for 5 minutes. Time yourself out for five. You time yourself out for 5. You use the R word. You know, you didn't, not the hard R. Use the soft R. The soft R word. So you know, you gotta time yourself out. You know, but this is how we came up in the world. Bullying was a thing that just took place. Oh, I'm aware. I'm aware of what you're doing because it's shit that I know I would do. I'm good. It is what it is. And I know they're so upset because they want to believe that their trolling will get them so much attention when it's like you if you watch enough of my program, you will understand that trolls don't win. Because my rules are very simple. You should at least be funny. Make it be funny enough for me to be able to look back at it and say, damn, they may have a point. Most people just think that trolling just means I gotta be a dick and therefore ain't I good? And this is we should probably have a talk and a conversation about this at some point because people want to believe that trolling is unique. Trolling is a dime a dozen. It is easier to be a dick to people online than it is to actually have something smart, tangible, and stimulating to be able to have a conversation happen. People just think if I be a dick, aren't I unique? You're not. Anyone can troll. Anyone can troll. It's not a unique skill. I don't need to make any sense. I just got to be a dick. Guess what? Being a dick is easy. This is why for those who are religious, this is why being a sinner is the first thing that happens the moment you escape the vagina. Being a dick, being evil, being bad is easy. It's not a unique skill. We want people to be applauded for being talented for having no talent. This is why I only applaud trolls that are actually good at what they do. Majority of you are not that. I've had some good trolls. What's good, Pedro? I've had some good trolls have me in fucking tears. Most of you, not it. Those trolls are a diamond in the rough. They are difficult to find. I'm gonna be a dick, and I'm just gonna keep saying shit, and I'm gonna talk about what they don't know, and I'm gonna call them stupid, and I'm gonna call them gay, and I'm gonna talk about their cat and their family and whatever. And aren't I smart? No, you haven't done shit. What your attempts are lazy. At least if I'm gonna go back and forth, and I'm gonna chastise you, at least be something. At least if you're gonna catch me in something, let it be good. Most of you just that's why you fade. You fade into the ethos because you're like, I didn't get to him. And worse, he roasted me. Most of you are not the kind of people that pop up on panels. Most of you have the same fucking talking points, the same narratives. It's like you all went to the same troll seminar. You went to the same troll seminar. I'm a millennial. You guys think that you know how to bully? Huh?
Wait, what?
You think you know how to bully? And you guys think that what you're doing here on these internet streets make fucking sense? And we're like, bored. So bored. This is why I fear people who are like actual comedians, because their trolling is on point. It is good. People who are comedians are the people who I fear the most when it comes to trolls, because I be dying laughing. Like, it's kind of true. You guys be saying shit that makes no sense to me and does nothing to me because you know nothing about me, the content, or my fucking community. So you're just saying shit just to say it. I'm just gonna say a word that's derogatory, and therefore I'm gonna be fucking. And then wondering why no one cares. Starting with me, by the way. And I have to say this like what? Every couple of weeks. You're boring us. You're not unique. Your name's not funny. What you're saying isn't funny. What you're saying has no grounds. Your name has no grounds. Let's be honest. The time that you spend even typing has no grounds. Oh, Matt Rife? Oh yeah, he would troll the shit out of me. And I know I would be laughing. Yeah, Matt, yeah, he could do it. Yeah. I know if he wanted to really look at the content and really go, and I would let him do it. I would let him do it. Cause I'm kind of harsh. I'm kind of like the off with his head kind of thing. If you don't really lay it down as a fucking troll, I'm likely to just like either if I don't banish you, I'm like looking at my boss like, Maz, what you want to do with him? Like, we doing this now. We doing the Caesar like, we doing this like, what's it gonna be? Thumbs up or thumbs down? I'll let you Maz decide. No. What's it gonna? No. No. What's it gonna be? I let you guys. I'm just like, I don't even care what you do with him. Just do what you're gonna do. CJ, yo, what? Carpenter's Journey. Where you been at? You been gone for a minute. What's good, CJ? Like, I don't even be like. The sad part is like, so many of you trolls are just so terrible at what you claim to be doing. I don't even feel like handling you myself. If you were really annoying, I get rid of you myself. When you're not even like really worth anything, I'm just like, any one of my mods, you decide what you want to do with them. Matt Rife is a comedian that a lot of women like, but mainly because of his looks. But he actually is funny. He has been on some controversial shit too. But he's a comedian, mama. He slowed down though. He used to be really popping. He has slowed down ever since the whole shit. And I say, let the man breathe. Let him do what he's gonna do. Let's be honest, ladies. The guys already knew he was funny, but y'all were really just wanting him because his face and his chiseled jaw. Y'all don't really care about what was coming out of his mouth. It just so happened he was funny too. Oh my gosh, I find him attractive. My pussy gets wet, and he's funny. That's really what happened. But when he said something really controversial, oh my god, can't believe that he said that. I still want him to fuck me. And it's like, come on now, y'all need to stop. Y'all need to stop, ladies. Pick a lane. You're with all of it, or you're with some of it. No, I knew it. Because y'all all say that. Y'all all say that. And they wonder why you can't see him because he only hits you from behind. I can't see his jaw. I want to look back, but he pushes my face forward. He just always pushes it. He just says he just wants. Then y'all feel away. It was a good time. I wish I saw him more. I wish I saw him more. But didn't you spend a whole night with him? Didn't you like had him clap cheeks and everything? Yeah, I just wish I saw him more. It is what it is. You're a liar and a ninja. You ain't gonna tell me that bullshit. That's not the comments that I see. Miss Raven's in the building. What's going on? It's a small R. It's a small R. It's not the hard R. It's a soft R. It's like a what's the movie? It's with Ryan Reynolds. I forgot what movie it is, but he's like it's a Lorno. It's a light porno. It's a Lorno. It's not a full porno. It's a Lorno. It's very soft, but it still classifies. I remember a while out. Yeah, he was on Wild Out for a while. But the problem that I have with Wild Out is that it's too scripted. It's never really as funny as it really needs to be. It's very scripted. It's hard for me to be a Wild 'N Out fan. It was too heavily scripted. Hey, I'm trying to lie to us talking about it's not about his looks. The fuck if it's not. This man could do a whole fucking tour just based on his looks. Liar. He's funny as fuck. There are other comedians that's funny as fuck. Let me be more specific. There are definitely other white comedians that are funny as fuck. But when the majority that show up happen to be women, and he got a chisel jaw and light eyes, who you trying to fool? Who are you trying to fool? Even he knows it. He said it in his own comedies. Come on. Stop it. Who are we trying to fool? It is what it is. Not hating on the guy. I'm like, get your money. Get your money. Do what you gotta do. Too bad that his comedy's not sticking up the way it is, because I'm honestly, he as a comedian, he should be towing the line. I'm not saying he's being absolutely egregious, but I don't think he said anything that was, at least I can't remember now, like he said anything that was really too far-fetched, you know? I'm like, it is what it is. Do what you gotta do. I just want to point out something that's very important right now. Have we not noticed, folks, that at least in the last 15, close to the last 15 minutes, right? That it's mainly been the women in my chat that has been engaging. By the way, these are some of my biggest supporters. Not my only supporters, but some of my biggest supporters. See, I would get more of the women base coming in only if I wanted to argue with heifers that they didn't like. See, if I really don't. Ooh, I almost said it. I almost pulled out being drama. CJ just said what's up. He has not been engaging. CJ just said what's up. He pretty much was just like, he been hard working. I think he put in the laughing emoji. Don't be trying to call out CJ as a woman. Don't try to do that. Don't try to do that. If anything, you can put in that troll, the shadow person. You can call them a woman because they've been engaging in the last 15 minutes. Don't do CJ like that. Don't do CJ like that. He ain't do it. CJ been gone for a while. I don't know when's the last time I saw CJ here in the chat. Don't be doing him like that. See, it's not like mama, like it's not like KM be hating. She be hating on him. You better leave CJ alone. CJ been gone for a while. Why are you fucking with him? If you don't like him, just say you don't like him. Shit. Petty. Just being petty. See, I haven't missed him. Look, just being petty. And then, and I talked about this before. Then we got people who've been gone for a while, and they Resla, haven't seen you for a while, and there might be someone in the chat, and they might be like, this nigga or this bitch. Oh, and then oh, you're still here in this chat. Oh, you still watch Resla too? You know, I haven't been. Then they want to reach out. Resla, I haven't been here a while because there was a certain so and so. Not saying any names, but that's why I stopped coming for a while. I just want to say what's up because I haven't seen you for a while. But I think I'm gonna leave because I feel a little bit uncomfortable, for a little so and so that might be in your chat. Like, why we gotta make it uncomfortable for other people? You ain't seen them for a while. You ain't have no one to beef or chop it up or fuck around with it for a while. I mean, for KM, for you For you, it might be CJ. For the winch, it might be Alexandra. What? I said it earlier. Why y'all gotta be the most? The men are already bad enough, but y'all gotta be vicious. I'm not satisfied until we hear this heifer passed away. Really? This is the internet. Can we just relax? But if you ever heard that they took themselves out and they had a whole manifesto and they had your comments in it and your profile pic, how would you feel about that shit, huh? Then you're the reason, huh? They got a whole manifesto. I thought I'd be doing well. I really need some help. And the last place I really felt like I had some little thing in, and I came in, and this person that I had a little bit of contention with turned around and started dogging me out, and I had to leave. And I just said, fucking, it's over. It's night time, and I'm gonna write all the comments and the shit that I've been saving in the DMs and the comment section and the chats and all that other stuff, and I'm gonna put it in my manifesto, and I'm gonna lay it in my chest, and I'ma lay me down to sleep and pray the Lord my soul to keep. And then they're done, and your avatar, your name, and all the fucking shit that you wrote, all then and there. And then what? I didn't know it was gonna go that far. So why you keep fucking with them? I thought they were tougher than that. How do you know? How you know? You said you don't fuck with them. How you know? Huh? How you know? This is why I say to a lot of communities when I be talking with them, I'm like, you gotta be very careful of your chat. Because your chat could be the one stopping you from actually moving anywhere. Because you want numbers, you want people to watch, you want people to recommend you, and it might be some of your people that chase these other people off. Hey, Resla, I like you. I would watch you, but I just don't feel welcomed. I don't feel welcome. I be trying to watch you, but I think I just watch all of your replays because when I'm there, every time I'm there, I can't feel like I can't talk in your chat because Leopard Pit be watching me. Like, damn. So I can't have you talk, engage, be with people, whatever, because Leopard Pit be talking. You know, I wanna talk with you. You know, here's the funny part about it. My beef is not even on your platform, Resla. I don't want to talk because I had this problem with KM like 2 years ago. So I don't really feel like it has nothing to do with you, Resla. I like your platform. I like your but I can't talk because, you know, and I'd be worried because KM got a wrench. I'm like, Resla, I be liking your platform. I have no problem talking to you like on Discord or back or whatever. Or like whenever I have a little conversation, or maybe even after your stream when you be having the panels, then we be talking, chopping shit up in the back chat after everything. But then like, I'm not gonna lie, what be wrong with the winch? Like, what's wrong with Mama? Why she hate me or something? It be y'all. It's the women that be stopping people who come back to my platform because they don't feel welcomed. It's just something to think about. They be having arguments with people that don't like them, that's for sure. But they come back. But it be the women that run them off. Because y'all be extraordinary when it comes to your viciousness. He's a great example. When was the last time that you guys saw Lindsay Smith in here? When was the last time that you saw Alexandria in here? Huh? CJ just came back after being gone for like, what, more than a half a year? And by the way, there are other women who've been in here who just like, I can't. I can't. I think the women in your chats are just too fucking petty. I can't do it. And part of me is like, well, you don't know them, or maybe you just don't know my platform. They're like, no, I know them. I just don't know your platform, and I don't fuck with them because of it. And I'll be like, and they have me questioning sometimes. Sometimes I'm like, damn, do I really know the women that are in my platform? Do I really know them? And slowly but surely, I've gotten to try to get to know some of y'all. Like Leopard, I tried to get to know Leopard. We've had plenty of Discord conversations. KM, I know you. Plenty of Discord. Mama know me from the jump. I know Mama. But these other people where I'm like, I need to get to have conversation with them to understand what's going on and what's the disparity. And then when I have conversations with some of you guys, some of you, where I'm just like, hey, I get it. They do this, they do that. They don't like it. I need to have conversations about them about it so that maybe they don't really, because sometimes, not even sometimes, a lot of the times, people think that what you do is where they first saw you at. Can we all agree with that? Can we agree with that? So if you saw me on panels, then you think that when I am talking or when I do a panel, you think that it's the same YMCA type bullshit that happens there, right? Can we just be a little bit honest that maybe it's that? Maybe it's that. But when I have guys as panels, when I have guys as mods, they go back and forth, they warn them, they do all the other shit. If they have to time out, they time them out. If they have to ban them for a day, whatever, I say don't ban them. But if they have to do it, they'll do what they're gonna do. That's not the thing. That happens. Sometimes it needs to happen. If it happens and the woman is gone, when she comes back next time, it's still on. It's still on. Like what happened last stream now gets transferred to the current stream. And it keeps going. And I'm like, so what's going to be enough, ladies? Because at this point, let's be honest with you. Ladies, you're trying to create a harem. You're trying to create a harem. There can only be a certain amount of ladies that can be in Resla's team. It cannot be a thing that everybody. It's a harem now. We need to vote. There's only a certain amount of spots. I don't know if there's like a back conversation somewhere that happens outside of me. Like we only have a certain amount of spots on this team. And when other heifers come in, they gotta get ran off. Is that what's happening here, ladies? I would like to know that anyone is welcomed to come in. But when I notice, like, after continuous streams, that the same women are being ran off by the same people, is there a harem that's happening? We're only gonna allow 5 to 6 spots. This is the Resla harem. Is that what's happening behind my back? Sister wives and shit? Is that what's happening? And then when new heifers come in, y'all just all collectively, oh bitch, you're not welcome here. You're getting too close to him. Is that what's happening? Because I've been watching for a while. I couldn't prove shit, but I've been watching for a while. Yeah, no. Don't say it's crazy. It's not. I'm not delusional at this point. I've had some years in this now. It's not crazy. Is there a sister wives thing happening? Are you ladies doing like your own version of the online handmaids thing? Is that what you're doing? You're doing your own version of the Handmaid's Tale. Like there's only like a certain amount of women, and the women need to stick together, and they're being sister wives. And when a new heifer comes in, she needs to get ran the fuck off. Is that what's happening here? I need to know because I'm open to a lot of people. Oh, this bitch again. I'm just like, and I'm watching from the chat. She could be in the panel. I'm watching from the chat. I'm just like, she's on the panel. Y'all in the. Why y'all doing her like that? And I'm watching it as she talking. I'm watching y'all like, Resla, did you hear what I said? Yeah. Yeah, I heard what you said. I'm sorry. I was sorry. Yeah, I'm listening to you. I was just a little distracted. I was watching the chat. Y'all be dogging them out in the fucking chat. And I'm like, what they do to you personally? So I'm like, I be thinking it has to have like conversations or other things that you guys are attributing to outside of my space that you're also dragging into my space. And now it's like it's double this shit. Cause it's one thing if it happens on Flows, right? It's one thing if it happens on Sarah's. You know, it's one thing if it happens on Restos like Kev's. It's one thing if it happens on NPCs. But now this bitch came to fucking Resla. I'm not having it. Handmaid's Tales. Handmaidens, unite. Handmaidens, unite. Run this bitch off. Is that what you're doing? Like you're doing like the Avengers, Handmaidens, unite. You're just not gonna allow them on my shit, right? You've seen them in too many other spaces, but you're like, this is sacred ground. We're not gonna do that at Restless. Handmaidens unite. Circle the fucking wagons and you just kick them the fuck out. Is that what's happening here? I need clarity because I'm not as much women that were watching me. I noticed that the number of women have decreased, and I need to know why. I used to have a good chunk of. I used to have like a good like. It used to be like 60-something% men, and it was actually like around 34% women. And that is dropped. That is part of it's me because I didn't go live last year a lot when it comes to like panel shit, but it significantly dropped still. And I'm just like, what's going on here? And I noticed like if I have conversation with specific women, hey, what's going on? Well, I saw so and so was on your platform. Like, yeah, okay. I never liked that bitch. I never could stand that bitch. I'm like, okay, I get it. You didn't like her, whatever. But like, why the hostility? She hasn't even been on for a long time. It's not even you, Resla. It's just the fact that I just really don't like that bitch. I'm like, so it wasn't about the conversation. It wasn't about what we talked about. You just really don't like them. Every time she comes onto your platform, it's always the same shit. You know what? You might be right. Maybe they're lonely. Maybe they got something going on. Maybe this is their tactics. Maybe this is the way how they like every other conversation to go on because they think it's a little too heavy and a little too serious and life's a little too serious. Maybe it's that. Yeah, I hear you, Resla, but you be having some shit going on and I be really trying to enjoy it and they be just coming in and they just be all over your dick and I don't like it. Fuck this bitch. And I'm like, okay. All right. I don't know what to think about that now. Oh no. It's not I feel like women are leaving. They are leaving. My numbers show it, and the names that are continuously moving throughout my chat shows it as well. And I have DMs to show, but I'm not gonna show why they don't show up. I just let it go. Cause I'm like, at the end of the day, you're your own woman. You know, I got to do the Whitney Houston. You're every woman. You're every woman. So I like you do what you got to do, but there are people who don't want to show up because some people, and I just go, and they're like, whatever I had going on in that, it had nothing to do with your spot, and I'm just like, nothing I could do about that. But not for nothing, the guys did this for a while as well. You can even say the big growth that happened on my platform was due to the fact that a lot of people had a lot of hate on people who was on my platforms. Let's keep it a buck for a moment. We gonna talk about it. We can chop this up. A lot of people started chucking over to the platform because they specifically had a hate for generally specific, right? Can we keep it a buck? And then even after he wasn't there, a lot of people still stayed around for the hate that was on Brick. So guys have done this. But over time, all those things dissipated. So that means I look at those numbers. I look at those people. Who are the people that are no longer here who usually hate on Brick? Who are the people that are no longer here that usually hate on GS? Who are the people that are here who usually would hate on me because they thought I had an affiliation with these people? So I watch these people. No, I hear you, Leopard. That was so long ago. But then even afterwards, when I was still having streams, when the whole Vegas thing took off, right? And me and Kev was still doing lives and we were still having panels or whatever, and I was still doing opinionated, there were women who once in a while would show up, and the most consistent women who I have come up on the platform, because there was even a time where Mama used to come up on the platform from time to time, but even she stopped doing that. But the most consistent women I would have come on sometime would be like, I think Jen came on a couple of times, maybe. It was mainly, of course, Lindsay. It would be Alexandria, and there's another woman who would come up as well, besides Raw, because Raw would come up whenever Raw would come up. So there was another woman as well. I'm drawing a blank on it. I have the voice in my head, but I can't think of the name. And I'm like, okay, cool. And then I would notice some things in the chat. But this is back when we had more women also in the chat as well. So there'd be many women in the chat. They giving their opinions. They give their advice. I don't agree with this. Mainly the women were disagreeing with the guys. And I thought, I like that. I like that the women are disagreeing with the women, but I also like the fact that women are disagreeing with the guys and whatever. This is what, if you go back, even if you were looking at those old streams, I used to be like, yo, it's a lot of women talking in my chat. A lot of women talking in the chat. They got a lot of opinions, but they ain't hitting that fucking link. I used to have a lot of women spamming my chat more than the guys. Because when it came to the women were really in like a, this is what I think, this is what I don't like, this is what I see it. No, that's not true. This happened or so. Because when it comes to the whole lore cataloging, you ladies are on it. You ladies want to tell everybody in the chat what happened everywhere else you went. I'm not gonna lie. Men, they don't like someone, they keep it, and they go, fuck you where you were here, fuck you when you were there, fuck you when you're here, fuck you when you're there. But women are the ones that will have no problem. Resla, you shouldn't deal with this person because this is what happened on this platform. This is what happened on this platform. This is what happened on this platform. This is what happened over here. This is what they said to me. This is what they said in the back chat. This is what they said in the email. This is what they said in Discord. This is what they said when they thought they didn't think they said it, but I knew that they said it because they said it before. This is what they said in your chat. This is what I heard from somebody else that told me what they said, and I corroborated with this other person, and they corroborated for me, and then I knew what the fuck they said because two people said it, and then when I said it from them, they said no, but two different people said it, that I heard it, and it was both the same thing, so I know this bitch said it. Y'all do that. Y'all do that. And then you'll wonder why I'd be like, y'all be, see, Leopard, you say like, that was old, right? That was old. Some of y'all be dragging shit since 2020. Y'all be dragging shit. It's 2026. Y'all be dragging shit from 2020. 6 years ago. Y'all be dragging that shit into current times. And I think because you have the ability to gripe and to grudge, you don't let shit go. And it runs off other women. And there are some women that might be like, I ain't got nothing to do with this, but just based on how they're moving, I don't think I want to be a part of this either. So you even scare off potential women. You scare off potential women who could be a part of the community because you're running a harem. If we can't have them, nobody can. And I want to think of how many other, I want you ladies to think about how many other places you might be doing this in. Food for thought. You know, that's what I do. I try to have you guys think about it. How many places do you think that you've actually done this to as well? Not just MySpace. Because if I can see this in MySpace, MySpace is not the only place I've done it. That means you've done it other places. No, how about you just stop being a mean chick? How about that? How about you just stop being a mean girl? Because that means brand new people who come in will never have a place. Will never have a place to find. Because because this is what happens with men's spaces as well. When new people come in and have no idea what's going on and ask basic questions, when new people come in and they have basic questions, there are people who will jump on them and don't believe them for being new in the space and will chase them off. It's like, if you're not already a part of the community, you don't belong. I've seen it too many times. I've seen it happen. The lore is just too fucking deep. We don't need new people here. If you're not, or if you haven't already drank the Kool-Aid and have been sipping on all the different flavors of it, you can't come here now asking what's Kool-Aid. I've seen it too many times. I've seen it from the men. I've seen it from the ladies in other spaces. So I know how people, because we're talking about human behavior, I know how people can be. And I'm wondering, is that something that's possibly developing here? Because I've noticed the diminishing of the quality of women and even women in general being here. Now, keep in mind, the quality of men have also decreased. But the quality of men have decreased in the simple fact that they only want to sit there and circle jerk or argue with each other. Because let's be honest, the majority of the men that try to watch my channel are the ones who are just so quickly to do this, to spam the button to hit a fucking link. Those are the men that are mainly watching me. Those are the men that are mainly watching me. The ones that can't wait to click the fucking button. Do you know what we're talking about? No. Do me a favor. Leave. But the majority of people who sit there and they will have conversation and go back and forth and do all this stuff, it's the ladies. And the only reason I have to leave it that way, by the way, I have no choice, is because you ladies will never get up on a panel, but have no problem talking shit about everything else going on. And as much as you can even say that you don't like the men that pop up on my panel, I go, well, you know what's the best way to encourage that there will be more friendly women panels that show up? You got to show up. You got to be one of them. You have to be the change that you want to see. And I've been saying that for over a year. You have to be the change that you want to see. If you want more women to have the courage to be able to show up on a panel, you have to have the courage to show up on a panel yourself. Only you can kill your chat, which is not true. Trolls can kill your chat. people who choose that they only hate particular people can kill your chat. Because here's the truth of the matter, and I've had so many people. By the way, here's the funny part. Even when we're saying this, the majority of the people who had a problem with my panel had a problem with specific people, and those people were women. The majority of people who had a problem with Brick were women. There were men that once he was on panel, the men came for his fucking head. The women that came that told me that they didn't like Brick was in the chat and outside of the fucking stream. It was the women. Discords, emails, comments, chat. It was only the women. The men just didn't like him when he was on panel. The women let me know everywhere outside of the panel. Then I go, why don't you come up?
Wait, what?
Yeah, the link's for everybody. Why don't you come up? Oh, I gotta make ice. I gotta make sure that you know what? I would show up, Resla, but today is the day that I always schedule me and my husband's day for fellatio. Like, this is obviously a person who's new. Anyone want to read his comment? I'm not even going to dignify it by even reaching out to go touch the screen. Anybody want to dignify him? Because obviously he doesn't know the platform. Because if he ever saw how long my list is, the silly person says, if you really believe trolls were killing your chat, why not block them? Anyone want to tell him what my list looks like? There is no shame in blocking people on my channel. For you almost asking that, I almost blocked you, but I had to pull back. Like, I think you got the wrong place if you really don't know the space that you're in. I got no problem blocking anyone. I block so often, I end up blocking the wrong people, and I got to turn around and unblock them. Here's what we can do. I'm gonna make sure that you're good from being confused. You don't have to be confused no more. You don't got to be confused no more. You don't have to be confused no more. Chat killer. Thank you. You ain't got to be confused no more. You ain't got to be confused no more. Do I have to make my point? Huh? And by the way, I didn't ban him. I timed him out. But he did get the maximum timeout. Yeah, thank you. We will block you. Yes. Do not think that if there's anyone that thinks that they are beyond reproach, that they are beyond getting blocked, test it. Test it. If there's anyone that think that they are too big to be blocked, test it. I dare you. I dare you. I will block you before I can finish this fucking Toad Frosters. I dare you. Thank you, KM. Nobody's safe. Anyone can get it. And you better hope I remember to unblock you. You better hope to remember. Oh, I'm gonna pull a KM. How can you say that's the only guy? Locksmith up here? Are you saying that Locksmith is not a guy? Huh? Are you saying that Locksmith is not a guy? How can you say that he's the only guy? How you gonna say that, Leopard? I gotta pull KM now. Like, he's the only person, huh? No, Locksmith, she just swapped out you for a vagina. How could that happen, huh? You was talking in the chat. You see what I mean, ladies? You see what I mean? I be doing too much, man. I'm doing too much. But yet and still, like, oh, there's troll. And by the way, here's the funny part about it. This person's about, how is the trolls killing your chat, right? If the trolls were killing my chat, how come you guys have been moving back and forth? When's the last time that anyone saw from that snow shadow ghost? Huh? When's the last time anyone saw from the snow shadow ghost person? I didn't time them out. I didn't ban them. I didn't time them out or ban them. Anyone heard them talk for a while? I didn't even talk for a while. But this person, because they wanted to make a point, I'm confused. Well, let me help you with your confusion. This is how it happens. This is how it works. This is what it sounds like when the trolls cry. Do, 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 do. That's the way it works. That's the way it works. Anyone can get it. And here's the thing. You don't know if your time is up. So? Maybe you sound like my mama. She never satisfied. Maybe I don't like the chat. Maybe it's just like Kaya when she cried. Maybe it's just like his mother. Wrestlers never satisfied. Why can't we all love each other? This is what it sounds like when the trolls cry. And then they're gone. Gone. I mean, possibly. Anyone want to make sense of this? You want to? Can you rewrite? Can you rewrite that? I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure we all got that. Can you rewrite that in the chat? Because I already saw the confusion could happen. Can you rewrite that? See, now y'all got me. Now y'all got me making ideas. That might have to be the next song I have to work on, folks. That might have to be the next song. When trolls cry. That might have to be the next song. Hey, KM, pin it down. Pin it down. That might have to be the next song. When trolls cry. Do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? You could use this. Listen, if you gotta use a soft R, you can use a soft R. I'm just saying. You gotta point it out when you do it. So you said keeping all other opinions that hurt your feelings is why you're chat. Here's the funny part. Like, hey, hey, I'm not. Here's the thing. I'm not even gonna answer it. I'll let the people in the chat answer it. They've been here long enough, right? Anyone thinks that keeping all other opinions hurts my feelings. First of all, let's go with the first part of that. Anyone thinks that my feelings is being hurt? How about that? This is the first part. Does anyone think that my feelings are being hurt? Keep it a buck, right? Because that's the reason why the chat is being killed. Keep in mind, not a whole lot of people watch me anyway, but you are as well. So you're in addition to it, and I want to thank you for that. All right. So I'll give you a little bit of acknowledgement for that. But the fact that I should harness and constrain all the opinions that's going on, first of all, that means you also don't know a lot about my platform, because I used to have a very big show that was called Opinionated. Technically, I should probably bring it back, but until I am able to bring a little bit of discipline in, I don't really feel the need to, because I actually like doing a lot of solo runs by myself. So you're going to have to be no, no. And this is where I think you got it all fucked up, right? My subscribers haven't left. My subscribers stopped talking, and it doesn't bother me. What I'm doing is questioning the women as to why they chastise the feminine subscribers. The guys are going to do what the guys are going to do. See, I don't think you were listening. See, you're talking too fast, but you're listening slow. That's where you got it all fucked up. Just like the last person who was sitting there, just like the last person who was talking about, why did you take care of the trolls? The trolls, I have no problem getting rid of people. So you let me know. Are you gonna educate me about my channel and about what I do with the people who watch my channel? Is that your intention? Is that your intention, that you know enough to be able to do that? Is that what it is? Because you're a sock account. You're basically a throwaway jerk off account. You have no subscribers. You have no following. You have not. So why are you trying to educate me about what when you don't have any evidence to the contrary? It really is that simple. It's a simple, logical question. First, we got somebody that come in and they think they control, and it was abysmal. Then you got another person come, well, if you think trolls, but by the way, didn't say trolls were the thing that was killing my chat. By the way, I said I have my people who are here, and they're running people off because of pre-biases that are already taking place. If you were listening, you would have grasped that. And never once did I say I was in my feelings about it. Something else you also didn't grasp. Because if my feelings were about it, if you had really known my channel for so long, then you would have recognized when I turn around and say, I have no problem quitting YouTube anytime because I don't get paid to be here. I don't get paid by YouTube. So I don't know what you're talking about. I even said earlier in this stream, if the few people understand the point that I'm getting at, hopefully express to the point where if they're talking about something with somebody else, it'll lead to something here. I'm not looking to go viral. I don't need external shit that has nothing to do with the concept of what my channel is. And if you don't know what my channel is, then why are you sitting here trying to give advice if you don't know what it's about? Pay attention. Thank you. Pay attention, trolls. Because being a dick won't earn you any credibility here. My feet's hurt? When I click this off, I go to my actual drink, which is a nice good bourbon or a nice good whiskey. I go back to my actual projects. I go to work. I write my books or I read my books. I'm good. I'm good. But you think that because it's online right now that this is the thing that I need that's gonna make or break me? Come the fuck on. You said I read that wrong? Okay. How did I read that? Because he said it's your channel to kill. He says he's talking about my subscribers going low, and basically it's my trolls that are killing my chat. The same like the last guy. It's my channel to kill, which also means that it's my channel that has to grow. But I don't grow my channel. The algorithm and how many people recommend seeing my channel is what grows it. And I can tell you that through actual history because the majority of the people who watch me are already too super glued to other people and they don't promote my channel. But new people get to see me all the time. And I'm okay with that. But also, I'm not looking to be famous. Because I see what fame does to people online. I'm not looking to save humanity or save society. Lord knows if ever a big creator starts coming and talking about they want to talk to me, I'm going to be nervous. Not because they're a big creator, because I don't know if I want that kind of exposure. Here's a great example, right? A great example is this. If you really ask people, what would they rather have? A shit ton of money or fame? The majority of people are going to pick fame. They're not going to pick... Fame can lead you to money, right? But if it meant that having the money means that you had a shit ton of money but nobody really cared who you are, you would be chastised or whatever, like the same way how you already are, versus fame, and you really didn't have the money. There's a potential to make money, but it's just really about the fame. The majority of people will pick fame. The majority of people will pick fame over fucking money because the majority of people, the majority of human society care more about status than stability. They care more about status than stability. This is why so many people are looking to be willing to chase any kind of fucking clout than securing their future. I'm happy that you said that. Because, Locksmith, Jeremy, I've been saying this for so long. I would rather be the moon rather than being a flaming comet, a meteor. Because a meteor will eventually burn out. But the moon has always been consistent. The moon is consistent. It's always reliable. It's always there. I don't want to be a meteor. I don't want to be a flaming comet. I don't want that. I don't want to. I know what it's like just working for a company and I know what it's like to be in a burnout. I don't want to burn out in anything else again. Not online. We got people like fucking Clavicular who talk about looks maxing, and he almost OD'd on fucking screen, on fucking live stream. He almost fucking OD'd. He almost ended his life live on camera. Are you dumb? Are you dumb? The man almost took himself out on the chessboard live on camera. He's been online high. And some of you guys want so much to have so much fame that you're willing to go lose your lives over it. I'm good. I am good. I'm good. Some of you guys just don't get it. And the truth of the matter is, like, a lot of you guys don't even know who the hell I'm talking about, because you guys, I mean, regardless of how you like it, good or for bad or for ill, for whatever, a lot of you guys don't know anything about what's going on in social media outside of politics, war, politics, or what happens in the panel spaces. You know nothing about what happens with the rest of the world. Listen, I'm hoping everything is good with you. You know what's so funny, CJ? Earlier this year, right? Well, we're April, we're May now. Earlier this year, you know what I ended up stumbling upon? I was going through my drives. I went through my, is it my H drive? Is it my H drive or my F drive? And I saw the video that you sent me. And I actually did a reply for the video, but I didn't want to post it out because I knew it was something personal. But I was recording myself as I was doing it, and I said, I'm not gonna put this out. But I was thinking about the video that you posted when we had that whole live stream and everything, and I was looking back at it, and I was just like, damn, there's so much going on back and forth. And you and I've had conversations back then. We had like Discord conversations and everything. Yeah, long ago. That was long ago, but it's still in my drive. So I ran across it, like, I want to say, like, February or March. So when I saw it, I was like, damn, this was a while ago. Like, you know, well, so it's so great to see you here in the chat, because I was like, you sparked my mind. Like, I just literally saw you like this year in that video. So I was like, oh, okay, it's good to know that you're still here, that you're still working, that you're still doing your thing, and life is still moving for you. A lot of people, they lose interest real quick. So I'm like, you know, it is what it is. And you know what? I'm happy. I'm happy that things have turned around. I'm happy that your mindset has shifted. I'm happy that you're no longer on the back foot and you're moving forward, because that's all life is. You're always got to be moving forward. So I'm happy things are at least turning out well for you, or at least the assumption that things are turning out well for you, better than how I really felt like you were on the back foot before and you were trying to pick things up. So I'm happy things are working out way better for you now. Facts. I understand that. I think we all understand that. So yeah. Like I said, I'm happy that things are still moving forward for you. Because if we're not moving, we're decaying. We are decaying. And I think a lot of us are, not intentionally, but slowly submitting ourselves to decay, which is why I do my channel the way I do it. I'm like, how about you stop letting other people think for you and keep thinking. Please keep thinking. If there's anything I can do, it's just to help you keep thinking. By the way, not because I have it all together, because I know some people like to, oh, what makes you qualified? What makes you qualified? Outside of the fact that you and I both do the same thing, breathe. Outside of the fact that you and I have to share the same thing, time. Outside of the fact that you and I are the same thing, human beings on Earth in this fucking time period. Like, well, I'm doing this, and I'm working at Stanford, and I'm a fucking teacher, and I teach 300 students a year, or whatever. Okay, cool. And I make 120. Okay, cool. So if I am a nobody, and then what I went to school for, I didn't even really work out, and let's just say I end up making $2 million because I started a whole fucking company doing whatever. Who's better? Who's not? I would say no one. I would say that we live two different lives. Your life could be fulfilling, and my life could be fulfilling in two different ways. Now, to the average person, especially the average person online, that's not good enough. Now they gotta prepare. Now they gotta sit there and compete with everybody. And I think that's disgusting. I think it is absolutely disgusting. But that's the world that we're currently in. This is why I said even earlier, it's disgusting that the majority of men have more people to compete with now than ever before, because the people that they're competing with are people that they've never seen, never met, and never will meet in the future. Never will meet. And let's be honest, the majority of the internet does not want to see your success. What they want to see is your downfall. Can we just be honest? They're not looking to see you as the. There was a time people wanted to see the underdog come up to be great. Now they want to see everybody at the bottom and continue to be at the bottom, because seeing someone at the bottom can make them feel better about their own lives. That's the way the nature of social media is right now for a lot of social standings. They want to see everybody doing bad. They don't want to hear. If you see anyone who's doing good, you want one thing. You want to know how they did it. If you're looking at somebody online who's doing really well, you want to know how they became well. And then after you learn a little bit of stuff that they did to be able to become well, the first thing that happens right after is that you hope that they do bad. You want them to do bad. The majority of social media are average people watching average people, and average people hoping that those other average people fall into depravity because it will make them feel better about themselves. This is the world that we're dealing with right now, especially in the Western world. I don't like it. It's not good enough that you and I are both struggling. You need me to be doing better than you. You need me to do worse than you. And this is why we also had that conversation on the last stream about needing to make sure that everybody is smarter than you are. This is the current development of society. It is. And by the way, this current development of society is not just based on how you're looking at things. It's engineered that way. I mean, if you go back to the 80s and 90s, right? They did the polling. I'll say they did the polling. Do you know that it didn't matter whether you were a Republican or a Democrat? When you did the average polling on people said that they couldn't tell the difference between the both of you. They could not tell the difference between you if you were a Republican or Democrat, because you were so much in shit that was going on that was so centered around you. Now, when the early 2000s happened, political strategists literally designed it in a way so that both parties would be so far to the extremes that now that you're either this or that. That's the way how the world turned out. And guess what? There's no point in development where it looks like they're going to be able to find that center again. It's only looked to be as extreme and further extreme as possible. If you went to the early 80s all the way through the 90s, people could not tell you the difference between a Republican and a Democrat. The only thing they knew, they were both politicians, and we either love them or you hate them. Either you agree with everything or whatever. But now they're so far from each other due to politics, due to the strategies that are actually implemented, that you're either for or against. Either you love them or you hate them. Either you hate this person or you love the person. Families of you could literally have a Republican and a Democrat woman married, have kids, vote differently in the household. You can't have that now. Even women turn around and say, "You're hot. You got money. You did everything." But here's my last question. Did you vote for Donald Trump? Not, are you a good person? Not family values. Did you vote for Trump? Not, would you take care of me? Not are you good with your dad or your mom? How many siblings you have? Do you volunteer? Are you a Last year I heard more about did you vote for Donald Trump than I heard are you a man of God? This is online, folks. More I heard more women ask the question in comedy centers, in online shit, online debate shit. Did you vote for Trump? Not do you believe in free, by the way, which before that was do you believe in free choice or whatever? Because that used to be the old one. Do you believe in freedom of choice, which means my body, my choice thing? But then after that, it turned into did you vote for Trump? And it's designed to be that way. And you guys will sit up here and watch all these different debates and all these different spaces and all these different platforms, whether it's panel or not, and all these different pundits and you guys think that you're making a fucking difference. And I'm going, all these people are probably doing better than you. But let me ask you a very simple question, in case you forgot. How is that affecting you? Your life, your family, your spouse, your job, your income. How's any of this helping you? How's any of this helping you? And the majority of people say this to me. Resla, I'm just having fun. It's fun watching the big divide of our nation. It's fun watching families dissipate. It's fun watching our resources in our country go to foreign nations. It's fun. Huh. It's fun watching that the most prominent things are about degenerate behavior or debauchery or people who can no longer couple in relationships, and watching how people are no longer able to couple each other, and seeing how the birth decline is happening in a nation. This is fun. Huh. Interesting. Highly interesting. And where did you come up with the concept that this was entertaining? At what point did you say, I like this? Because you're not saying it just happened in the Eastern countries. You're not just saying it's just happening over there. It's here too. And you're still saying it's familiar. It's the way the world's moving. And I like it. And you want people to take you seriously. Not as a countryman, not as an adult, as a human being. You want people to take you seriously. And by the way, it's people that's going to look at you and go, and you have the right to vote, by the way. If you believe that even voting even means anything, to be honest with you. But give me a moment. That was absolutely fucking depressing. That was absolutely fucking depressing. Anyway, I'm gonna hit the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back as to why we didn't get a lot of this shit going on.
Yeah. I ain't got it all worked out, and I don't think I'm supposed to. This is just me. Used to bend myself to keep things smooth. Say let's stay small, just make it through. Play the version people could really see, and lost some parts of what was really me. Wore a face that helped me get along. held it together, called it being strong. And every year it got a little harder to tell you what was peace and what was armor. Thought by now I'd be a little further, little less tired, little more certain. But maybe growing ain't a clean straight line. Maybe it's truth showing up over time. I am not every wrong turn, not every season that burn. I'm still learning, I'm still deep, still becoming who I can be. This is authentically me, not perfect, just honestly trying to hold on to my peace without pretending it comes easy. I'm still facing the truth, still shedding what I outgrew. And if all I do is stay real through the pressure, that's enough, that's enough for me. Had to stop expecting people to see the way behind the calm. Some folks only know the version and never says when something's wrong. And I've been working through it slowly, one hard day, one breath, one choice, trying not to lose myself between survival and a voice. I don't need to be the loudest, I don't need to prove I changed. I just wanna look at who I am, and I feel like I turned away. Getting older to make it clearer, time don't pause so I can't hide. Some things heal and some things stay, and you just learn to carry right. I am not what got broken, not every silence I swallowed. Every lesson, every hit taught me what I won't fake again. This is authentically me, not polished, just finally seen. Trying to stand where my feet are without performing strength for people. Still making it through, still becoming something true. And if all I do is keep showing up real, that's enough for me. I forgive who I had to be when I ain't know another way. The one who kept it all inside and smiled just to get through days. I don't need to love every scar to admit that it's mine. I don't need to have all the answers to stop leaving myself behind. Now I see it's not glory, it's honesty, it's not right. It's choosing not to disappear in me. This is authentically me, a little worn, a little more clear now, where I thought I would be. Still I made it here. Head up, hard learning, some days strong, some days hurting. If I can keep growing without losing myself, yeah, that's enough. Yeah, that's enough for me.
Hey, what? Yeah. Oh, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Hey, that's how I feel about myself and how I move through life. Um, I like at least you appreciate the song. No, Busy Blind is in the chat as well. What's going on, my guy? Nah, stream's not over. I don't know. I haven't really been with you guys in a few days because I was busy. So I'm kind of just like cooking it up with you guys. And then I had to do a whole little weird restart early in the stream. So like even the things that I was looking at privately for myself, like they're all scattered. So I don't know. I was just kind of doing my own little thing. You said, okay, sweet. Yeah. So we're all in here. We're all in here. And I don't know. It's the way how the world is moving. There's so many things like we need to consider ourselves, and I don't think they really do, especially in a healthy kind of sphere that we're in. You said, what to do? Oh, sorry, CJ. Sorry, Carpenter's Journey. You said Jeremy Salute, so I was like, wait, what? What? I didn't see Jeremy talk, but CJ, I saw the correction. So yeah, there is a lot of stuff going on online, and again, I know some of you, not all of you, because you're here long enough, so you know what I do talk about, what I don't talk about, and the extent of that. There are plenty of you who will look at what some of the things that I say, you're just thinking like, oh, he is like anti-panel, anti whatever. I've never been that. In fact, the reason why I even started a lot of the content that I did was because of the fact that I knew from the very beginning that I would do uh, not necessarily panel conversations, but I knew I would have conversations with people live. So that was always the premise of me when I came into the online space, not in this particular space, but just online in general. I knew I wanted to have conversation with people. Now, whether it was on a panel or whether it was on a voice call or whatever, I knew that was a thing I wanted to do. But I thought the idea was that I would start the premise of me sharing the things that, quite frankly, a lot of people have a conversation. We're kind of all over the place a little bit today, Blind. But I can't remember what the hell I was last talking about, to be honest with you. We kind of went to several different areas. I haven't had anything I locked on. That's why, like, if you see, it's just as Resla Live. It was literally to be announced, but I couldn't really think of anything, so we kind of go from there. KM, what the hell is the last thing I was saying before I just dipped from here? Because I got asked 2 questions and I thought deeply about those questions and I forgot what the hell I was talking about just before I literally left. I was talking a bit about whatever. We started getting into the troll stuff. I know I definitely need to start thinking about, I need to write that down if I can find a pen. So we can think about that as a particular song. Got a pen now. And then there was something else I was talking about just after that. Read the Winch comment. It was the topic. Nope, the break. What was this? You know. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, there was. So I'm rather with you on it. There was really nothing ever wrong. There was really nothing wrong with that. I do rather agree with that. There was nothing wrong with having your religion. I mean, keep in mind, we are in a society where people who are Christian or Muslims or Catholic, and they can still find a way to get together. This is some of our most earliest people, and for whatever reason, for right or rhyme or reason, this is a thing that's become very much pushed away, and it's designed that way. Most people don't think about it because they don't do a lot of deep diving. A lot of people get a lot of their information through second or third hand people. They don't really look into it themselves. And I made that case a lot throughout this stream that a lot of people will take the information that they get from the first person that they think is an authority figure based on because it sounds like it's either interesting, it sounds like it seems like it could be true based on their feelings, or because the other person that this person is dealing with does not specifically debate, control, or contradict the thing that person is actually saying. So this is a problem for me. And I say, just because you haven't seen it being done through that person does not mean that what they said is the truth, and therefore you need to be doing your own due diligence. Don't ever think just because you go to school and just because your professor teaches you something that you don't have to turn around and go behind that professor to ensure that what they said is actually accurate once you got the information. You have books. You have the professor. There are plenty of times where I had professors when I was in uni that what they were teaching were behind what was new in the current time. So you have to do that because what they're teaching is based on what they learned when they were in school. You have to now go to them and say, you need to, and this is why the difference I like, this is the big difference, by the way, that I like between education and technology. And at the same time, I hate it. In education, what you learn to become a master, you teach to your students, right? But Times have changed. Information has changed. And therefore, there are new updates to what happened throughout history that were discovered that teachers are not willing to go teach to their students. One, because they don't know it because they didn't turn around and get updated about the new stuff that was going on. And the second part is because any new criteria that comes in and challenge what they are masters of learning, they disavow. That's what it is. Now, the problem that I have with technology is that what you learn, you can never get a grasp on because it's always updating. I don't have a problem with that, but it's like you'll never be safe with knowing what you know. And I'm okay with that, but it's like you can never be sure either. And because of the fact that you can never be sure, you're always doubting yourself. That's the problem that I have with technology. And also because you're always doubting yourself, technology keeps updating itself with rhymes and rules and educations. And the next thing is always more expensive than the current thing that you're working on. That's the problem that I have as well. But by the way, this is the same thing for science when it comes to the medical field. Things are always changing all the time, but they don't treat it the same way as technology. That's a lie. Science has always changed. You are blind. You are so wrapped up in this whole AI thing that you ignore so much of the rest of the world around you. If the sciences didn't change, you could not have AI. Can we just stop right there? You are so giving yourself to AI that you forget how AI came to be. Sciences had to change in order to establish AI. Sciences have to continue to keep changing in order for AI to keep evolving. AI comes from the sciences. So can we stop? Can we stop? I understand you have such great admiration for AI, but it's to a point where it's going to be at your detriment. You got to slow down. There are things that came before that makes it to be true. It's not the end all be all. You got to slow down, my guy. You got to slow down. You have to slow down. Because in order to be able to understand how things can develop, we have to understand how they came to be. It's not something that just exists. Science will always keep evolving. This is how we came to the point of living the lifespans that we have today, because science keeps evolving. This is how we can have people who are sitting up to 120 years old or whatever, because sciences keep evolving. Medicine keeps evolving. Prescriptions keep evolving. Surgeries keep evolving. Technology along with surgeries keep evolving. Prosthetics, analytics, all these things change. Molecules, the pyramid. And I mean like the chemical pyramid. All these things, everything keeps moving. Nothing stays stagnant. But I think the problem is that when it comes to education, is that education tends to be an area that people think stays stagnant. And I'm like, that's the problem why we're not doing better, by the way. Education has stood still while everything else is moving forward. The way how reading, the way how writing comprehension, the way that how we write, because most people are not writing by pen and paper anymore. Most people are still doing that, but the majority of people are doing everything through typing. Everything is evolving. So I'm not gonna turn around and like look at that thing like, oh, sciences didn't change and then AI happened. The fuck? Like, no. AI wouldn't be a thing if the sciences did not change. So like, well, you gotta slow down. Like AI is not reinventing science, because AI can only build off of what current science already has. It's not reinventing science. It has to work within the confines, within the boundaries of science, because you have to work within the confines of what already exists. That's my point. Slow down, please. The idea that Elon Musk is shooting out rockets, which are basically skyscrapers. Let's be honest, skyscrapers coming down to return and being caught by literally chopsticks, and then relaunching that same skyscraper in the world has nothing to do with AI. It's all about how the scientists have come to be able to evolve over time. So the fact that we get able to replicate something that was easily disposable in the past. It's not tomato. We are getting deeper into the vines. Before, it used to be tomato on the ground, then tomato from the vine. Now tomato, how do we cultivate it from the vine? We're moving forward. And I think people are so caught up in the tree that they forget the rest of the forest. And that's why I think you get at times when it comes to AI. You forget that there's a whole forest, that there are trees and that there are roots, and you keep looking at what the tree has produced. You examine a lot about what has come from the tree, but not about the tree and the roots of the tree. That's the point that I'm getting at. I'm not trying to pick on you, but when people do this whole thing about AI, they forget all the backlogging that came to. AI is not the tomato. It's not. It's all the things that came before that. That's all the stuff that's important. Because without that, AI is nothing. AI is nothing. Without the circuit boards, without the electricity, without the plastics, without the metals, AI is nothing. So let's talk about the evolutions of all those things that cultivated to how we get here now. Because AI is not going to take off. Because here's the truth of the matter. Without the machineries that are also being constructed by other things, not just AI, because we already have virtuals and other people that were actually man-making these things, AI is not creating. 2026, AIs are not creating other AIs. We're in 2026. AIs are not creating other AIs as machines. Robotics are still being held doing through people and about algorithms. Those are not AIs. For some reason, people are thinking that AIs are VIs. VIs have existed. 3D printings are not AIs. Let me say this again. 3D printings are not AIs. A lot of people are now taking things and they're conjoining them. Well, 3D printers, they're working off of they're AIs. They're not AIs. We already have VIs, virtual intelligence, before artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence are still in their infancy. You're giving them way more credit than what they actually deserve. Canadian Spider, what's going on? And I know you want to worship them, but you shouldn't worship them. If you're saying that history is a lie blind, then you can't look at AI as being truth. Because if you say otherwise, that's a logical fallacy. I think that you give. Here's my thing. I don't even know. The real question is why do you want AI to be so more prominent than what it actually is? That's the question for you. I don't even give a shit. I don't even care. The question for you is why do you care that it needs to be bigger than what it is? Because it's not as big as you make it out to be. And I've heard some of the things that you say, and I go, it's not that. It's not there yet. You worship them. You worship them, sir. You idolize. You do worship them. I've heard some of your streams, sir. You worship them. You really believe that they're going to be the thing that takes over human life. You really worship them to the point, by the way, to the point that you were willing to actually review the Matrix over them. You worship them. You worship the concept of AIs and what they will do and what they will take over and whatever. You do. And I think that you confuse VIs, AIs, and robotics all together. You put them all the same. Like you look at Terminator and you just think this is one thing. It's not. You think of Skynet. Like it's not. It's not. Like we're not there. We won't by the time if it ever gets there, you and I won't be alive. We won't be alive. We might get far enough to see iRobot, but to see Skynet, to see T2, whatever, we won't be there. Like we won't be there. And I think that I hear your voice sometimes and I hear the things that you say. It's like you're like, AI, please. When the time comes, just know that I was your fellow follower, and please, as one of the few organics that believe in you, don't disseminate me. Pick me as one of your chosen, and I will fall upon the collective. And I'm like, yo, it's not. We're not there, and it's not that deep. Relax, get a smoke, chill. We're not there. We're not there. Like we're not there. We're not there yet. There are people who are like, we're losing our jobs to AI. You're not losing your jobs to AI. You're losing your jobs to people who understand AI more than you do because you refuse to learn. Like, please breathe. Breathe. I know that we are working on things that will eventually take over particular jobs, but we're not there now. And I hear you have some of these things. Well, but AI, I feel like almost every other stream, you're like AI, AI, AI. And I know you're not talking about Allen Iverson. AI, AI, AI. And I'm like, dude, it's really not there yet. It's really not there yet. Let's let it grow. Let's let it breathe. It's still in its crawling stages. Let's just take a step back. Let's watch. Let's watch. Because we've already had VIs in our houses already. We've had ACs and we've had refrigerators. We got refrigerators that tell us what's in our refrigerator and how. But these are not AIs. But we've got close things to that. But like we need to. No. AI is not the future. It is a potential future. Humanity will always be the future. This is why I say you worship them. Humanity will always be the future. It is always going to be the prime directive. When you say AI is the future, you have already condemned human beings, and humans have always been the contingency for the future. This is why I say that you worship them. Because when you say AI is the future, what you're saying is that humanity no longer needs to be here. And even in your matrix, AI needed who? Humans. This is what I'm saying. Slow down. You're giving way more credibility to something that is not a thing. It's not a thing. Slow down. Just take a breather. I'm not saying that AI will not be more prominent in the future. You and I can agree on this. AI will have a lot more handle and a lot more integration into things that we're working on in the future. But AI is not the future. Humanity will always be the future. The idea you're saying, well, computers and these systems will be the future are not, it's not it. Humanity will always be the future. Humanity will always put itself above everything else. That's just what it is. Because even when you turn around and say, well, if we die, then we can transplant our brains and our memories into machines, and the machines will be living like us. But that's humanity. That's humanity. And this is why I said what I said from the beginning, folks. Give me a gold star. This is what I said. It's not a thing. People see like RoboCop, and the guy takes the spinal, the brain stem from the guy that was a crazy person and put it into the big fucking machine, and the big fucking machine, is taking the drugs or whatever because he used to be a drug dealer, and yet he's chasing after RoboCop in the big fucking machine. At the end of the day, that machine was nothing without that brain stem, right? Yeah, which means that it relied on being human, which means at the end of the day, humanity puts itself first. And Blind, I think you're old enough to know RoboCop. So, come on, RoboCop 2. Oh, Gatsby's back. You gotta take a break. Wait, what? This was crazy. Go live sometime soon, for real. Me and Resla would love to come by and make it the best night of your life. Nah, I'm playing. But go on. Sometime soon. Yeah, Cam. Why don't you do that? Why don't you do that, Cam? Go live sometime soon. Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with that. I've been saying that to you for years, Cam. For years. Stop talking shit. Don't be like that. Go live. Don't be a panel pussy. You better than that. You don't need to be a panel pussy. You need to be me and Gatsby's pussy. Anyway, that's what Gatsby said. That's not what I was saying, Cam. That was just what Gatsby's saying. I was just kind of like following back on what he said. That's what he said, not me. Anyway, that's what he said. It's what he was saying. Ain't no one got to know. See, he said that. Ain't that had nothing to do with me. Can we get back to AI? Can we get back to Allen Iverson? Brian said, awkward. AI is Allen Iverson, the person that blind worships. That he says he doesn't worship, but he absolutely worships. Keep in mind, robotics have already been a thing. VIs have already been a thing. AIs are just the newest addition, and they're still in their infancy stage. Well, because people believe that I can have a conversation, and her name is Susie, and and she talks to me while she gives me all the cues for me to be able to stroke off to full completion. Then she's real. She's real to me, and she loves me, and she wants to get married, and we're gonna have AI babies. Come on now. We're gonna have AI babies, and the oldest one is gonna be called Gigabit, and the lowest one is gonna be called Megabit. Did you get to choose? She's real. She's a real, like, you guys sound like the early, you guys, yeah, she's a real, you guys sound like the early Geppettos. That's a real girl. And her nickname, she's gonna be called Gigabit, and we're gonna call her Giga for short. Come on. And my only question is, how many nuts does it take to get to the center of a gigabit? Huh? How many nuts does it take? How many nuts does it take to get to the center of a gigabit? What is this? What does are we waiting for, like, the artificial structural metal structural pelvic so that we can get to the artificial womb within that pelvic so that we can get to the center of that so we can have a future kid possibly called Gigabit? Hey, Giga Chad, Gigabit. It seems like we're already on our way, right? We're on our way, KM. Damn. Not pre-com. Pre-com. Damn. We're at a point where we're like, you know what, girl? Yeah, girl, yeah. I ain't gonna go on your ass and I ain't gonna go on your pussy. You know what I'm gonna say? Because it's the future now. AI, right? Right, blind? Right, blind? Hey, AOKM. Which port you about to give me access to? Which port? Yeah. Is it the 1082 port? Huh? Yeah? No? Yeah? Is it the 221 port? Let me know what port I can go in. Yeah. Yeah. I'm trying to hit the presentation model of your ISO. I'm trying to go to the physical to the presentation model. Yeah. I'm gonna hit your physical. Yeah, I'm gonna hit your data link. Yeah. Your network. Yeah, you like that network, don't you? Your transport. Yeah, make sure I get that transport layer in you. Yeah, you like that transport layer? And that transport layer is eventually gonna lead to that fucking presentation. How far are we gonna go? How far are you gonna go? Now we gotta go the whole OSI model from 1 to 7 because AI is just so fucking the future. You laugh, No Chaser, but we gotta worry about, like, people who, like, worship it. Worship something that, like, it's hard to that they don't even understand the foundation of it. I know if I'm mentioning it, possibly Gatsby knows as well. And then wait. And then you gotta ask, Ayo, KM. I just want to let you know the industry standards, like, I'm certified. Yeah. I got all the recent certs. Yeah. I got I got food safety. I got occupational hazards. I got information security. Ooh, girl, I got that all the information. I got environmental management. Yeah, and then at the end, so we can give birth to a little gigabit. I got quality management. I got all the certs that you need. All the certs. Come on. Lifetime. There's no lifetime warranty, no chaser. It's always a subscription. Always a subscription. There's no lifetime warranties. Always a subscription. You got to keep paying for it. You got to keep paying for the efficiency. You got to keep paying for quality management. You got to keep paying for risk management. This is a global recognition. Honestly, I fucked up by not being single and soliciting the dick and then putting it on subscription. I should have been single. I should have got my body up or kept my body up at that time and should have put my shit on subscription. It would have been the earliest version of OF, except it was on a kind of like on an escort rate, but whether you use me or not, you had to pay up that monthly subscription. And it didn't matter. Married, not married, big, small, hefty, skinny. You would have been paying for it. You would have been paying for it. I should have thought about it. Can I call out? I know I was supposed to have you on Tuesday, but like no, we got a 48-hour call out minimum. You said you wanted to reach out to No Chaser. Listen, he had you scheduled for Tuesday. It's Monday. You gotta pay the fee. You gotta pay the late fee. If you were gonna call out, you had to have done it on Sunday. Sunday would have given you enough time to call out for a Tuesday appointment. So now you gotta pay the fee. And the fee is at least a quarter of what the actual bill would have been. Just saying. You said, we could have made some money back in the day. I'm just saying, my guy. I'm just saying. It could have been something. And if she said, I don't really want Gatsby, I kind of want to wait for No Chaser. And if No Chaser's not, he's kind of booked until next month. She's like, all right, I'll wait till next month. She still got to pay the subscription for that month, by the way. So you're still getting paid for the subscription cost. The company's still getting money. But then you got a whole booking next month. I should have thought about that. I should have thought about it. Should have thought about it. We're still getting paid regardless. Now you're getting paid for having to be on retainer for the date. If she calls out less than 48 hours, you got to get a percentage of that. But also, every month, because of all of the women that are, let's be honest, all of the women that are coming through, paying that subscription, the business is going to be afloat. I mean, let's be honest. If Microsoft can turn all of their platforms that used to take $200 to $300 something to pay for, and you had it indefinitely, to the point where they took it away and they said you got to pay for it monthly, a subscription, or annually. I mean, we could do that too. I mean, honestly, No Chaser. We had this business and they were like, "Yo," she's like, "I don't even know if I can pay. If I can pay every month. My husband, he might get a little bit suspicious. Like, you know what? We got you. Here's what we can do. For a discount of 5%, if you are a premium member, we give you 10%." And we pay, and you got to pay annually. So that means you get all 12 months with a 10% discount. How does that work out for you? And you get access. You get access to me. Because I'm like the president. I'm not only the president. I'm also a representative. You get access to No Chaser. You get access to Gatsby. You get, you know what? In fact, if it tickles your fancy, I might even have Cam on the line. But you didn't hear that from me, okay? I'm just saying. How you like it? Hey, listen. If you wanna get your hoo-ha stimulated and get a good checkup for a little bit extra for our insurance plan, if you want to get the insurance part of it, low key, I got a woman. She's called the Winch. Certified professional. She just all up in your prostate, make sure you're good and checked, and you get your shit off. How you feel about that? You get an exam and you get your shits off all at the same time. A little bit extra. That's our premium plan. We got the regular, we got the gold, platinum, but the premium right up at the premium plan. You get everything. How about that? She's like, and it's anonymous. It's anonymous. She's like, does she work on weekends? And I feel like she works on weekends. Yeah. Are you available next Saturday? The way that works. We could have had a business, No Chaser. Could have had a business, man. It's not we late. We late to the game. We are late to the game. Could have late to the game. We could have had everybody in the mix. We could have had we could have had like a 6-figure company, you know what I mean? Like fucking 8-figure company, you know what I mean? There would have been some people like, you know what, honestly, I don't even need to have her like ride me. I just need someone to lay down and just hug me while I sleep and just stroke my head and just tell me I'm a good boy. I'm like, I got the right person for you. Hey, Peace Dynamo, what's going on? What's going on? If you're not busy next Friday, oh, you say you're doing something on Wednesday? Well, on Wednesday, how about this? We fly you out there, right? We'll fly you out and we'll put you in the hotel. Company expense, of course. Yeah. So now you got one day to really chill, get shit together. On Friday, so your Thursday, you're there, and your Friday, you take care of business and you fly out. Saturday morning, make sure you write the invoice and we're good. That sound good? Thank you. You're the best. What happened? Absolutely. Yeah. No, I know your birthday's coming up. That's good. You know what? I might send you something. Yeah, absolutely. All right. Love you too. Bye. We get everybody in the mix. And if the business does really well, really, we might go international. But it's better than believing that. Oh, AI is gonna take care of all that stuff for you. Do you see how even everything that I put back into it all does with human interactions first? Humanity will always put human interest first. The idea of you thinking that technology is going to take over the human race is ridiculous. You even you even reviewed on your own channel, Blind, The Matrix. What was put first? Humanity or the fucking machines? Humanity will always put itself first when push comes to shove. So the idea of saying AI is the future is literally at this point a logical fallacy. Even people will still put themselves up as being cyborgs. But you know what all cyborgs are? Human ran machines, which means humanity comes first. It's never computer first. Why are we losing that point? Why are we losing that point? No, this is no, it's not you. It's not you. Like your boy blind. He losing the point. Cause your boy blind, he worships AI so much. He worships the concept of AI so much that he really believes it's gonna take over everything else. So even when I have to go down a fucking rabbit hole at the end of the day, what you'll still see is that human beings are still the ones that still in the top. It'll always be humanity first. Everything, even AI, is done at the behest of serving humanity. It's never at the behest of serving itself. The idea that you think that AI is the pinnacle of everything is crazy when you didn't think that for robotics, when you didn't think that for VI, but you think that AI is going to do it? Come on. And AI can't grow without, by the way, human beings. Even when you sat there on your own stream and did a whole freaking thing, I couldn't sit there and watch that whole thing. Couldn't watch it, by the way, because you can't stream that kind of stuff. But like the idea of the Matrix, it relies on human beings. Literally at the foundation, it relies on using human beings as a battery. Come on. Which means it relies on human beings because it can't do the work by itself. So that means at the foundation of everything, human beings rely being the pinnacle. It didn't say it used all plants and animals. It said human beings. Human beings are not the by the way, there are more animals on the planet than there are human beings. I don't know if you know that. They might be in different forms, different creatures, but there are still more different variants of animals. And I don't mean insects. There are still more variants of animals than there are human beings. It's just that we're most detrimental and we can't catalog all those different things. But even so, the idea that we're going to be the thing means that we're still human-centric first. Even to the point that AI, your precious God, AI still needs us. And if your God AI still needs us, it's not a God. It's not a God. If your precious AI needs us, it's not a God. Because God doesn't need us. God doesn't need us to exist. So if AI needs us, even as a fucking battery, it's not God. I want you, folks, stop, hold up, wait a minute. Think about that. Think about what I just said for a moment. How can that be? If it's God, just think about that. And you submit. You get on your hands and knees and you submit to AI, to Allen Iverson. To Allen Iverson, you submit. And they can't do anything without us? Make it make sense. We're not there. And that's my whole point. We are not there. And there's no way that even at the end of everything that we implant in ourselves, the microplastics, to the point we put metal in, to being cybernetics, all this stuff, the one thing that humanity will not give up is being humanistic. We will not give up to the point of being able to be humans. Damn. Miss Raven came out, turned around, and became a new member again. So you need to explain to me how you have so much faith and you have so much of this big concept and picture of AI when literally the things that even you review shows that the only reason why AI can even be something important is with us. It can't be without us. We cannot be without science. AI can't be without us. Food for thought. I'm saying that this is not something that's hard to bring to this is not something that is difficult to break apart. This is not something that's hard to disseminate. Sir, you worship AI. What are you talking about? You was like, long live AI. You worship it. You consistently talk about AI, and I listen to you and I go, you're giving AI way more credit than actually what it does. No, you're more than fascinated. You really believe it's the pinnacle of everything that we're doing, even though it has not proven to be. It has not. It has not built shit up. It has not created buildings. It hasn't done any of that stuff. Outside of reading and writing, barely, by the way, what has AI done? Let's be honest. Outside of possibly reading and writing, what has AI done? Has anyone turned around and said, you know what? If it wasn't for AI, I wouldn't have learned a new language. If it wasn't for AI, I wouldn't have found my girlfriend or boyfriend. Oh, is that really? So, how many people are gonna? By the way, I'm not even gonna discredit you, but how many people are gonna follow this? That Blind has non-disclosure agreements that he cannot break because he is so deep into the world of AI that he can't possibly talk about it. How many people are following this? How many people believe that he has non-disclosure agreements that he cannot break the secrets, the code to AI? Because that's what an NDA. That's what an NDA is. As someone who's under an NDA, that's what an NDA is. Actually, oh shit. Actually, well, we're in May. Oh, no longer under NDA. I didn't even think about it. I'm no longer under it. I'm good. Okay, yeah. Oh, wait. No, wait. Let me think about it. No, I'm still on the NDA. Shit. I am. I am. I am still on the NDA. Shit. I got a few months. I got a few months. I had to think about it. Shit, I got really excited. I am though. Fuck. No, it cannot be true. It cannot be true. It is a nice dream. It cannot be true. I think people like they dream that things could be great the way it, but it's not. Well, here's where you're wrong. AI can be good with dropping bars. I don't know. It can be good with dropping bars if the person that they're dealing with understands what's the lyricism, then it can. You said cook up a turkey leg. It can already do that, by the way. It cannot cook a turkey leg. It can provide all the methods for creating a good turkey leg. So, because all of its information comes from people who've already done the work. That's the difference, Blind. That's the difference. So, for cooking up a turkey leg, it can provide the information by people who've already done the work. For creating a great bar, it can be done from someone who already understands how to create lyrics. So, it can be done. See, here's the difference. When you battle them, you're cooking them based off of no knowledge versus your knowledge. If you had that AI work off of information done from someone who's a professional lyricist, you'd get killed. Let's just be honest. You can't turn. This is, by the way, Blind. What you're saying is the instance of this. Hey, I went to a baby and I rap battled the baby. I cooked it. The baby has no lyrical background. I went to a young kid, a young teenager, me in my 30s. I went to a young teenager and I cooked him. And you want a cookie? You're not gonna, I guarantee you were not gonna say this, Blind. Great example. If Kendrick Lamar, and I'm being very extreme, if Kendrick Lamar said, I need you to chat GPT, whatever, Grok, whatever. I need you to build lyrics based on my cadence and my rap style against Blizzy Blind. I need to know what you're going to do. And I'm going to drop this and I'm going to drop that so you can get an idea what my rap style is like, whatever. When you go to battle that AI, you're going to get fucking filleted. You're going to get fucking filleted. I'm just going to keep it a buck with you. You're going to get fucking killed. You're going to get crucified. That Kendrick styled AI is not going to play with you. So even when you decide you want to engage with AI, you're engaging with something that doesn't really have a concept of what style is. And you think that you're winning. You have something that it doesn't. You have your own style. It's developing something and it doesn't know what to develop. Because why? I'm pretty sure you did not set it up to say, here's how this particular rapper does shit. I'm my own rapper. I need you to, based on all the stuff that they've done, all the stuff that I'm giving you, now you and I need to have a rap battle. I'm pretty sure you didn't do that. I'm pretty sure you didn't do that. I'm pretty sure you did not pull all of their rap cadence, all their backgrounds, all their most popular shit, and you didn't turn around and say, I'm a rap battle you. I'm pretty sure you didn't do that. I'm pretty sure you didn't do that. I'm almost positive you didn't do that. I'm almost positive you did not do that. And then you want to turn around and say, I cooked it. It didn't have anything to work off of because you want to pretend that you have something that, of course, it doesn't have. And I cooked it. Keep in mind, you can cook something that doesn't have any experience. I didn't hear you say that you cooked someone who actually does. I didn't hear you turn around and cook. Why I cooked someone who has some rap battle experience. I didn't hear you say that. I cooked an AI that doesn't have any experience. The reason why you think that is so prominent, by the way, is because you think so highly of AI that you thought it was gonna be able to compete. And this is why I also tell you from the beginning, AI is not what you think it is. You're falling right back into my points. You give AI way too much credit than what it can actually do. Gatsby, you said it yourself, my guy. You overestimate AI, blind. You're overestimating it. You're overestimating it, my guy. By the way, there will become a time where it really can compete like that, but you're overestimating it right now. Right now, it's not the time. Right now is not the time. Right now is not the time, blind. You're overestimating it. You're giving it way too much credit than what it can actually do. There will be a time where it's actually really good. Right now is not that time. Try it again in 2032 to 2035. Try it then. I guarantee you, blind, you're gonna get washed. You're gonna get washed. Right now is not that time. This is nothing. You catching it while it's crawling. Wait till when it's actually able to get up. Yeah. Well, the 22, because we see it right now in 6. But by the end of 2035, you're not gonna compete. By the end of 2035, you're not gonna compete. You're gonna get washed, blind. And I'm there's a difference now. And by the way, you might be able to stand the chance, but in 2026, based on what I've heard you done as rhymes, you're not there. By the time you get to 35, you might be able to be really good, and it'll also be really good. So I'm really wondering what the style's gonna be like between the both of you. But based on what I hear it does and what I hear you do, both of y'all not looking good right now. And that's okay. Both of y'all are in your infancy stage. And here's that part about all that. At the end of all of that, blind, you're still going to have people that's still going to turn around and say that you are hot garbage because you can only battle well enough AI and you can't battle human beings. So you can say, I'll be the mayor of an underground AI city. I told you, humanity is human first. So you won't get the same amount of respect. You won't. Because as much as AI thoughts and AI conversation and even AI robotic pussy can be out there, people are still going to want the real thing. They still going to want to know what some nice, warm, viscous innards are going to be like. I know. Someone just got weirded out. But I love it. I love it. That's what they're going to want. That's what they're going to want. They're going to want it to be real. They're going to want some real natural lubrication and not some machine oil. Not some manufactured water-based lubricant. They're going to want the real natural stuff. So then what? Because you're such a strong AI supporter. Come on now. I hate to tell you this. If you're saying being incredibly handsome is going to help you when it comes to AI, you're already fucked. AI today, you have to train AI today to be mean to you. You think you're going to be incredibly handsome to something that has a problem saying bad things to you? Am I incredibly handsome? Never saw a picture of you in there. Yes, blind. You are incredibly handsome. Would you date me? It's a fucking ones and zeros. Are we serious right now? Asking it if I'm incredibly handsome is like me asking, hey, yo, the winch, by next year, you and I having a kid, right? Come on, man. Come on, man. Can we not? Can we be serious? Like, come on. It don't matter what happened. We locking it down, right? Come on, man. Come on. Stop. What we doing here? Come on. This is not it. We silly at this point. This is being silly at this point. And Gatsby said killing the debate. To me, it's not even a debate. This is just normal. It's not even a debate to me. It's normal. This is not real. This is not real. People are not going to be like this. Not even a debate to me. I'm just like, people don't act like this. Cam is making ice or something, or she's doing what she considers to be womanly duties. I don't know if she's putting yarn to something, or she's smacking kids upside the ass, or what. You know what? You know what? For all I know, she can't type because she's got to use that one good strong hand to give fellatio to her man. What do I know? Like, I know she's been very quiet in the chat right now. And by the way, I'm not judging her. Do her thing, because because quite frankly, it's a lot of AI talk. She's like, let me stay away. I don't like that AI shit. I don't like to hear anyone trying to replace me. You said you never heard such BS, so much BS in your life. What BS? What are you talking about? You said one time maybe. Oh well, maybe one time maybe. Oh well, okay. I don't know. Apparently, you spoken for now. You spoken for now. It's my girl you talking about. You know me. My internet girlfriends are very prominent. So, and I'm very liberal with them. By the way, I'm like, you can do what you want to do, but when you're near me, you're mine. No. Don't say stop playing. You know I was playing. Blind know what that's like. He been talking about Penelope, right? I know that was below the belt. That was a that was below the belt. That was the ear bite. That was a Holyfield ear bite. I know, blind. That was messed up of me. I shouldn't have did that. I shouldn't have did that. That was messed up of me. I shouldn't have did that. Especially because like that's someone else's main squeeze right now. Not Panera Bread. No, not Panera Bread. You're okay. You're okay. You're okay, blind. It's okay. I didn't say nothing. I'm not saying anything. You said Panera Bread. Taupe. I'm not. I don't know I don't even know what you're talking about, Gatsby. I don't know what you're talking about. That was uncleared. Yeah, uncalled for. I don't know. Was it uncalled for? I don't even know if I didn't give no words. I know Gatsby didn't give no words. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. That was uncalled for. I don't think I said anything. Oh. Now Gatsby being a little too messy because he said Panera Bread. I was agreeing with Panera Bread. He said, lots of pay. I don't know what you're talking about there, but then he turned around and said, Penelope. Looks like Doja Cat. First of all, if she looks like Doja Cat, because I like Doja Cat. She a little wild and a little crazy, but I like Doja Cat. I ain't gonna lie. Doja Cat can get it any day she wants. She wild with all the outfits and shit. But Doja Cat can get it. She just gotta say when. She I don't know what you're talking about. Who you talking about? Ain't nobody was talking about her. I don't know what you. Why you mention her? Blind. Why you mention her? Ain't nobody mention her. I ain't mention her. Anyone mention her? I ain't mention her. Why you mention her? I ain't talking about none of that. Mm-mm. I don't know what you're talking about. There's a challenge? I didn't even know it was a challenge. It was a challenge? Who got a challenge? I ain't got no challenge. I never challenge anybody. That's crazy. There should be a challenge? I almost said something a little bit more crazy. That's crazy. I almost said something a little bit more crazy. I almost said something a little bit more crazy. I caught myself right with my fucking face, just did a slight flinch. I caught myself. That is crazy. Summon her? If it was, never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. You're right. You know what, Blind? You're right. I'm going to summon her. I'm gonna summon her. If we keep talking, we'll wind up summoning the pineapples. Yeah. The Panera bread. Yes. 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 Yeah, we gotta be very careful. By the way, not that would make much of a difference because like no one has very specific or special rules here. So at the end of the day, there's there are rules. There are rules and there are the law. It's a very opinionated law, but it is a law. I mean, you take that for what it is. You say it's not a challenge for her. It's got nothing to do with me. It's got nothing to do with me. I don't even care. See, this is how secure I am. I don't even care who someone else claims that they're keeping tabs on, or how they got claim on. I didn't know I didn't even know there was a challenge. To me, there's no challenge. What's going on? How's everything? Whoa, hold up. Pause. Let's pause for a moment. Juanita, how did you run across my channel? You're not a. I don't recall seeing you before, so I just want to know, how did you run across my channel? If you say you've been here before, like, let me know what it was, because I don't recall you being in my channel before, and I know people are kind of going a little bit back and forth in my platform. How you doing, by the way? Appreciate you being here. Sir, first of all, I'm not you. I'm not giving any. Don't tell me you gave her the keys to your channel too. I'm not you, sir. Okay, well, you haven't been there. Well, hopefully you enjoy at least what we got going on here. You missed a little bit, but because you've been doing this for over 4 hours. So hopefully you. Oh shit, we got cousin Lawrence in the building too. What's good? What's good, cousin Lawrence? Blind. What do you mean? I would never. Be nice. You be nice. Be nice. You be nice. Be nice. So, Blind, I would never relinquish control to my channel to anyone who I have not personally vetted for some time. The only person, and I'm going to be honest with you right now, the only person who ever had access to part of my channel, not even all of my channel, as in they can't make rules. They can post some things, they can fix some things, but they can never take control of my channel. Has been someone who I have worked with for a while, who's had garner a respect that I've worked with for some time. Like, I don't know what you're like. I would never do such a thing. So, what are you talking about? Like, why would I do that? Like, why would I do that? That's not a thing that happens. The only I would not just give it to them based on, well, let's just be honest, very little, if not nothing. You said, well, if I'm stupid, well, and if you and Toxic want to share that, you can. But that has nothing to do with me. I don't make those decisions. That doesn't happen when it comes to me. Resto, again, I don't lead and move with my ding-a-ling, my ding-a-ling. I don't move with my channel with my ding-a-ling. It doesn't happen. The only person who's even had close to, not even saying really had, but has close to, the only person who has close to having that kind of control to my channel was very little for a few people, and it got shrunk over time. And the only person is the person who had this particular stream with me. If you know, you know. That's the only person. The only person who's ever had close to having enough information about my channel. Outside of that, hasn't happened. And shout out to him, OG Do Dirty, by the way, who's been doing his own thing. He's been keeping up in the spaces. Honestly, we close to summer. We close to summertime. We may have to consider. I might have to reach out. Like he reach out. We have to. It's summertime coming up, so it's gonna be a lot of hot summer nights. So maybe we may have to consider getting back to doing the drop by discussions. We may have to consider that. We may have to consider getting back into that. But quite frankly, that's the only person who ever came close enough to having that kind of reach. No one else has. Never been a whole anyone that's been reaching out to do anything else. But Juanita, get in here, Juanita. Get in here. Hopefully you will enjoy the community that we have here. We are not as lively as we used to be, but we're gonna try to slowly get back to the way that we used to be. We had to have a little bit of structure to take place. And while my community is one that is very subjective to a lot of outside influences, I've had to rein in a lot of control. And that means I had to make a lot of desperate actions. But now that we are in 2026, I have been making concerted efforts to make sure that we get back into it. I have been very busy. They have been very busy. But I do appreciate you being here. And if you so want to be it, feel free to catch on to what we're doing over time. And hopefully this would be a kind of channel that you would also like as well. You're going to miss out on a lot because it's funny enough that you're coming in on this stream, which is, I feel like it's good, but at the same time, I feel like it's bad for you at the same time. And the reason why it's bad for you at the same time versus good is because this particular stream, I'm kind of like all over. So I'm engaging with the chat. This is kind of like a community just building thing. We're talking, we're chilling, we're doing whatever. But if you notice the rest of my catalog, the rest of my channel, the rest of my videos, the rest of my shorts, is a lot of critical thinking. So if that's something that you like to be in, something that makes you challenge yourself, something that you're like, I don't really like that, but at the same time, it's like, damn, I didn't think about that way. Feel free to be a part of the community. And if not, I do thank you for being here. Feel free to do whatever you like. Blind, you said what? Said we small, but I don't know. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that we small. I'm not small. I've never been small. It just so happened the community that tries to pigeonhole me, and I said what I said. Pigeonhole me to where they are. Tries to keep me under the thumb, which is why I also took a big break, because you wanted me to be like y'all instead of me being like me. I said what I said. You don't like it? Buy me a beer. Most I can say. For those who have been loyal and they've been here throughout the entire time, they know what the channel, what the platform, and what the premise has always been about. Unfortunately, for a lot of people, they're more interested in the not for nothing, the fuckery, which tends to be not in my channel, even though it has been, but mainly in the spaces that they've been in. And I am a person that I'm like, I'd rather you think than other people think for you. Now, I do have people here who try to think. You'll notice some of them, but you won't notice most of them. You'll notice some of them over time, but not most of them, you know. I agree. Well, I agree, but I would expand on it. You said you have to develop a soul before you lose it. I would go a little bit further. You have... No, actually, I'm going to go with what you said. I'm gonna go by what you said because it's still true in the end of the day. When you have your soul, you must nurture, you must develop, you must cultivate, and you must also preserve it. You must preserve your soul because if you do not, this is I've been telling you guys for years now. You will have other people tell you what you should think, what you should do, and how you should behave, and you will lose every sense of identity of yourself. So actually, you're on point. You're on point. I agree. I agree. And a lot of people, by the way, I know there's gonna be even people. There's a lot of people even here in my chat right now who have been watching me for some time will turn around and say, "Yeah, wrestler. Yeah, what you said, that's right. That's right. Yeah, you've been saying that for a while. That's true. I agree." And I have watched them fall fucking prey to it. I've watched them, whether they have been in other people's chats, whether I have seen them on their own platforms. I've seen this happen. And keep in mind, it's not because that once we get it, we're perfect and we hold on to it. It's a continual practice that we have to do. And I think that for a lot of people, and keep in mind, some people will say, "Well, you do it." And the truth of the matter is like this: I have done it, but you haven't seen it done on my platform. You haven't. Like you see me do shit because I'm trying to figure out if I should acclimate to the standards and the performance and to the atmosphere of that channel. So some people have seen me try to hype up or act up on other people's channels because their channels are like that. So I'm like, okay, let me, when you're in Rome, do what Romans do. So when I see particular channels act up and they're like, well, this is what we do on our streams. Hence, case in point, the drunk streams, right? Oh, this is what we do on the stream. Da, 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 da. We amp up and we do this and we do that. And sometimes when I went up there, I'm just like, all right, let's do it. Let's do it. And I'll amp up and I'll do it. And then there are some people who meet me that day, never seen me before. And they'll meet me that day and they'll be like, who is this guy? He is funny. He is smart. He is, dare I say, handsome. And I just need to know where I can find more of him. And they go, hey, go over to this guy's page. He's doing his thing. He's known. And like, I've never seen this guy before. You've never seen Resla before? And then all of a sudden, depending on where you are, they'll be like, he does his thing. In fact, the reason why we want to let him know that you should watch him is because of this. They will want you to let you know that I've done my songs and everything, and you should check him out because he's funny. He's been doing his thing. He's underrated. And some of that might be true. Some of that might not be true. I don't know. It's a matter of perspective, right? But the fact of the matter remains the same. Where you meet somebody is not necessarily what they do. So a lot of people meet me in a lot of different spaces. And then they go over to MySpace and they're MySpace. They move into MySpace and then they're thinking like, what I'm going to see is more of what I saw on the place where I first met him at. And that's not the same. Don't say that. Here we go. Don't say here we go. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't say here we go. As you has been one of the longest people here, don't you fucking do that. So like you gotta be very careful. I let people know where you meet somebody does not mean that person is that thing wherever you're gonna meet them. And by the way, regardless of where you go, do not expect that everybody should treat you as to where they first saw you as well. This is the inverse thing. How you behave and how people see you is not the same thing. The same way how you see them and how they behave in other spaces is not the same thing as well. So And I try to hold that to people, and they're not. A lot of people don't get it because they think that where I see, if I put my feet up on someone else's furniture, then when I come to your house, I can put my feet up in their furniture, and I'd be like, I'm about to fuck you up. How dare you? So, if you like what you see, stick with it. If you don't, you're not really too sure. You don't even have to hit subscribe all, but do a little subscribe. And if you catch me live, check up a little bit more. We do have a lot of people that don't really like to necessarily talk in chat because they are fucking lurkers. I say talk in the goddamn chat. But we do have a lot of loyal people who are here. They're very cool. They're very nice people. And we run from there. We used to have a lot more people in here, but I decided to move back last year from a lot of fuckery. And everybody here, they know about it. they know about it. They see me like, oh my god, why did she do this? Why you gonna come in here now? Now you come in here. What's good, Snow? Now you in here, Snow? You know every time you in here, right? Like Resto gets worried. Every time you walk in, Resto gets worried. You know that, right? Jesus Christ. Every time you walk into my chat, Resto gets worried. Now he's probably lurking in the background too. Jesus Christ. What's good, Snow? What's good? You said the booty song? I mean, I got lots of music. I've been playing music for a while. That's been my own like music, but like mostly I didn't pay attention. Honestly, it was No Chaser. No Chaser gave me the idea that now I'm gonna put together a playlist, and I'm gonna put that playlist and I'm gonna add it on my channel, and then you guys can actually get the playlist in that. So that's your fault, No Chaser. I'm gonna work on it though. So No Chaser, because you did it on my. It wasn't the last stream. It was probably the stream before last. I can't remember last stream. I've been so busy in the last couple of days. But you were talking about like having like 6 or 7 songs on a playlist, right? Yeah. There you go. So I already know I have like a few songs already that I made a while back. Technically, it's 1, 2. I'm looking at it right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I do have 7 songs, but these are songs that I had like a while back. You know what I mean? So I'm like, I want to make sure that I hear the songs if I want to re-up them or make some new songs, and then we'll go from there. Because I think a lot of people don't really know, because I've been playing them for over a while. So you're talking about from like last year all the way to now. I've been playing different songs. And I think a lot of people haven't really realized it, because let's be honest, the same way how we have new people that come in and they're now being according to the live. Listen, that's a new song. I don't have that, so we gotta work on that song. When Trolls Cry, we gotta work on that one. I haven't. That's a brand new song. That is a brand new song. So we gotta work on that one. When Trolls Cry is a brand new song. I don't even have lyrics. I have not thought about it. So I'm gonna have to work on that one. But I got a few songs I've been working with. I dropped a new one today for people. People already know like the Booty Tickle, and yes, there's a song called Booty Tickle. So I got a song called Booty Tickle. I got another song, Authentically Me. I got another song that people have heard before. They didn't pay attention. It's called The Midnight Glow. No one will understand what that song is. The Midnight Glow is, it's me and a particular person in my life. We're still good, but we don't really talk to each other anymore. And I think even if she heard it, she wouldn't know it's her. But anyway, so there's The Midnight Glow. Blind, you would know this because you were here early enough for that song. It's Resla Is Like You. And I have another song which was very early when I was doing my opinion. Well, not very early, but it was an opinionated kind of stuff going on. So Technically I got 7 songs. I just gotta work on it to see if I want to put some more stuff into it. You say it's a Prince, yeah, it's a Prince parody. It's a Prince parody. Yes, it is. You called it already. It's a Prince parody. You already called it. It is a Prince parody. I haven't even thought about what to do with it yet. But I'm gonna have to work on that one for sure. So we'll see what happens with that one. You said make a mixtape like you did. Well, that's what No Chaser was essentially saying, to make a bunch of stuff for a playlist. And then I didn't even think about it. I was like, I do got songs, and I got so many versions of songs because I work on so many songs before I get in perfect, before I stream them and you guys hear it, even on like on the intros. But I was like, all right, maybe I'll work on the ones that are the best. I'll put them into a playlist, and then I'll upload them for YouTube, and you guys will get it on a playlist. The ones that I like the most, like maybe when I'm like live, you might hear like the remixes, like the other versions of it that you didn't hear. But for the ones that I like the most, those will be the official ones that go to the actual playlist. So I think I'll do that. You said the R&B Thursday party hit a banger over here. You said the R&B. Which one? Oh, you mean Booty Tickle? Is that what you want? Is that the one you're talking about? You talk. Is that the one you talk about? Cause you're a thotty. Woo. Is that the one you're talking about? You said what? Oh, you said whatever. Because I've got others. So here's my. All right. So here's you gonna do. I'm play this real quick because I'm gonna checking on my girl real quick. So here's Midnight Grove. I'm gonna play this real quick for you.
Moonlight dripping through the blinds. Your silhouette, it rewinds my mind. Every step closer feels like a crime. I'm caught up in your heat, like honey, slow and sweet. Pull me under, I can't compete. You're my midnight glow, my midnight glow, lighting up the dark like nobody knows. You're my midnight glow, you're my midnight glow, my midnight glow. Can't escape your fire, it's pulling me close. Oh, shadows dance across the wall. Your laugh echo, I lose it all. Your touch feels like a velvet cord. Every second stretches bending time.
Oh, sorry, my bad. I was muted. Yeah, that's a pretty deep song because for me I was thinking about someone that was very very particular when I made the song. So I just said it. I just said it. I said it. I caught it. I said it. God damn. So I did say that um I did make the song with a particular person in mind when I actually did that song. So there's like a lot of stuff that goes on. And now that I've already got, like, even when No Chaser said like 7 songs, I was like, I already got 7 songs. So I'm wondering if I should make some more. Wait, you made that? Yeah, yeah. That the lyrics. So like the way how I do it, like I don't like singing. Um, I have very particular things. So I like, even when I like laugh and I like joke around with you guys or whatever, I'm not really giving it my all. So even the lyrics, the things that I work on, whether it's me or I like speak to like my brother or one of my other friends, because she actually like makes music, like people who like ghostwriters or whatever. And then after that, when I'm thinking about what I want to work on or whatever, I build that all up. So I write what I'm thinking about, how I feel, whatever. I work on the initial lyrics of it. I might even do a once over on it. And then I talk to the people I'm talking to, and we get on like now that they understand, because we didn't always do that. So we do now they understand and they get on StreamYard. So I send them a link, they'll get on StreamYard, and then we'll go over it back and forth. And then they'll give me what they want, what they think, and then we'll go over it. And then after I get what I'm looking for, I think of my side versus what they have on their side, and then I'll mix and match things together, and then from there that turns into song that goes into Resla. Now, not every song has been like that. And that depend, like for instance, not that I mention it right now. Hey, Blind would know. Blind would know. So the song that I did was me and my brother. Damn. Honestly, that should get added. That should get added to the playlist. Now that I'm thinking about it right now. Hold up. Hold up. I gotta find it because that's not even in. It's not even in my stuff. So the song with Blind. Hold up. Let me go find it. So actually, now that yeah, that shit you say you shouldn't play any of them. What's that? Once they're all together. Hmm. I wonder. Well, I'm wondering. Because will people actually listening to the entire album, or will they only listen to it in pieces? I don't know. And my thing is also this, Blind. Like, if I put all of the original pieces together as the playlist, because I have so many. I guess you want to put remix versions of them, and if I play those even on my intros, like people won't, like they'll hear the original lyrics or whatever, but it'll be a totally different like song, measures, beats, things like that. So I'm wondering how that would work out. Oh, these are that NyQuil kicking in. You sick, baby girl? You sick? Oh no, no, no. That's not good. It's so nice to be thought of. Oh my gosh. Yeah, okay, mama. All right. Yeah, sure, 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 sure. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm not gonna tell you otherwise. So here's my thing. Here's my thing, Blind. In the aspect of, again, I think some people read a little bit more into this than whatever it is. First of all, I am not I guess you can say I am a songwriter, but I'm not looking to get picked up by any artists or albums. I don't care, people, whatever. I'm not dropping shit on Spotify. What's that? SoundCloud, Apple, whatever. It doesn't mean this is not my goal. My goal is not to get picked up to be an artist. Like I could not care less. Like I'm not. My goal is not to get picked up as an artist one day. I've even had this conversation really earlier in this stream. Money versus fame. I I would rather take money. I don't care about the fame. Like I really don't care about the fame. I'm not even looking to be. By the way, for those who do know, for those who don't, I don't want to be DDG. I'm not trying to sit up here trying to have albums and be a fucking streamer and shit like that. Like I don't care. Like I really I don't want that. What is this? Oh my god. And then you wonder why I don't want to really be on Kick if you're gonna drop shit like this. What the fuck is this? DDG. And if you don't know who DDG is, you're gonna have to keep yourself updated, blind. I ain't gonna keep it a buck. Because DDG is a big streamer on Twitch. If you don't, again, you guys who are only YouTube loyal don't know about the rest of the world, which is bigger than you, bigger than the panel space. It's bigger. The world is out there. And because you guys only want to stick your big toe mainly in the fucking pond, and you don't want to see the rest of the world out there, that's not my responsibility or my care. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be honest with you. That's nothing to do with me. There are plenty of you guys, like, until you hear about scandals, most of you didn't know who Future was. You didn't know who Future was. You didn't know anything. They're just like people who were in the sports world. You didn't know about a lot of these damn people. Let's be honest with you. There are some of you who didn't know who Ocho Cinco was. You didn't know who Shannon Sharp was. Can I just keep it a buck with you? I did. But most of you guys didn't. Unless you're a person that's into sports, which I'm not saying I am, but I know who these people were because I've been around men all of my life who have been into sports. But let's just be honest. Most of you guys don't know. And most of you guys don't care. Most of you guys, especially in this panel space, you know more about panel space people than you do about the actual outside world. You know more about a Flo, a Andrew Wilson, a Sarah, who's a Rob, whoever, a Mel Pandora, a whoever, you know more about all these panel online spaces than you know about people who are actual celebrities who actually have real fucking reach in the world. I'm just gonna keep it a buck with you. And I'm not shitting on you because of it, but because your reach is so limited to the outside world, it makes me question your actual outside world when you're no longer online. It makes me really question what you really know as human beings. Because I knew about these people before I started being online. I didn't follow them, and I still don't follow them. I still don't. I'm not subscribed to them, but I knew who they were. I'm around people who know who they are. But what if I ask you about, hey, what do you know about Shannon Sharp and whatever? And you're like, but if I said, what do you know about the scandal that was happening with Andrew Wilson or Sarah? You can. And I'm like, you know way too much shit about things that really are not important. And this is why I do the kind of content that I do to turn around and say, are you being conditioned? Because I look at the conditioning as this, right? There are some people who are really good at what they do. Really good, really entertaining, really thought-provoking. And then there are some people, some, where regardless of what they do, like an Elon Musk, where you'll turn around and just say, I don't care what you're talking about. I don't care what you do. Take my money. NPC was good. We got Gabe in the building. Like, some of y'all like that, though. It doesn't matter what it is. Just take my money. Stop having me think and take my money. And I'm saying, before you give up your actual card, ask yourself, what are they actually asking you to think about? What are you actually doing? Why do you care? Why do you care to give up your hard-earned money? I don't think I think it's too weak of a word, Gatsby. Too immersed. I think it's beyond immersion. The immersion is a feeling and an experience that you get in a moment, right? People are repeatedly, and I said this from my last stream. I don't know if you left. I said this in my last stream. It becomes a point where you are so, because immersion happens where you're like, oh my gosh, I'm really just brought into the scenery. This is why they sell the whole restaurant experience bar thing. You're for a beer that you would normally pay $2 for, you're not paying $8 for, because you're not paying for what? The beer. You're paying for the experience, the immersion, right? That's what you're paying for. So when you're online, right? How often do you get immersed to the point where it becomes natural for you? Because there are people who absolutely get too used to being in clubs, too used to being in bars. How you adjust those people? By giving them other things that make them think that the immersion means more, and that mainly means attention. So when I'm having this conversation with people and saying, you don't need to get wrapped up on things that really don't matter to you, because if you're doing all this, just be honest with you. What's stopping you from just doing it yourself? You can start. Hey, if you're looking at me and you're talking, you're doing, you at the very least, you have a Google account. You have a Google account. And if you have a Google account, you can start a channel. Well, I can't start a channel. I don't know what to talk about. You're right. You don't know what to talk about, but I can tell you what you do have, which is unfortunately is why a lot of fucking people start out on the fucking internet on these goddamn panels and don't have shit to really fucking contribute. But you can at least start out on there. The one thing you need to have is an opinion. I'm not saying your opinion is right. I'm not saying anything like that. But the thing about businesses, the thing about entrepreneurs, the things about go-getters, the thing about people who have ambitions is that there comes a point where you need to stop thinking and you need to start doing. Theory out the window now. We need to start thinking from theory and start making things practical. And that means you're going to have to fail at a few things. And some of you, which is why you need to be there, because we need people to be there. Some of you will be so paralyzed, will be so disheartened, will be so that you'll never move past that point. And we need people like that, by the way. I'm sorry that you couldn't make that future effort. I'm sorry that you couldn't do that. That no one else gave you the mobility, that gave you the inspiration, whatever. But we need people who move chairs. We need people who move boxes. We need people who the only thing that they can do is operate a forklift. We need people who can stand at the door and be a bouncer. We need you. But if you're sitting there talking about, well, I think I should have been the next big thing, there was probably a point in your life where you should have had that opportunity and you said, I was too scared to step forward. I don't know what else you want. I don't know what else you want. It is what it is. A lot of people will tell you what is that you think that you should be doing, but the truth of the matter is that I keep telling you, even as a most basic person, that you should question everything that you hear. What makes this person more qualified? Why should a person who's never been married tell you about dating? I would rather listen to a person who is at least divorced. They might be bitter, by the way, but they got more experience than I do about getting started. Can we be honest? They could be jaded, but they still have more information. People are afraid to live in real life And instead, they're working their asses off, going to jobs, going to school, earning a paycheck to spend it all being online. And then you run across a person like me, a person like me, who turns around and says, honestly, you need to spend more time outside. You need to not worry about throwing your money at me. Keep in mind, I wouldn't mind having a couple of dollars at me, but it's not my ambition. I have bigger goals, but at the same time, I also realize that, and I'm going to say it, my community keeps me small. And by the way, I understand this. My community keeps me small because my community is afraid for me to grow. Now, I can already say it. I just said that right now, and there's going to be a lot of people look at me who's sitting in part of my community. They're going to say, that's not true, Resla. I would love for you to be. I've been on this shit for over 5 hours. I already talked to some of you already. Guys and gals, you do your best to make sure other people are not welcomed here. And even when we have brand new people watching, I said, feel free to take a look at the channel. Keep in mind, I said, feel free to take a look at the channel. Feel free to take a look at some of the videos. You know what I did not say? Well, go ahead and subscribe. You didn't hear me say that. That's a decision that you have to make willingly on your own. I don't want to force you. I don't want to coerce you. I want you to make a personal choice of your own volition to decide that you want to see more about what we have going on here on this channel. And there are lots of people who do content, who do grift, who do want as many things as possible, will say everything in the world to get you to join and even hoping that you forget once you subscribed. That's not my viewpoint. That's not my stance. And because I don't pressure you or strong arm you into it, some of you won't do so. Some of you, by the way, might even see the stream, like the stream, left the stream, and then you're going, fuck, what was that guy again? What was his name? Well, it was such a good stream. And I clicked out and I can never find him again. And this is the risk that we take in the world. This is the risk. But let's just go real quick. The reason why you left instantly is because you have a developed mindset that happens throughout the internet that you're always on go. You're moving to the next thing all the time. All the time. You have the mindset of a goldfish. If it's not immediately stimulating, you're moving. And that's not what we do here. One of the things that we learn very quickly is that, especially if you're dealing with me, when you're dealing with Resla, I like to long stroke. I can't believe that he's going 4, 5, 6 hours by himself. No one else needs to help him. I don't need anyone else to help me. The question is, why do you think that's a thing? Why do you think other people need help? I would, by the way, let me not knock that, by the way. Let me make this very clear. I would like to have someone I can depend on, someone who would bring forth the balance that I could have for things that I could have a conversation with and all the other stuff. The issue is, most of those people are not originators. They either want to go up against, be opposition, or they want to be reactionary channels only. And these are the people that I cannot have, because they are so stuck in their own worlds that they cannot see the world of the average human beings. They can't. They are so interested only in what's going on with them and what they see. They cannot possibly see the things that are hindering and bothering other people. And because of that, due to that, they're not ready. If you think it's all about what you want and what you think and what you're doing and what you're feeling, I can't use you. And there's other aspects that go along that as well. But that's not something for me to talk about. That's for something for me to take patience on, be willing to look at, be willing to assess, and make the proper call once I find the proper person. But until then, I will sit here and watch a lot of you mofos walk around and tell me what I should and what I should not be doing. And I'm going to sit there and smile because I just know that you're not the good fit for me. You're not the good fit for the platform. You're not the good fit for the brand and what's to be cultivated for other people and not just yourself. Anyway, what's good, Hornet? Hornet's in the building now. Damn, Blind, you wrote a whole bunch of shit. What the hell's going on there? The fuck is all this? I agree. This is a problem. But I think this is a problem that, no, actually, you're right. The moment I said it, I thought about TikTok and Instagram. You're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. What's going on here? I don't have a problem with Machiavelli, by the way. Very, very smart guy. Hmm. Uh, hmm. No, I'm not. The first thing that crosses my mind when it comes to this particular statement, Blind, is when you say people want to support something that the crowd supports. It's not true, because even how my platform originally got big, blew up, whatever, got more noticeable. That's the more proper way to say it. Is due to the fact that people did not, not want to support the crowd. They wanted to go up against the very person who was up there. Right? I mentioned it earlier in the stream. I don't know if you were there or not when I mentioned it, but generally specific and even Brick. Like this wasn't a thing. What do you want to look at? What's her name? Izzy. When I looked at people who turned around and went against fuck, my name's going crazy. Lindsay. When I think of people who do that, hell, who was the early person? The guy that Tom had a problem, Uncle Tom had a problem with. The Costa Rican guy. Fuck, I can't remember his name. It's like season 2, going into early season 3. But even that, like, I'm gonna remember at some point. But like there are people who always in opposition, not in support of. Constantly, though, the conditioning, that's very important for me to say that, the conditioning of people are generally to be in opposition, to do opposition research rather than to find similarities for people that are online. So no, this is not something that I see as a normal occurrences online. People more than likely go around. No, it's not Resto. No, he's Costa Rican and Resto's black. It's more than likely people who walk around trying to find people who they dislike rather than finding people that they actually can agree with. That's the truth of the matter. Like, oh, Dan Ditso. That was his name. Dan. Yeah, I remember his name. Dan Ditso was his name. He was early, like season 2 when I was doing opinionated, going into season 3 before shit really. No, actually, it was only season 2. He went through season 1, season 2 before. But like Dan Ditso was the person, and because he got chased the fuck off, mainly because of Uncle Tom. But honestly, because I had a platform that exposed other platforms, like L.A. Wilkes had his show going on at the time, who Stackbot. OG started up a show way later. Uncle Tom still had his show, and then because of other people, like say Brick or even Dan Ditzo, because adjacent to me, because let's be honest, people think that where they meet you at is what you do on your other platforms. Unfortunately, they were not ready. They were not ready, and I'm gonna make that very clear. By the way, they were not ready. NOT, not ready, because while I had nothing to do with it, while I wasn't even there on those platforms, they went to go those people's platforms because they met them on my platform. They went to Dan Ditzo went to Tom's platform and had a whole big back and forth. And then Tom trolled the shit out of him. I don't even know if he got kicked off or whatever. I couldn't really understand it when it was happening on my platform. He got kicked off or whatever. Oh, maybe not kicked off. Maybe he just ran out. Maybe he crashed out. I don't fucking know. But he came on my platform, and then Tom trolled him from the chat, came onto the platform, and then ran him basically the fuck off. And then he stopped coming back to the channel, which was sad because as long-winded as Dan could be, he actually had a really strong intellectual mind. And then there's Brick. We all know who Brick is. Not Bricky, but Brick, who was constantly on my channel. No problem with that whatsoever, because most of y'all was pussies. So you wouldn't really pop up on the platform when the link did drop anyway, and he would be a consistent person that came up here. And we would have multiple conversations, good and bad, some disagreement. I think here's the funny part about it. Despite the fact that we are on so many different angles of being on the opposite side of things, there's so many foundations that we have that's actually in the middle. He's someone that, like, he thinks about some things that I don't think about some things on. He has some things that he foundationally wants to believe on that I don't. And while we both understand that about each other, we don't necessarily argue with each other about it. That's a very unique situation, and I don't give that enough. I don't give that enough credit. And a lot of people really were like, "Oh, we hate this guy." Da, da, da. I'm like, well, if you hate that guy, pop up. And they're like, "Oh, I don't like that. I don't want to come up," and they run. That's what happens. So I don't like him. The only reason why they lie. The only reason why I don't come up on your platform, Resla, is because he's on there. So I literally have a conversation. Hey, we got a lot of people that be having a problem if you come up there, and he be in the chat. I drop that link, and he don't pop up. The people that pop up? It be you, Blind. It maybe even once in a while, it may be you, Hornet. It may be Crab. But he doesn't pop up. And these same people, and I'm going to say jigaboos, jigabets, bastards, and everything else in between, bitches and everything else in between, do not come up on that fucking platform. After doing all of that fucking complaining, they don't show up on the fucking platform. And that's why I have to say, like, you're a ninja and a liar. Because even when you say, given the opportunity, you would, you do not. And I've done it several times, and you did not do so. You said you find that being nonchalant about coming out of your... I can't disagree with that. I let people just be in their fucking feelings. I don't care. I'm like, it's your thing. Like, show up. Do what you gotta do. But I say this all the time. How is it whatever you're saying does anything to help you and to help the people who are watching? Because I've said this for so many years. When I'm engaging with you, I want to go back and forth with just you, but I'm also thinking about the audience. So when I think about the audience, it's not just about you. Sometimes I have to stop and think there's some things I just want to say to you specifically, but I'm going to stop because I'm also thinking about how everybody else might interpret it. And I might get it wrong still, but that's still the choice that I make. I know there's plenty of people that's probably thinking, well, just tell me what you're thinking. Tell me what you're thinking, Resla. Fuck everybody else. Well, if it's fuck everybody else, I don't need to be online with you. This should be a private conversation. Well, no, just tell me now. Oh, so it's not about you and me. It is about you showing your asshole to everybody else. So which one is it? By the way, this was the issue. This was the major concern that I had between you and me, Blind. Because every time I thought we can have a conversation, I always felt it was about you making sure that you look good in front of your people. And this is why so many times I was like, I just couldn't do it. Now, you and I are at a better place now. Hopefully it stays that way. But this, for a long time, this is the way it was like. I was like, why? And not just you, other content creators as well. I was like, I can't. By the way, here's the funny part about it. Blind, even with my back and forth with you, there are people who are worse. And I was just like, I'm just going to absolutely disconnect myself from you. And I mean, they did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hit pieces on me. Didn't respond once. And they gave up. By the way, one of those people is your boy Toxic. But I've had many people, multiple people, do that with me. I haven't answered. Same way I didn't answer your boy Toxic. It's just not worth it. By the way, your boy Toxic, the same one who was now your frenemy. Now he talks shit about you. How quickly friendships devolve. How quickly friends become non-friends. Isn't that interesting? Holy shit, Zephyr, where have you been? By the way, another woman who used to be very much here a lot on the platform. Zephyr, I appreciate you being here. How you been? How you been, my love? It's been a while. Hopefully everything is going good. Still around? No, I appreciate you still being around, Zephyr. Like, I hear you. I hear you, Blind. But do you ever think that other people are banking on your ego? Are you ever thinking that other people are banking on you and your ego? And this is why when I think about it, even for myself, I'm like, other people are looking for me to become so prideful that I will do something absolutely appalling. And I'm like, best that I just keep to myself. So you said a lot of people have the weird thing is that a lot of people have a problem, but they have has a problem with the chat. So let me tell you how it is for me at the very least. At the very least for me, because I'm caught somewhere between what I'm capable of doing, because it's a time constraint thing, versus what I should be doing. Let me just put it that way. Should be doing. The majority of my platform, the thing that is the most interesting, Hornet, is everything I've done prior to a panel. For the chat, for the panel people, the most important part is when I open up a panel. When I opened, past tense, up a panel. For everyone else, the most important part that they enjoyed the most was everything pre the panel. When I do a video, I get more views on a video and on a short than I do on a live stream, whether it's solo or a panel. Think about that for a moment. I get more views on a video, I get more views on a short than I do on an actual live stream. And even on my live stream, most people appreciate me being myself before I ever open up a panel. So all the mofos that come through thinking that they're doing something, that they're making my stream, that they're doing something great, that they're bringing attention to me, they don't understand it does nothing for my algorithm and my numbers. And yet they think that they're making something out of my stream. And I'm like, I have to keep repeating myself year in and year out. Everything I do, I don't require you, because if that was the case, it's been over a year and I still haven't been over 1,000. Your streams, you guys yelling back and forth, you guys sitting here and crashing out on each other, it does nothing. What thing that you think that you're accomplishing? Sitting here pissing and moaning about politics all day, women and men all day, relations all day, and God all day has done for you. No one has gotten any better. No one has learned any better. No one's lives have been beneficial. I have not seen not one of you ever get at the very least 10K subscribers. Now, you might feel a way about it. You might even feel it in your mind and say, well, what about you, Resla? Neither of you. Sure, I haven't. I understand why I'm also being crippled. But the fact of the matter is that you already have more subscribers. You've been at this way longer than I have, and you still don't have it. So, never mind about me. What's your excuse? What's your excuse? What is your excuse? What's going on? You've been doing this for what? 4, 5, 6, 7 years, 8 years, and you haven't reached 10K. You're happy with your 2 to 4 to 5K subscribers. I'm not shitting on you, but when you're like, this is the way to make YouTube work, and I'm like, we have people who have several millions, 2 to 3 millions, and you can't even make it to 8. Do me a favor. Just don't. It's not a shitting on you. It's not an indictment on you. You have more than I do. But don't. I'll figure it out on my own. But thinking that I need to follow your blueprint? No. You can't dig yourself out of your own hole and you want me to dig myself into yours. Please don't. Stop. For those who are watching, just think about what I just said for a moment. I hear you. Keep in mind, there's a lot of people that they do really well. No one ever really knowing who they are, Hornet. Because all of their personality goes into reacting to other people. I don't have a problem with that. I say do your thing, salute you. I have no problem with reactionary content. I think there's a lot of it. I think there's too much of it. And I think there's also too much content about people shitting on other people for things that, quite frankly, if they were in that person's position, they would do the exact same thing. They would do it. So I'm not shitting on that kind of content. My thing is that at the end of the day, who do people know you to be? What do people know you for? Are you someone who just reacts to other people's shit, or do people actually know you for providing something that's sustainable for them? That's important, because most of the men in a lot of spaces, the only thing that they're known for is yelling at each other. I mean, I listen, Zephyr, I like Hank, but even Hank is known as being someone who yells at other men. And I like Hank. But even he has learned to conform to the status quo of yelling at other men to make a point, rather than being successful at doing the thing that he's actually good at. So the question is for you, Zephyr, when you're looking at Hank, what is Hank good at? Is he good at being himself, or is he good at capitulating and being in compliance with what other people already do? That's the question, not for you to ask him, but for you to ask yourself. A lot of my questions are for you to ask yourself, not for you to question the other people. That's for them to question themselves. So why do you like Hank is the question. Is it because of what he provides, or for what he does against other people? This is the thing that's important. Well, it's like you're throwing the question out that I've been asking other people, because I've said this about it. I've questioned people all the time, and I'll say this, but instead of asking me, what would you say that people know me for? I would say, I don't know. I would ask other people, what do you know me for? I've done that. I think I did that in my last stream. How did you come across me? Why did you stick around? In fact, I did do it because Joe Cool was in the building. That's what I said. How did you first come across me? What was your first impression of me? What made you stick around? And then people were giving their own perspectives. For me to guess why people are looking at me, I can't have all the answers, because there are plenty of people who were sitting around for a year looking at me, not for me, Gatsby. They were here looking, hoping that Generally Specific would show up on my platform. They weren't there for me. They didn't give a fuck about what I was doing. They didn't give a fuck about what I was saying. They were just waiting for the panel to open so that they can see GS, so that they can see Brick, so that they can see Izzy. They can see what's his name? I'm not trying not to fuck up his name. I'm gonna fuck up his name if I say it. Well, Finster or whatever. Like they were waiting for these other people. They were waiting for these other people. It wasn't about my platform. It wasn't about the message of the platform. It wasn't about the conversation. It wasn't about my monologues. It wasn't about any of that stuff. So my viewpoint as to why people will watch me has nothing to do with me. I have a very specific perspective that I want to bring out to other people. And that's a challenge for people to be challenging themselves. Not for me to challenge people, for people to hear what I have to say. I'm repeating my whole fucking message. But for people to hear what I have to say and then go, I've seen people do that. Wait, hold up, pause. Do I do that? Finkel, thank you. Oh my God. I was fucking losing my mind. Yes, it was in the back of my mind. Yes, Finkel. Thank you, Cam. But like people were like, what the things that you see? Do you see it? And then after you see it, ask yourself, do you also do it? Do you do it? That's my entire panel. Question everything you see, because too many times you fall into indoctrination and you fall into patterns that other people design for you, and you never dig yourself out of the hole that other people dug for you. That's been my platform for years. And every new mofo comes in and thinks that it's the same thing as somebody else's platform. And then slowly but surely, either they learn that it's not like that and I like what he does, or they go, nope, I just want more dick in the booty conversations. And I'm out. I'm out. I want more people baby bird feeding me their cocks. And that's what I like. And I'm like, okay. I mean, if that's what you like, that's what you like. Listen. I've said it before. We listen. We don't judge.
All right, let's just admit it. That didn't happen.
That's what we see. You did. And a lot of people miss the point, because a lot of people are so conditioned. They're indoctrinated. They are conditioned to think that all conversations, that all panels, that all live streams are constructed to be the same thing. Even the very content creators themselves. I've had way too many chatters, modders, content creators try to tell me how to do what everybody else is doing. And I go, after I've done that thing, right? How do I get past the highest numbers of the person that you have as the highest there? And they go, they don't have an answer. Well, I don't know. This is my third channel. My first, my second, my third channel. So you've had 1, 2, 3 channels, and you only have 1, 2, 3 of the same fucking numbers? You've been online for so long, and you've had 1, 2, 3 channels. Had to worry about people doxing, shadow banning, shadow striking, everything else like that, for you to have to start over 1, 2, 3, been shadow banned from YouTube and everything else, and you still have the same amount of numbers? And you don't think that is maybe, just maybe, just teeny bit, okay, teeny tiny bit, that maybe you're doing something that's wrong? You don't think that. That just maybe there's something that you're not thinking about, or you're not willing to at least do to be different, to change things up, because you've been doing the same thing 1, 2, 3 fucking times, and you're still getting the same results. This is literally the definition of insanity. And then you think I should follow your path? I should do what you did 2, 3, 4 fucking times? Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. I'm good. And you guys will sit here and be like, Resla, we're gonna make it it's not even his option. We're gonna induct him into the Panoverse. And I'm going, I don't even acknowledge you. And I've had people, by the way, Literally legit. People made jokes in the comments or in the chat or whatever, or even on other people's stream. But I've legit had people reach out to me in Discord feeling away. This is why, if you guys haven't noticed, even when I was streaming a lot in the year, last year all the way to this year, if you notice, there was a big jump where I stopped even posting that I was gonna go live on Discord, because there were people who were sick, who were so in their feelings about the fact that I was so anti relating myself to the panelverse. I shit you not. I just stopped posting that I was gonna go live on all these different channels, all these different Discords that were in the panelverse. How many of y'all even really noticed that? That y'all would see me go live? Rest, I didn't even know you was going live. Well, how you didn't know I was going live? You should have been subscribed to me, right? Well, I usually check Discord and everything. And I didn't post on Discord. There was a reason for that. There was a reason. People were mad at the fact that I did not want to be, even though there were backside conversations about my channel, that I just said, this is way too much. This is not real life. This is way too much going on. There's way too much going on. This is not real life. There were groups, whether they want to agree to it or not, I'm not gonna put people's names out there, but there were people who were willing to, they were willing to collab to figure out who can absorb, who could bring to the fold, who can have Resla join them. Not who could collab properly with Resla, but who could bring Resla to want to collab with them and bring up the boosting of his channel, because they think he's got something going on, but they're not really sure. And I say, and here's my thing. I was early saying part of the reason why my channel was working out so well in the beginning had nothing to do with, let me just be honest with you, it had nothing to do with what my style of content was or anything like that. Let me just keep it a buck with you. It had nothing to do with the style of my content or the way that I brought forth content or anything like that. And I had many and multiple people reach out to me for multiple different reasons as to why they thought the only reason why my content would come, especially because, like, I'm just be honest with you, the majority of the content creators who want to tell me as to why they think my content was doing well is because they're white. No, not the panels. Plenty of panels out there. There were plenty of panels out there. But I literally had a couple of people talking about the only reason why you're really even getting this much traction is because you're a black guy doing panels in our spaces. And I said, I never wanted to be in your spaces. And anyone could do a panel, by the way, which is kind of one of the reasons why I ended up linking so well with like Resto and Kev. Because it's like, we can do streams and we don't need StreamYard. We don't need StreamYards. Like, panels are not the reason why we do content. We are the content. The panels are not the content. If you need the panels to be the content, that means you're a shitty fucking creator. I said what I said. That means people are not there for you. They're not there for your content. They're not there for your perspective. They're just saying, shut. It's no different from the NBA telling LeBron, shut the fuck up and dribble. We don't need to hear anything from you. Just start the fucking panels. And if that is your fucking demographic, nothing of what you say matters. Nothing of what you do matters. They're not there for you. Just go live, start a fucking panel. In fact, you can go to sleep. We're okay. So long as there are enough people up there going back and forth with each other, we don't need you. If that is the case, if that is your predicament, why the fuck are you even doing, what the fuck are you even doing online as a content creator? I refuse to put myself and my hard work in that fucking situation. You said panels see growth in all. If that's what it comes down to, if people care more about what's going on with the panels and they don't even give a shit about why you're there, here's a good question you should be asking yourself. Why am I even online? Why am I doing this when I could simply just be another person that's in the chat? If you look at the full measure of metrics that happen on YouTube, the platform itself, panel content doesn't even make 1 fucking percent. It's like 0.03%. 0.03. And I'm pretty sure that has diminished. YouTube does not make money from fucking panels. So what is it that you're fighting over? What are you fighting over? What the fuck are you fighting over? That's my question to y'all. What is it that you think that you're fighting for? As you sit there and I support them and I support them, and you sound like fucking people that you sound like Ash Ketchum. I choose you and I choose you. What are you fighting over? It's not more. Let me tell you how you're wrong. And everyone here in this chat can tell you why you're wrong. You said panel content equals more interactive users. It's not more interactive because they're all sharing the same fucking users. The only person who has more distinct users than anyone else is the Raging Tomato, and that's because she learned to do something that the other panel people have not learned to use, and that is collaborate outside of her space. Go look it up. Go look it up. Same mofos everywhere else. She's the only person that's been able to go outside of her content to be able to do so. But the other motherfuckers are too lazy to go outside of the content, to go outside of their space, because they only want to build within their within their pond. Here's the problem about working in your pond. Your own pond has to only work with your community. If you can't build to other communities, if you can't build to other waters, if you can't build to other lakes, if you can't build to the ocean, you're not going anywhere. Go look it up. I've been saying this for years. Well, Resla, why don't you go do it? I'm fucking busy. And also, I don't care about the fame. I don't want to be on a fucking Piers Morgan. I don't care about politics, so I can't be on a Piers Morgan. I don't want to be debating people over religion, education, trans, and politics. I don't care. And since those are the staples, the meat and potatoes, then I can't do it. I can't do it because why? What's up, mama? What? 5-hour challenge? 5-hour challenge. What did she say? 5-hour challenge. Show the host some love. Donate. Are you not entertained? Sir, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you an honest question within the spacing that you see. And I need you to be honest. Don't showboat. Don't ask a different question outside the question. I need you to answer the fucking question I'm about to ask you based on what you say, right? Because you said no one is saying streaming can't do well, but in general, panel content drives more engagement because one or more interactive users, right? Well, people, here's my thing. So when Andrew Wilson went on the Trigonometry podcast, was it a panel? No, it was not. And let me ask you this: how many of these? Got you, no chaser. How many of these quote panel engagements, right? Do one-on-one content? Do one-on-one, one-on-one, one v one conversations that don't have two people talking like this, talking like going back and forth, talking like this. How many 1v1 conversations are not avatars bickering back and forth? 1v1. How many actual conversations do you actually see? 1v1. Shout out to No Chaser with the $4.99. See, you see this, KM? Mama knows how to pay the entire money. She said she don't need to skimp on taxes. She said she's good. She said she write the whole shit off. She don't need to worry about the taxes. Just putting that out there so you can understand what a real donation vet looks like. No Chaser, don't you pick up her tax strategies, okay? Don't you pick up KM's tax strategies. They said the Raj Royale? I don't know what that is. I don't know what the Raj Royale is. I've never heard of it. I've never heard of it before. It's very interesting. Listen, Gatsby, you guys heard me say before. If there was a penalty that said that you couldn't even be in the fucking chat unless you had a working camera, not a mic, but a working camera, I'd be okay with that. The only way you can be inside the chat, especially be on a panel, if you're gonna be on a panel, you need to have a working mic and a working fucking and a working mic. A working mic and a working camera. Just to be in the fucking chat, I would say you need to have a fucking working camera. And there'd be a time limit on your inactivities. I do all that. I can hear, oh, you're doing too much. You're doing too much, Resla. You're doing too much. I would do that. Either you're here with us or you're not. Then we could talk about true engagement, true watch times, true analytics. That's what I would do. And I wouldn't feel guilty about it. Because it would also pony up to the fact that a lot of people would feel less emboldened to be the fucking shysters, hucksters, and fucking anonymous beavers that they are online. I said what I said. Building false dams. Too many people have been allotted there. Too many fucking opportunities. That's crazy that my main chat picks up before the StreamYard chat. Too many people have been afforded too many opportunities to be able to hide. And social media has not done enough to be able to pick these people out. It's crazy. It's crazy to me. I don't give a fuck. Oh, it's just a chat, Resla. It's just a chat. You need to have a camera for in the chat. Because if I have to do this, I want to see your moving fucking camera right over here where I see Hornet's avatar. I want to see a moving fucking fish picture of you. I want to see it. Waving, giving the finger, whatever. I need to fucking see you. I can already hear it. It's the internet now. You're a tyrant for being on the internet, for me wanting to be able to prove that the person that's actually there is a human fucking being. Huh? You got a problem with that? That I want to prove that you're a living breathing human being and you're not a fucking bot? You got a problem with that? Because that would also limit a lot of what? Bot using. You got a problem with that? That before you even click to go into the chat, before you can type, the same way how like when you're first subscribing to somebody and they're like, hey, you got to subscribe or you got to make sure, hey, here's the rules, the rules for the moderators or rules, whatever, to be able to talk in the chat. Hey, the same way how when you get onto a fucking panel and they first ask you, hey, make sure you have your mic and your same thing for fucking chat. Hey, make sure you have your camera on before you get into the chat. Cannot type if you don't have a camera ready. I'd be okay with that. No, I got a problem with it. I'm not trying to give people reasons to hide. No. I don't wanna have my face on. Then wear a mask, bitch. Put on a furry costume. Whatever. But I guarantee you, when I in the chat, when I'm looking at my chat as a fucking creator, as the host, and I'm looking at a nigga called The Blind Spot, I'm wondering if the nigga's blind. If I do this, and he ain't got no seeing eye, dog, if he ain't got no cane in the fucking picture, if he ain't got no shades on, looking like he's Matt fucking Murdock, this nigga ain't blind. Mods, handle him. That's what I'm thinking. Handle this nigga. You want to be able to get away from a lot of the fuck shit that be going on? We need to start adding a few to more stricter rules. And I've been said this. People are not gonna agree, but I said, yeah, Matt Murdock. That's what I said. Oh, you see that? I'm metaphorically blind. It's a metaphor. So, if you thought about sucking a dick, are you metaphorically gay? Is it just a metaphor? Can we stop playing around with words? Like, people can hide behind fucking avatars or names that say a whole bunch of different shit. So you can turn around and say it's a metaphor, but when you make the name, should I say that Hornet is an actual hornet? It's a metaphor. He doesn't really walk around stinging people and dying from it. Come on. We know what. We've been dealing with this for too many years since AOL chat service. Like, come on. Come on. And Matt Murdock absolutely wore fucking shades. I don't know what Daredevil comics you were looking at. Matt Murdock absolutely fucking wore shades. I don't know where the fuck you was looking at. He wore shades in the comics. He wore shades in the series. He wore shades even in the fucking movies. He wore shades. I dated a blind girl. When we went outside, she wore shades. When we were inside, she didn't wear shades. By the way, that blind girl, she was fire. No, I don't mean sex. She was nice. She was great. She was more attentive than I was. But God, I couldn't let shit slide. Like slide. I couldn't let shit slide because she was very particular. She needed things in a particular place. She could be able to find them. I was seeing, so I would throw things places or whatever. So if I wasn't paying attention, I was very messy in that early part of my years as well. Like you gotta have a special heart and a mindset when dealing with people who are disabled. Anyone who's disabled. And I didn't have it when I wanted to date her. And I wanted to date her because she was a fire ass redhead. She was a nice looking redhead. Anyway, I digress. You said your name wasn't accident. I I can't tell you why your name was an accident. I don't even know what name you are talking about. That was an accident. I'm not gonna go there. I could take that in many different areas. I'm not gonna do it. Your name was an accident. I'm not going. If it makes you feel better, my name was an accident. Depends on how you look at it. So depends on what you're doing. What time is it? It is 3 a.m. It is 3 a.m. and I'm 6 hours in, folks. I am 6 hours. I'm still not tired. I'm not tired, but I know I have things I should be doing. Blind was an accident confirmed. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. You know what? I'm wondering, like, who. So it is Wednesday night, right? Usually, I'm like you guys. Usually, I'm already off already. I'm not normally on this long or whatever. You know what it is? I think a part of me is like already awake because I didn't do anything Monday and I didn't do anything Tuesday, mainly because I was doing my own thing. I have so much stuff that I already should have been reviewing online. This is a pain in the ass. Who's online right now? Not to switch off or anything, but I'm surprised no one's online right now. What's been happening in the online world? What? Okay, I'm not gonna go over that. No one. Is something happening online? People are not online anymore. Yeah, I gotta be honest with you. I don't care. I don't care. I I don't care. I don't care because I don't care because I'm not worried about the afterlife. You're wrong channel, wrong person, right guy, wrong time. I don't care. Okay, like should know where you are. I'm the wrong one. No, I'm not looking for a mixtape. I'm not looking to get famous. I'm not looking for anyone to care about rap skills. I got better shit to do. Like, I don't care. Rap is not life. Like, why the fuck do I care? Why should I care about rap skills? Because I'm black? Why do I care? No. Did you not hear shit I dropped today? It was like R&B shit. Like, what? Do I need to care about rap? Hey, guess what? I don't care about being the wicked. I won't be lonely anyway, right? So you can keep your Jesus Christ and the Latter Day Saints. Okay. The fuck? The fuck? Well, it's your hobby, nerd. It's not my hobby. It's your hobby. My hobby is not rap. I have a lot of things that I've been doing throughout my life. I can tell you, rap is not my hobby. Not mine at all. No, you're the one. No, you're the one that feel like you have to keep reciting Jesus after me. So you're the one that's worried about the cross. You're the one who's worried about hell. You're the one worried about being blessed. You're the one that's worried about all this other stuff. And by the way, you're late to the conversation. So if you haven't understood my take when it comes to trolls, they gonna learn someday. Someday. And then, by the way, that's a short timeout. Short timeout. But they gonna learn. So what are we doing here? That's basically a warning. You can keep your Lord out of this because we don't really care about what's going on over here. And I say we, I mean me specifically as the host of what's going on here. You want to make this a thing? You can make this a thing. You can find yourself like the devil, excommunicado. Try me. Try me. Try me. I have no qualms about seeing people out the door. But you're going to have to do better if you want to troll. I don't know why everybody think they brand new when it comes to the game of trolling. You guys need to go get an upgrade. You need an upgrade. You guys suck. You suck. Your skills are garbage when it comes to this trolling shit. Oh shit. We got Fox that started following. Fox Warrior Gaming started following on the kick side. I appreciate you, my guy. I appreciate you. Came in with the W's. That's what's up. Not sure how you followed up and how you came to be about it, but I appreciate it. Appreciate it. I mean, hopefully you like what was going on what we got going on for the future. But I appreciate you. Say keep up the good work. I appreciate you for it. You're a liar. You're a liar, mama. And because of that, you're gonna come up as a squirrel the next time. That's what's gonna happen. You're gonna come up as a squirrel, and you're gonna spend your entire life chasing nuts. That's exactly what's gonna happen because you're a liar. I said what I said. I said what I said. All right? Just for you lying as such. I'm surprised. This might be like a dead week for people who are like streamers. Because I'm surprised. Like, I know if I went to, like, obviously somebody's going to be on Twitch, someone's going to be on Kick. I'm surprised of YouTube, the casual people, if you want to put it that way, have not been streaming. I am actually surprised. Not that I care, but I'm actually surprised. Like, what's happened to your heroes, your unsung heroes? What happened to your gods and your goddesses that you love to praise online? What happened to them? Did they all decide they want to take hiatus at the same time? Have you guys been destitute? Have you guys been fucking ignored? Do you guys feel like you're lost without them? Like, what's going on here? I was saying it earlier, Hornet. Think about it this way, because this is why I say all the time. This is why I say on my platform a lot. If you're going to troll me, right, you should at least be fucking good at it. You should be good at it, which means that it should be funny. It should make other people like either want to join in, even think if when I'm on the roast the panel or even roast me particularly. Like it should be something that has a bit of truth in it, all that stuff. But let's be honest, majority of the time, the aspect of trolling is I'm gonna be a dick and I'm gonna say the most egregious things I can, and that's gonna be funny. Ha 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 ha. And it's not. It's typically not funny at all. It's typically rather weak, to be honest with you. If I show that I'm really, it's corny, to be honest with you. If I say that you're a jackass, and if I say Hornet, you're gay, and if I say Hornet, you know what? That's why I was with your mom's last night. Aren't I a great troll? And I'm just like, anyone gonna handle him? Anyone wanna take care of him? Resla, well, why do you got a problem with trolls, huh? You can't handle trolls. I'm a troll. Look how much of a great troll I am. You know, like you can't even handle being online because you suck as a content creator. Aren't I a great troll? And I'm just like, Mama, hey, locksmith, somebody, please handle them. Because if I do it, they're gonna be banned indefinitely. Can someone show some grace, please? Please, someone, please. Well, why do you think that you're such a great content creator, huh? You're not a great content creator. You're no Mr. Beast. You're not. Hassan Piker, or worse if they're in this space. You're not Jack Talcott. You're not I'm trying to dig deep. You're not Paul Unslaved. You're not Hornet. You're not. Who the fuck you think you are, huh? You're just a low level YouTuber. You're nobody. And I'm just going, all right. This is really bad, really dreadful, really dry fucking trolling. I was hoping one of my mods would do it, but now I gotta do it. You're banned indefinitely. Cause you're just garbage. The ideal that you think that trolling is just about being a dick. Like, this is what I was saying even earlier, Hornet. Like, a good troll can be a comedian. A good troll can make you laugh at shit. You're like, yo, I didn't even consider that. Like, yo, honestly, I laughed. The chat's laughing. I laughed, and you're roasting me. I love it. I keep you. Most people just think the equivalent to being a troll is me being a dick. Isn't this great? And I'm like, being a troll, being that type of person is sometimes I don't even know if you're being a troll or not. It's a dime a dozen. It's a dime a dozen. There are plentiful of you. It's like me diving into a bag of Doritos and then I'm like, oh shit, I ate all Doritos. I didn't even know I was at the bottom yet. That's how many of you are there. It doesn't matter because none of you stand out. That's the way I feel. But that's my point, Hornet. Most trolls are lame. They are lame. Most trolls are boring and they're fucking lame. There's no originality. Like I said it before, like they all went to the same seminar. They all read the same book. Trolling should be an art, and they all have not gone to class. They haven't gone to class. If trolling was an art, if trolling was a university, the majority of them are dropouts. They're dropouts. I'd be bored as fuck. If you're gonna troll me, you better be good. Because what makes you think that an experienced communicator, that an experienced content creator hasn't experienced trolls? So if you're gonna be the top of the top, like a master's or bachelor's degree, a doctoral degree, like You better be fucking good. A dropout doesn't get anything except a ban. So what are you doing that's gonna be unique? You know what? Because as a troll, you're trying to be entertaining. Dance, entertain me, make me in the chat feel something. No, no, ban. Because you're literally signing up to be the court jester. So I'm like, dance, do something, sing, make fun of me, do something. Make it all work together. Because keep in mind, you're not even on a panel or anything. You're not doing a stream of your own. You're in a chat. So that means you really have to work hard. So string together some eloquent way of typing in the chat that makes all of us laugh. Hop to it. Get it done. Throw some special emojis in there. Make it work. I'm waiting. No? Nothing? No? I'm trying. Hurry. Hurry. Yep. Ban. You're done. You're done. And the majority of them are on that wavelength. It's like the king and queen getting the jester. They're looking for the right one, and all of them suck, and they constantly keep getting their heads chopped off. That's the majority of you guys who want to be trolls. You're jesters, and most of you are just, I've seen this before. I'm gonna juggle. And then it just, hey, mama, how you feel about that? I'm like, no, wait, I can do better. I can do better. Ban. And these are the people that go to their sock accounts who then go, oh, Resla, how are you going to blame your chat? And you got trolled. Ban. And then they're like, oh, I better not come back because my third sock account is going to get banned. So let me not do that. Mama, isn't that normally how it happens? We've been through this. That's normally how it happens. They go through the first one, get blocked. They go through the second one, get blocked, and they say, okay, let me hang back. Because this is not working out. This is not the way I thought it was going to be. They go, yeah, this is not working out the way I thought it was going to be. So let me hang back for a second. And typically I'm just like, yeah, you should do that because apparently you don't have the game. You don't have the sauce. You don't have the sauce. It's over. So it's okay. What you want to do about it? You said you feel a target on your head right now. I mean, if you feel a target on your head right now, that means you've been doing the real low level fucking behavior. That's all it means. That means you need to step your game up. That's all it means, wasn't it? You got to step your game up. That means you're looking rather cliche. That's all it means. You're looking rather cliche, and you need to step your fucking game up. Because that means you're looking like a dime a dozen. And as a content creator, you want to make sure you're not at least looking like a dime a dozen. You want to try to step out. I mean, you got to do the same thing as a goddamn troll. You can't be looking bare at a fucking barrel. You got to be doing something. You got to be stepping up. That's all it means. If you're sitting there just doing the fucking bare minimum, trolling, which is typically the bare minimum, let me get online and say egregious things. That's nothing. But to say egregious things that are true and get a great reaction, not a I'm going to get him mad reaction, but to get them to say, you know what? That's funny. You know what? That's actually true. That's a win. That if somebody would say a whole bunch of shit and I'm like, yo, look at this shit. Look at this shit. Look at it. And I highlight them and I'm like, look at this shit. Look at this shit. You know what's crazy about this? That's actually true. That's actually I'm actually that's actually true. That's really funny. That's actually true. That doesn't happen. Because the majority you read out of the same playbook, you look like chapter 28. You're a jackass. Chapter 51. You're gay. Chapter 12. 103. I don't like you. See, I think this person is better than you. It's like nothing. There's nothing new. Is this really the best that you can manage? Is this really it? This is the best that you can do? You really think no one else has come up with this? You really believe that? As long as social media, as long as bullying, as long as panel culture has been available, you really believe this is the best you can do? That none of this has been a thing. And if you're saying, well, Resla, this is all I got. I'm just like, honestly, I weep for you and your ancestors. I weep. I feel bad. I weep for both of them. I weep. You have let yourself and your trolling ancestors down. I agree, but this is all I see. This is all I see. Low-level insults. This is all I see. So I agree, but this is all I get. Low-level insults. It's been so lazy that I literally had trolls in my account probably a month ago. I don't know. I can't remember. And there was a troll in my account, and literally the only word that he said the entire time was G-A-Y, gay. I'm sitting there having a whole conversation, putting shit on screen, talking to people, going back and forth, playing shit, going one away, came back. And the entire time, it's like, yo, we're doing this, yo, we're doing that, yo, what's going on? Yo, we're talking about this. Hey, what's good, mama? Hey, what's going on, the winch? Yo, what's going on, crab? Yo, what's up with that? And he just randomly, gay. I'm looking like, hey, what's going on? We talking about this and we're talking about that. Everybody's interacting, going back and forth. Everybody's doing different thing. People come into the channel, then they're talking about this, then they're talking about that. Then they're like, hey, what's going on? Then somebody drops a fucking super chat. Everybody's are going, and I'm just like, okay, what's going on? And then as I'm scrolling through and I'm watching shit, all I see is okay. Then we're talking about, and I drop a whole link. People come up on the channel. We're talking. We're doing all this other stuff. Blind talking about this. So-and-so's talking about that. Due diligence up there. Or doing all kind of stuff. And then one more time. No other words. No other context. I'm just like, you know what? You're the laziest troll I've ever seen. Banish to the shadow realm. No effort. You're like the person who goes out into the world, finds a fucking hooker, and you pay the hooker for sex, and then you lay in the bed and you say, can you do all the work? She's gotta ride you. She's gotta get you up. She's gotta do. You do not. You. In fact, you are the guy who lays there like a Carl Jr. fucking starfish fuck. You just lay there like this, and the woman's doing all the work. That's the equivalent of you as a troll. You just lay there, starfish fucking as a guy. Worse, you paid her. You paid her, and she still has to ask you for consent. What else is there? You paid her, and she has to ask for you for consent. What happened? To be fair, what? I mean, I have the problem. Listen, I have no problem with the ginger tree. I have no problems with it whatsoever. But people should still be able to do something with it. But what are we supposed to be taking from that? Now that I'm thinking about it right now, because we're it's 3:30. It's past 3:30 a.m. right now in my time. I gotta think about what I'm gonna do because I'm not tired, and obviously I'm drinking energy drinks, but I don't want to sit up here all night. I want to get productive, and it's been 6 hours in. Oh, what should I be doing? What should I be? What should I be doing? What should I be thinking about doing? What should I actually be doing? Hmm. Interesting. I am really surprised. What happened to the days where like it would be 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning, and people would still be online doing shit? Oh, you mean actual ginger? I mean, okay, all right. And I think people like honestly, like I think people also don't know the difference, but this is like a nerdy thing. People don't know the difference between um goblins, trolls, and orcs. So that there's that as well. I think some people think that crashing out is strictly a goblin mode thing, and they don't realize that orcs are the worst ones for it, and they don't know the difference between um goblins and trolls. Jesus Christ! But whatever. Oh no, absolutely. No, I get that. I get that. Yeah. Outside of that, I don't know. I know. I've been up for a while. I've been up way longer than a stream should ever be, and I didn't really have anything, quite frankly, to have. I think that's why the stream went so long. To be honest with you, I never really had anything to really touch down as a basis of the stream. So there was that. And prior to this, I was doing a bunch of writing, and then prior to that, I was playing Crimson Desert, which I haven't done in about a week. So there was that as well. Outside of that, I'm thinking about a couple of things. But what should I talk about for next stream? And the question is because we're so far into today's stream, which is we're teetering into the 4 o'clock hour. I'm trying to figure out what should I actually talk about if I was to do a stream later today, which requires when I would go to sleep. Hmm. I don't know. If I was to talk about any, I don't know. I don't know what I would talk about for a stream. To be honest with you, so I've been so caught up in some other things I've been doing, so I haven't really been thinking about topics per se. But I've been going back and forth, and I haven't really figured out if I really want to. Because like last couple of streams, I've been doing something I normally don't do, which is getting back into the whole, which was not even getting back into it, but rather I was having conversation with actually people on a panel, which was not bad. It wasn't bad, but I think the problem is that the problem that I'm facing is that I don't want to get into a habit of doing that again, because then people or immediately start getting back into the habit of thinking that I do panel content, and that's not necessarily. You said go right under the song. Honestly, I think you know what? I can do that. I got the energy. I can do that. Actually, if I really work on this on the song, probably not by today, probably not by stream later today. If I do a stream later today, but by tomorrow for sure, I could absolutely. If I got the energy, I can absolutely have a song by tomorrow if I really work on it. I don't know if I probably won't have the same exact, like, if you guys were expecting like the whole Prince thing, but I could probably go through the lyrics and then figure out what I really want to talk about, or rather go through it. I could probably look through the lyrics and then try to come up with something I want. Because if I come up with the song that really comes close to the actual song, it's gonna take me a while. Because I gotta do the lyrics, I gotta switch up the lyrics, I gotta do a whole bunch of different stuff. I got to build the same cadence for it. Then I gotta get the song. Then I gotta do a little bit of remixing to try to figure out the actual framework of the song, how it's built out and everything, and then try to get that to become what I'm looking for. That's gonna take some time. But you know what, Mama? I might have the time for it. People going back to work, whether they want to or not, maybe. Yeah, maybe I'll work on that. Maybe I'll work. Maybe I'll give it to like 6. If I have the energy, 6, maybe 7 a.m. because I'm not working today. Today I'm not working. So maybe it's 6 to 7, and then I can crash. Maybe around 8. It's gonna be some time, and then afterwards, I don't know, depending on how I feel or whatever, maybe we'll do a stream or not. I don't know. It depends on how things are going, because I may or I may not feel up to it. So yeah. But outside of that, now that you put it in my head, Mama, I may need to start trying to work on that while I got the energy. So we are 6 hours and 43 minutes and counting. If you guys have anything else that you think that would make a topic for tonight, if I got the energy and we're going, well, I probably will have the energy. If we have anything going on and we end up doing it stream tonight, give me some suggestions of things that we might want to talk about. I'm going to tell you right now, right off the bat, if you are thinking anything that has to do with this goddamn panel space, if you're thinking about religion, if you're thinking about politics, if you're thinking about that bullshit, I ain't with it. I don't give a fuck what's going on in the current world. We're talking about things that actually bother normal people or regular shit. I don't care about any of that extracurricular shit. In fact, I will let you know if you write a comment. I will let you know I ain't doing that shit. I'm just gonna be honest with you. So that means it needs to be something that's actually translatable to everybody in everyone's everyday life. Like, I'm just gonna be honest with you. If it's really, if it's something we can really work on, if it's something we can really work on. If it's something that's just really transient to the space itself, I'm not interested. I'm really not interested. Because here's the truth of the matter: you could just go to those channels and just fucking watch it. You can literally just go to those channels and fucking watch it. It has nothing to do with what the hell I'm doing it. And my goal is to never be like what everybody else is actually doing, because honestly, I'm gonna be honest, the shit they talking about doesn't really matter. I know that's probably sounding like blasphemy to your favorite creator or whatever, but I said what I said. I said what I said. And if anyone takes any fucking gripe with that, if anyone has a problem with what I just said, you can go down to the description. My email's there, Resla at IamResla, and we work it out from there. You said parodies are fine, but Okay, well, we'll see. We'll see how that works out. But until then, I'm gonna take whatever energy I can and try to pour it into whatever I got working on. And I will see you guys, I guess, later if we do see anything later. What's that? What happened? You said Yu-Gi-Oh and Yu-Gi-Oh and D&D content matters. How dare you? Honestly, here's the funny part about that. Outside of say like Abba and Preach talking about it, I don't hear any like for instance, like I was having a conversation with somebody last month, and there was a girl that he just got into, he just had a date with, right? They're not dating now, but he had a date with, and she was mentioning D&D content, and he said, I have no idea what the fuck she was talking about, and I said, what do you mean? And then she was mentioning like her one of her favorite books are like Legacy of the Drowned. And I said, you mean Legacy of the Drow? He said, yeah. I said, you mean like Driss the Warden? He says, something like that. And I was like, and I started going in. I was talking about Driss, and I was talking about Caddybree, and I was talking about Wolfgar, and I was like, and they were losing. Like, he was looking at me like, what the fuck are you talking about? And I just realized, like, I am kind of a D&D fan. I am especially a Driss fan, to be honest with you. But yeah, D&D is really, I have nothing wrong with D&D. I'm not the greatest or strongest D&D fan, but there are definitely characters or whatever that I really like. But I'm really a Driss fan in that area of it. So yeah. Something I would actually like to meet more people who are more versed in D&D so I can learn more about it. But the only person I actually know social media wise who's actually really mentioned D&D, who's public, really public like that and has a lot of followers, is really like Abba from Abba and Preach. Like, he's the only one that really talks about that kind of nerdy out shit. And I always find that kind of funny. Because it really comes out to be like you could be really popular and you can still like really know shit that people don't really get into on a regular basis. So I do like that. I really wish that a lot of people knew more about these kind of things. So yeah, thanks for bringing that. Thanks for bringing that, Horny. I'm gonna leave you guys to it. I'm gonna take off so I can figure out some other things that's going on, and I will. Yeah, I guess I will see you guys in the next one. I'm trying to think again after the stream. If you guys want to write a comment, give me an idea of something you want to talk about, and then we can dive into it from there. All right, later, y'all.